So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was trained by Ash and had Lily as his slave? Movie 1. In the middle of a war-torn battlefield, Naruto and Killer Bee in full Biju mode face off against Tobi, who possesses the tailed beasts. Things are looking grim for Naruto as the tailed beasts prepare a combined tailed beast bomb to fire at him and Bee. "Things are looking bad for you, aren't they, Kit?" said a voice all too familiar to the blonde ninja. "Kyuubi. What is it? Can't you see I am trying to think of a way out of this situation?" said Naruto. But Kyuubi, wanting to talk to Naruto, dragged him into the mindscape with or without his consent. Mindscape. When Naruto opens his eyes, he realizes that he is in the familiar sewer with a giant gate, and behind it lay a giant red-furred fox with 9 tails known to the world as the Kyuubi no Kitsune. "Why did you bring me here? What do you want?" asked Naruto, seeing it as odd that the fox would want anything to do with him, much less talk.
"Kit, I have been with you throughout your entire life, from your birth all the way to now. I have borne witness to your iron will and have saved others from darkness, as well as not falling into it yourself, even to the point of wanting to helping me with my hatred, which no one has ever done for me before."
Confused, Naruto asked, "What are you trying to say? Because I don't get it." Slightly irritated, Kyuubi said, "What I am trying to is that I want to apologize, and I wish to start over between the both of us, beginning with telling you that my name is Kurama." Well, to say that Naruto is shocked at what the newly named Kurama said is an understatement, but after a minute he gave a smile to the fox and said, "I hope that our friendship will last till the end of time." Kurama holding out fist towards Kurama, who returned it in kind, creating a strong bond both in mind and soul. "Hey Kit, I just discovered that you have an affinity to lightning, water, fire from me and your parents, in addition to your wind affinity, which must have unlocked after we bonded." "Wow. As amazing as it sounds, we will deal with it later, as the first thing is to defeat Tobi and free the other tailed beasts," said Naruto with determination. "You're right. Let's bond our chakra together and show that wannabe god the true power of a tailed beast and his partner," said Kurama. "Right. We will win no matter what, believe it," Naruto yelled, as he unlocked the seal and yellow chakra exploded out of both him and Kurama. The real world. As Naruto opened his eyes, the captured were almost done with the combined tailed beast ball, and Bee is visibly exhausted. "Yo Naruto, I will be on the offensive while you be the support," yelled Bee. "No Octopops, well, switch roles, as you are still wounded from the first round, so I'll be the tank," said Naruto. For him to say that, could it be that Kyuubi and Naruto have bonded? Thought Killer Bee. Naruto channeled his chakra and reactivated the Biju mode, this time with a cloak to signify the bond between him and Kurama. Then he summoned the ethereal form of Kurama, ready for battle. "Kit, we need to counter their attack with the same in kind," said Kurama. "Sure thing, partner," said Naruto. Kurama opened his mouth and began to channel chakra into a tailed beast ball, and both sides fired at the exact same time, with Kurama's attack hitting lower, hence launching both into the air and exploding. Even with half of its true power, the 9-tailed fox is truly the most powerful above all the tailed beasts, said with a slight unease. "Let's get Kurama," yelled Naruto, to which was responded with a roar as they dashed towards the beasts. Kurama quickly executed an uppercut on Nibi, launching her into the air and using his tails to knock the Sanbi, who was rolling towards him, off course and into the Yanbi. Afterward he jumps into the air and grabs the Nanabi. The tail threw him towards the ground, right into the Rokubi. Upon landing on the ground, Kurama quickly sidestepped, avoiding the Gobi, who was charging in by a hair, and executed a double kick, launching it into the other tailed beasts, who were recovering from Kurama's assault, further damaging. "Amazing. Naruto and Kurama must be in total sync to be able to fight like that," said the Hachibi, who was stunned at the display of the duo's prowess. "Damn, they are beginning to slow down. I need to reabsorb the beasts and retreat to formulate a plan against the Uzumaki brat," said Tobi as he summons the Geto statue and begins the process. "Hey Kurama, isn't that the statue that Neji described to us after we rescued Gaara?" asked Naruto. "Indeed, that bastard must be planning to reabsorb the tailed beasts and make a break for something we can't allow." Quickly charging up a tailed beast ball, the duo launched it into the statue, resulting in an explosion which broke the chains tied to the beasts, hence freeing them, although they lost consciousness. When the smoke clears, Tobi is revealed laying on the floor with the lower part of his body blown off due to the explosion, which means that the Fourth Great Shinobi War is over and that Naruto is victorious. "Damn you Uzumaki. Even if you have won, I will have the last laugh," yelled Tobi. "Kit, get out of there. The bastard is about to send us into another and there's no way that we can return, shouted Kurama, but was too late as Naruto fell into the hole and B was still wounded to help. As the other ninjas arrived, Hinata asked, "B, where is Naruto?" He refused to answer as he thought that although they won the war, the price. Somewhere else in another dimension. Hey, what's going on outside? Wondered Ash Ketchum, who was with Iris and Salon in the Pokemon Center in Stryton City after winning his trio badge from Salon's Pokemon Gym. It seems it's coming from the ruins of the Dreamyard, Professor Fennel answered, but that place has been abandoned for a long time unless someone is trying to collect the dream energy. Then we must go and investigate, said Officer Jenny, who got into her police car alongside Fennel. Wait, we can help too. Let's go, Pikachu, said Ash with the electric mouse on his shoulder. Pika, he responded. Wait for us, we coming along too, shouted Iris with Salon following. They all headed towards the Dreamyard, not aware of the companion they would soon meet and the unforgettable memories they would have. Mindscape Kit, wake up, yelled Kurama. Naruto jumped up surprised from the outburst. Kurama, what happened? What's going on? Asked Naruto, obviously confused. When that bastard Uchiha used Kamui on us, it sent us to another dimension with no way of going back, said Kurama, noticing Naruto slumping his shoulders and on the verge of tears. When he went to wipe his eyes, he noticed that instead of hands he now has paws, and his reflection displayed a mirror image of Kurama except with white fur and black markings similar to Kurama's Biju mode. What happened to my body? Yelled Naruto while panicking. Calm down. It seems exposure to the dimension rift along with an unknown energy from this dimension altered your body to adapt to it, and I have noticed that your elemental affinities have changed in such a way that you will transform when using one of them in and out of battle. By the way, you can still use chakra and ninjutsu. Okay, thanks for the info. Well, since we're here now, let's see what this world has to offer, shall we? Said Naruto as he left the mindscape. So this is the Dreamyard, said Ash as he looks over the abandoned ruins, which now has a strange atmosphere due to the pulsing dream energy. Yes, this place is the result due to a failed project that was meant to help the world, said Fennel sadly. What do you mean, Professor? Salon asked the question which was on everyone's mind. We were working harnessing the dream energy which was emitted by Musharna to view the dreams of Search Pokemon and strengthen bonds between humans and Search Pokemon, but due to the greed of the directors, Musharna lost control of the dream energy, resulting in the explosion and her disappearance, Fennel explained. Well, with what is happening right now, it must have something to do with Musharna, said Salon. Then let's get going, said Ash, who was running off with the others following until they reach a clearing, with Ash seeing strange machine being controlled by a trio whom he was all too familiar with. You guys again? Ash yelled. And I am not going to write the Team Rocket since it creeps me out. Ah, great, it's the twerp and his Pikachu along with a new gang, said Jessie. Ash, who are they? Asked Iris. They are called Team Rocket, a crime organization whose purpose is to steal powerful Search Pokemon to rule the world, as they have been after my Pikachu for a long time now, Ash replied. But what is a Kanto organization doing here in Unova? Asked Officer Jenny. We intend to spread our ambition, starting with the Unova region, said James. And we are going to do so by harnessing this dream energy, said Meowth, surprising everyone except Ash. Well, we are not going to stand in nothing while watching you do whatever you want, Pikachu. Let's stop them, Ash declared. Pika, said Pikachu with confidence. He was about to attack when a purple light burst from the ground, blinding everyone. When the light faded, a Search Pokemon appeared whom Fennel immediately recognized to be Musharna. So this Search Pokemon, is this the source of the dream energy? We need to capture it for the boss, said Meowth, pressing a button on a remote, making the machine to shoot out an energy beam which encircled Musharna, restraining her. I won't let you. Pikachu use Volt Tackle, yelled Ash. Pikachu started running towards Team Rocket whilst coated in electricity. That's what you think, Meowth sneered, pressing another button, making the machine to fire energy beams at Pikachu, who was dodging left and right. A beam was about to hit Pikachu when a white blur jumped in between and knocked it off course. Everyone turned their attention to the newcomer and were stunned to see a Search Pokemon that looks like a Ninetales but with white fur and black markings on its body. What kind of Search Pokemon is that? Ash wondered. With Naruto 20 minutes earlier, when he woke up, Naruto discovers that he is in a forest clearing and he takes notice of strange-looking creatures running around the forest. What do you think I should do now, Kurama? Asked Naruto. I suggest that you familiarize yourself with your new body and what techniques you can execute, Kurama advised. In the next 10 minutes, Naruto learned to channel chakra, create new moves. AMD discovers that he can use shadow clones and the Rasengan. After getting full mastery over his new body, Naruto begins moving through the forest when a bright light caught his attention. "Hey Kit, I sense an energy surge from where the light came from and it's quite large," said Kurama. "Sure thing Kurama, I on my way there," said Naruto as he dashed toward the source. When he arrived, Naruto see a group with a boy commanding another one of those strange creatures to attack a trio who are standing beside a machine that is restraining one of the creatures while attacking the other group. "I may not what's going on but I know what I should do," thought Naruto before jumping in to help the larger group. "You and your hero complex," grumbled Kurama. "Present time. Who is this search Pokemon? It looks like a Ninetales but different," said Meowth with a stunned look on his face. "It doesn't matter what it since it decided to help the twerps, making it our enemy," said Jessie, grabbing the remote from Meowth and commanding the machine to attack Naruto. Naruto began evading the volley of energy attacks with sidesteps and flips before building a distance in order to make his next move, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A poof of white smoke which clears to reveal 10 copies of the original. "Is that double team? But it doesn't look like illusions but solid clones," said Salon, who was shocked at the search Pokemon's powers. "Okay guys. Move in with extreme speed," Naruto called. "Okay boss." The clones charged in, leaving behind white streaks of light. The machine quickly released another volley of energy attack, destroying the clones only to see that the original is nowhere to be seen. "Where did he go?" everyone thought. "Up here," yelled a voice. They all looked up to see Naruto diving towards the machine with a spiraling ball of energy in his paw. "Take this, Rasengan," ramming the attack into the machine, destroying it and freeing Musharna in the process. Amazing. This search Pokemon's power could even take on legendary search Pokemon. Ash agreed with Pikachu, agreeing as they had encountered many of them to realize. "Damn. We need to retreat," shouted Jessie, calling out Woobat, who used Gusp to create a distraction for escape. "TCH, they got away," said Naruto. "True, but I get the feeling that this won't be the last that we see of them," said Kurama. "Hey, thanks for helping us rescue Musharna. Form Team Rocket," said Ash. "Don't mention it. I couldn't just stand there and watch them do that. By the way, my name is Naruto. Nice to meet all of you. Believe it," he replied with a smile. "Is that the name of your search Pokemon species? Because I can't tell if you are a Ninetales?" Iris asked curiously. "Search Pokemon? What is that?" Naruto asked with curiously, confusing the group. "What do you mean by that? You are a search Pokemon, aren't you?" said Fennel. "Hey Kit, I think they must be referring to those creatures we saw on the way and that you were one as well," said Kurama. "You think I should tell them where I came from?" thought Naruto. "They look trustworthy as I sense no negative emotions from them," said Kurama. "Well, I will tell you about myself if you tell me about this world," said Naruto to the baffled group due to what he just said. Search Pokemon Center. After an hour of explanation between both sides, Naruto was having a conversation. Kurama. "This world sounds interesting, especially with these legendary search Pokemon," said Kurama. "Yeah, and this search Pokemon League sounds like the ideal event for me to let loose against strong opponents," said Naruto with a foxy grin. "I think we should join Ash since in a way he reminds me of myself," and he faded out of the mindscape. Meanwhile, Ash was talking to Professor Oak about Naruto, who was excited at the discovery of a new Pokemon. "In that case, I will add another slot to your party since I need you to research on Naruto with his powers and abilities. Also, I am installing a feature to your Pokédex to record him to the database," said the search Pokemon professor. "Thanks, Professor. I will let you know of anything else," said Ash before ending the connection. "Hey Ash. I need to talk to you," called out Naruto, gaining his attention. "I decided to come along with you on your journey since I don't have anything else to do." "Sure thing, Naruto. I was even about to invite you to join us," Ash said happily. "Well, put me in one of those Pokeballs and then we are all set," said Naruto. Ash tossed a Pokeball at him and drew him into it and pinged, signifying the capture without a struggle. However, the Pokeball opened, releasing Naruto, who was shuddering. "I don't think I will like going in there," said Naruto, still shaking. "Now you know how I feel being in here," snickered Kurama. "Well, it's not necessary to be in a Pokeball like Pikachu," said Ash while Pikachu waved at Naruto. "Now let's meet up with the others and get ready to go to the next search Pokemon gym as I am getting excited," said Naruto with a foxy grin. The next day Naruto along with Ash, Pikachu, Iris and Salon set out of Striaton City towards the next search Pokemon gym looking forward to a memorable journey full of twists and turns. Unknown to them a mysterious figure watches over them, particularly Naruto with interest. Ever since the gang left Striaton City, it has never been a dull moment with Naruto around. Axew took a liking to riding on his back whenever they walk. Pikachu would often go exploring with Naruto through the area whenever they set up camp, teaching him about the nature and behavior of different search Pokemon. Tepig views him as a brother figure since Naruto sympathized with him and promised to support throughout the time spent together. Oshawott likes Naruto as he is often encouraged as well as being tutored to mastering deflecting projectiles with his Skull Chop. On the human side, Naruto would tell them stories of his pranks in his village, he refuses to tell them of his hard life, and Ash would tell him of his adventures in the other regions and the search Pokemon battles he had. Salon gets along with him especially when it comes to food. After learning that he could cook anything, Naruto immediately demanded that he should cook ramen even to the point of teaching him how to cook it. Flashback start. Hey Salon, the search Pokemon you cook tastes amazing, said Naruto with glee. Salon smiled and said thanks for the compliment, just give me the ingredients and I can cook anything. Naruto immediately froze at those words. Could you repeat what you just said? I said that just give me the ingredients and I can cook anything. Why do you ask? Said Salon with a confused look on his face and was tackled to the ground by Naruto. Then you are going to cook ramen? Even if I have to teach you to cook it? Naruto was screaming at the top of his lungs with a desperate look on his face. Oh okay then, let's get the things needed for making the ramen, said Salon with Naruto repeatedly saying thank you. Flashback end with Iris. They get along well as they both enjoy communing with nature and often racing each other through the trees with even wins, losses and draws. Although they tend to argue over maturity as Naruto hates being called a kid as Iris hates being taunted about her hair. Later in the night when he opened his eyes, Naruto notices that he in white space with nothing in sight, where I am and what this is about. He wondered as he looked around. I brought you here, Naruto Uzumaki, a voice called out. Naruto quickly turned around to see search Pokemon looking like a deer with a golden circular hoop in its midsection and colored plates attached to it. AN is the best I could describe on my own. Merely looking at it, Naruto instinctively knew that he should NT mess with this one. Who are you since you already know my name? Asked Naruto. My name is Arceus, the creator of search Pokemon, replied the newly named Arceus to a speechless Naruto who didn't expect to meet a god. Do calm down young one. I mean no harm as I simply wish to speak with you. Okay, so what is it that you want to talk about? Asked Naruto. I have been feeling a sense of foreboding that is about to occur in the region which you are in, and my request was that you and Ash would resolve them or the balance would disrupt and the other legendary search Pokemon are focusing on their duties to assist in the coming situation, said Arceus. After thinking for a minute, okay, I will help you with the problem since it will involve the safety of my newly found precious people and search Pokemon as well as bring justice to those who seek to harm the innocent, said Naruto with a foxy grin. Thank you Naruto Uzumaki. May we meet again when the time comes, said Arceus as it faded away. When Naruto woke up in the morning, he informed Kurama of the dream and meeting with Arceus. All I can say is that we should train harder in order to be ready for whatever comes our way, said Kurama. Okay then. By the way, how do I unlock the other forms? I can sense them while meditating but I can't access them, said Naruto thinking deeply. By my theory, you need to fulfill a certain condition for each of them. Afterwards you can access them anytime, but if you are hit by a powerful attack with a type advantage, you will be forced to revert to your base form, so you better be careful in battle, said Kurama. Thanks for the info partner, I'll see you around, said Naruto before fading from the mindscape. On a bright sunny day, the gang were having lunch in a grass clearing while enjoying the serenity of nature. Everyone except the search Pokemon were enjoying the food of the gods, that is ramen. Salon and Naruto had come to the agreement to cook ramen every once in a while, and today is one of those days. Hey Salon, where is my portion of ramen? Said Naruto after eating his search Pokemon food and looking at Salon with a hungry look in his eyes. It's over at the table, said Salon, amused at the Pokemon ninja's addiction to the food, although he and the others like it but not to the point of addiction. Naruto quickly dashed to the table, looking forward to pleasuring his taste buds only to find nothing there. Naruto was about to rant that his ramen was kidnapped when he noticed movement through the grass nearby and followed it cautiously until he reached a clearing where he saw a search Pokemon that looks like a snake with 2 legs and 3 pointed leaf for a tail. Hey Kit, Isn't that a Snivy which is one of the starters from Unova? Said Kurama. Yeah, but I don't care about that as she is reaching my ramen, said Naruto with a tick mark appearing on his head. As he approached the grass snake search Pokemon, she looked at him and smirked. This tastes pretty good, so I hope you didn't mind when I helped myself to it, said Snivy with a mischievous look. No, I did mind and I still do. I had been looking forward to eating the ramen and you just appear from nowhere and eat it, and that means wars. Naruto spoke angrily. Kurama's sweat dropped at his partner's outburst, but knows that messing with Naruto and his ramen is a hazardous risk. If that is the case, then let me finish this, then we can have a battle, said Snivy. Oh okay. Just take your time and enjoy the taste, said Naruto, to which Kurama face faulted at. Later on, the two search Pokemon face off at the clearing, waiting for either side to make a move. Snivy starts off with Vine Whip, to which Naruto deflected with Crush Claw. He quickly closes the distance to engage in close-range combat but was knocked back by Snivy using Leaf Storm as a barrier before launching the attack at the Fox Search Pokemon, who quickly leapt into the air to avoid. Not bad, but let's see you handle this, Shadow Clones, said Naruto, summoning a bunch of clones to attack a surprised Snivy. This isn't double team as they all look solid. But I am sure that they will disappear when I attack them, thought Snivy. She quickly dashes towards the clones using Leaf Blade to defeat everyone. She is quite quick on her toes, unlike any wild search Pokemon I have ever met, unless, thought Naruto before calling out, hey Snivy, by any chance were you with Trainer before? Surprised by the accurate question, Snivy answered, yes I was, but I abandoned him because he was too inexperienced and would have hurt himself. After thinking for a minute, Naruto spoke, if that's the case, how about if I defeat you, then will join me with my trainer, we can help you achieve your true potential. Alright. Only if you defeat me in this battle, said Snivy, getting into a stance with Naruto doing the same. Naruto dashes towards Snivy while evading the attacks from the Vine Whip before striking with Crush Claw. She retaliates with Leaf Blade, knocking him back. Naruto tries to close the distance with extreme speed when Snivy uses Attract with makes contact, confusing him. However, due to extreme speed being interrupted, Naruto tumbles forward and winds up kissing Snivy on the lips. How many anime had this sort of scene?
Surprised by the contact, Snivy started blushing, trying to figure out the situation, which distracted her enough for Naruto to recover his senses and use Rasengan to slam her to a tree, knocking her out and winning the battle.
Naruto picks Snivy up with his tails and heads back to Ash and the others while thinking that something between the two of them but can't remember. When they return, Naruto explains what happened and Ash captures Snivy with her consent. Later that night, Naruto felt that someone was sleeping on his tails only to see Snivy on them. Although he was wondering about this action, he wasn't bothered but rather comfortable with it and returned to sleep, looking forward the next day. As Snivy slept, she blushed upon remembering the kiss and thought, maybe if we spend time together, then I would get to know him better. Ever since Snivy joined the group, she got along with Ash and the other Pokemon. But it's rather Naruto who got her interested in the most. He always looks out for the other Pokemon regardless of them belonging to Ash or the others. Snivy tends to stay around or near. Like whenever Naruto sleeps, Snivy is often found curled up in his tails, or when they are eating, she prefers to eat next to him. Naruto, being the dense guy that he is, always wonders why Snivy tends to blush when close to him. When he asks Kurama about it, he always gets the same reply, figure it out yourself. I don't want to get myself involved with this one. On their way to Nakreen City for Ash's next gym battle, the gang reach a town where they decided to stop for a break for lunch next to river. Hey Salon. What do we have on the menu today? Asked Naruto with anticipation for the next delicious meal to be cooked by his friend, with Ash nodding just as eagerly. You boys are such kids, just for an everyday lunch, said Iris, only for her stomach to rumble in protest. Everybody including Kurama sweat dropped at the embarrassing scene, while Iris looked like she wanted a dragon Pokemon to just swoop in and carry her out of their sight. Well, the foods is almost ready. While Naruto, Axew and Pikachu, I got Pokemon food and berries as the appetizer, said Salon with pride on culinary skills. Naruto and the others were happy to hear that. When suddenly, a Pokemon appeared from the nearby bushes. It has a round body with an orange face and yellow curly eyebrows. It has 3 yellow ovals on its abdomen and a curvy yellow line on its back. Its paws are orange and have 3 digits each. Whoa! What kind of Pokemon is that? Ash wondered out before taking out his Pokédex to scan this new Pokemon. Darumaka, the Zen Charm Pokemon. When it sleeps, it pulls its limbs into its body and cannot be knocked over whether pushed or pulled, and its internal fire goes down to 1100 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow, that also sounds like the sage training I had with the toads back at Mount Mayubuku, said Naruto in amazement. The Pokemon waved its hand at greeting. Naruto was about to approach it to engage in a conversation when he heard Pikachu and Axew arguing. Hey guys, what's going on here? Asked Naruto. My bowl of Pokemon food is gone and I am sure that Axew ate it, said Pikachu while pointing at Axew. I didn't eat anything, I didn't even notice that it was gone, said Axew. Maybe Pikachu ate it all and forgot, said Iris. I don't think so. What do you think, Darumaka? Ash said, turning to Darumaka, only to find it had fallen asleep. Hey kid, try tipping it and let's see if it really can't be knocked over, said Kurama. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing, thought Naruto as he used one of his tails to push against the sleeping Darumaka, who rocked back and forth but didn't fall over. He was mesmerized until he heard Pikachu and Axew fighting again. This time Axew's food is gone. This is getting suspicious, said Naruto before closing his eyes to use his sensor ability. Over there! Exclaimed Naruto, everyone turning their heads to where Naruto pointed to see another Darumaka with the missing Pokemon food. Hey, give them back, said Ash, approaching the second Darumaka but had to dodge due to the first waking up, attacking from behind with a flamethrower. Oshawott, use water gun on the both of them, Ash shouted, throwing the Pokeball to call on him. Oshawott came and launched a stream of water at the two Darumaka, but they easily dodged the attack and responded with a double flamethrower which instantly knocked out Oshawott in one hit. Oh no, Ash. We need to get Oshawott to the Pokemon Center fast, said Naruto, worried for the water Pokemon as he watched the duo escape with the food. The gang quickly rushed to the Pokemon Center for healing. At the Pokemon Center, Naruto and the others were talking about what occurred earlier with the fire duo. Those Pokemon may have caused us trouble, but they certainly executed good teamwork unlike most of the wild Pokemon, said Naruto. Indeed, their combination certainly produces a hot flavor, Salon said while agreeing with Naruto. Oh, you must be talking about the Darumaka, aren't you? Asked Nurse Joy, who was bringing Oshawott from the recovery room. The gang nodded in affirmation and she began to tell them about the Darumaka who accompanied a Darmanitan that always helped the townspeople until recently. The Darumaka have been stealing food and it has been noticed that the Darmanitan is nowhere to be seen. Naruto began to suspect that something is going on that involves the thievery in the absence of the Darmanitan, but decided to think about it later. Later that, Ash and the others were having dinner when Nurse Joy announced that we'll be serving mooncakes. Ash and the others got up to help Nurse Joy to distribute the snacks. On their way to the kitchen, they heard a clatter of pans falling to the floor and they reached there. They saw the Darumaka making off with mooncakes. Ash was about to pursue when Naruto stopped him. Ash, wait. I have an idea for those two Pokemon. Shadow Clone, said Naruto. Immediately 10 copies appeared in a puff of smoke. Go after them and let me know when you find them. Yes, boss. When the clones left to go after the duo, Iris asked him. Why did you send the clones after them instead of us following them? Because whatever my clones learn or experience before dispelling, it is sent back to the original, Naruto replied. Wow, that's a pretty amazing technique, said Pikachu in wonder. After a while, Naruto received the memories of one of the clones and led to a clock tower in the middle of town. Hold on. Didn't Nurse Joy say that the clock tower would soon be torn down? I wonder why the Darumaka would come, said Salon. I am sure we will get our answers when we go in there, said Ash. As they went in, Naruto and others saw the duo who upon seeing them ran up the stairs with the group giving chase. When they reached the next floor, the Darumaka were nowhere to be seen. Naruto used his senses and detected that they were behind them at the corner of the ceiling. Guys, watch out. They are behind us. Naruto shouted out as the duo launched a double flamethrower which the group dodged but set a wooden staircase ablaze. Oshawott, come out and use water gun on the fire, said Ash, calling on Oshawott once again. Oshawott quickly launched a stream of water at the fire, successfully putting it out, but the wooden structure crumbled to pieces. The Darumaka released another flamethrower at the group again, to which Ash commanded Pikachu use Thunderbolt to cancel out the attack. Oshawott, use water gun again. Another stream of water was launched, this time making contact with the duo and knocking them back. The Darumaka was about to attack when Naruto called out to them. Wait. We didn't come here to fight. We just want to know why you have been stealing the food. I can tell that you both have good reasons for doing that, said Naruto with the others agreeing with him. The two Darumaka looked at each other before pointing at the next floor as if gesturing that they want to go up there. It seems that there is something important up and that they need to go up there, said Ash. But how do we get up there? As the stairs is destroyed and it's too high for us to reach, said Iris. I have an idea. Ash, bring out Snivy. I will need her help for this, said Naruto. Ash complied and sent out Snivy. Okay, Snivy. I need you to climb on my back and hold on tight, said Naruto. Okay, Naruto, said Snivy, who quickly got on his back. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet and began to walk up the wall, surprising the others, to the opening in the ceiling. Okay, Snivy. Now use your vine whip to help the others up here, said Naruto. After bringing the others up, the group continued upwards until they reached the top of the tower where they came across a Pokemon. Hey, isn't that the Darmanitan that was often seen with the Darumaka? What is it doing here? Said Iris. Ash took out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokemon. Darmanitan, the blazing search Pokemon, and the evolved form of Darumaka. Darmanitan switches from standard mode to Zen mode when it has little energy left. Something is weird, Kit. I sense its energy is in full strength, but I also sense it using its power for something, said Kurama. You were right, but for what? Said Naruto. When he looked around, he saw a large bell above the Darmanitan. Hey guys, isn't there something strange about the bell? He said, bring the others' attention to it. You're right, it's floating in midair by Darmanitan using psychic, but why, said Ceylon. The Darumaka brought out a large piece of metal which the group identified as the bell hook, which was bent out of shape. I get it now. When the bell was about to fall, the Darmanitan caught it from falling, but when it grew tired, it switched to Zen mode to use its psychic abilities to hold it up, and the Darumaka had been stealing food to keep up its energy, said Naruto. Then we need to fix the bell hook. Ceylon, bring out Pansage and Darumaka. We need you to use your flamethrower to heat up the metal for Pansage to shape it up, said Naruto. They quickly carried out the plan and Oshawott used water gun to cool it down. Darmanitan, use psychic help Ash set the bell hook in place and then exit from your Zen mode. We need your strength to lift bell to the hook, said Naruto. After letting Ash set the bell hook, it exited from Zen mode and tossed the bell into the air before quickly climbing to the top and grabbing it and setting it onto the hook. Next morning, before the group set out, Nurse Joy gave them the news that the clock tower won't be torn down, to the joy of the Darumaka and the Darmanitan, who bade them farewell on their journey. While on the road to Nakreen City, Iris and Ceylon were having training battle Axew and Pansage, much to the chagrin of Ash. Come on, Iris. Why won't you let me battle you? Asked Ash. Well, that's because you don't know how to hold back and attack head on like a kid, said Iris while Naruto looked on in amusement. Ash. Iris has a point, as Axew is young and inexperienced unlike you and Pikachu, so he needs to gain experience, said Ceylon. The battle went on well until when Axew tried to use Dragon Rage, with the end result of an explosion knocking everyone off their feet. Hey Kit, it seems to face the similar to when you were trying to master Rasengan, said Kurama. You're right about that, Kurama thought Naruto as he got up and approached Axew. Hey Iris, it seems that Axew has difficulty releasing the attack after channeling its energy, right? Yeah. Whenever Axew tries to use the attack, it always ends up exploding in our faces, said Iris. I was wondering where you got Axew, Iris? Asked Ash. While Naruto, Iris and the others were talking, she told them that she got Axew from the village elder from the village of dragons where she lived. Meanwhile, Axew and Pikachu went to collect apples for lunch. When Axew was reaching for an search apple, he fell off the branch and got stuck in the horns of a Scoilipede. Pikachu tried to help with an iron tail attack which infuriated it and began to chase him. Naruto quickly sensed that they were in trouble and ran towards them with Iris and the others in pursuit. When they came into view, they saw Pikachu avoiding attacks from Scoilipede and Axew stuck in its horns. Iris, don't you have another Pokemon to battle? Asked Ash. Yes, but it doesn't listen to me, said Iris, trying not to panic. If that's the case, I'll hold it down while you grab Axew, then we can defeat it, said Naruto. He quickly summoned 4 clones who quickly used their tails to wrap around the Scoilipede's legs while applying chakra to their anchor it down. Iris grabbed a vine and swung down, snatching Axew out of its horns. Naruto, can you throw your Rasengan? Asked Ash. Yeah, I can. Why? Asked Naruto with curiosity. Because I need you to do just that, said Ash. Naruto quickly charged up a Rasengan and threw it. Pikachu, Use Iron Tail on the Rasengan. Ash called out. Pikachu slammed its tail on the Rasengan, increasing its speed towards the Scoilipede, sending it into the air with great force into the distance. Hey Axew, are you alright? Asked Iris with Naruto looking on in concern. Yeah, I am fine, replied Axew. Afterwards, the gang pact continued on their journey to Nakreen City for the gym, with Naruto looking forward to a great battle. On their way to Nakreen City for the next gym battle, Naruto and the gang passed through Luxuria Town when Ash began to run off saying something about a battle club, much to Naruto's curiosity, as he has yet to know everything about the new world that he now resides. Hey Salon. Why did Ash run, and what's this talk about a battle club? Asked Naruto, with Kurama listening to get some info to think about later, as he is still examining the condition of his partner's body, as he noticed that there is something else aside from the elemental affinities hidden within. Well, the battle club is a place where Pokemon trainers upload their profile as well as the kind of Pokemon that they wish to battle, making it the perfect place to sharpen their battling skills before their gym battles or any other kind of event, said Salon, with Naruto nodding in understanding. It's almost like the preliminary matches in the Chunin exams, thought Naruto. True. Except that it involves these creatures to battle each other. Sounds like the best place to seek out worthy opponents. Let's go after Ash before he picks a weak opponent, said Kurama with a grin, as he is looking forward to a good battle as they had been training for a while. If that's the case, Ash, wait for me, said Naruto, running after the excited boy, with Salon and Iris following a bit behind. To get excited of a battle, they are such little kids, panted Iris. Hey, I heard that, shouted Naruto, to which Kurama's sweat dropped. Doesn't that not even prove her point, said the fox before going to sleep. When they reached the building, Ash was seen going through an electronic bulletin board in such a strong trainer. Yo Ash, have you found a trainer worth battling against? Asked Naruto, to which Ash shook his head in negative. Not yet, am still looking through. Trip is registered here. This is the perfect chance for a rematch, said Ash with enthusiasm, with Pikachu in agreement. Who is this Trip guy, and what do you mean by rematch? Asked Naruto. Trip is brand new Pokemon trainer who had started out on his journey. He was also the first trainer I have battled in the Unova region, but I lost to him as I didn't know that Pikachu wasn't able to use his electric attacks, but he was able to regain it after the battle, like I told you, said Ash, to which Naruto nodded, remembering what Ash told him about a legendary Pokemon by the name Zekrom striking Pikachu with a lightning bolt and again at the professor's lab, which helped Pikachu to recover his power. It was an embarrassing loss for me and Ash. I intend to show my true strength this time, said Pikachu with determination. Naruto and Kurama smiled at the Lightning Mouse's words, reminding them of the battles they had back at their world. I see that you know Trip as well, said Salon, to which Ash and Naruto looked at him with a questioning look. He had a gym battle back at Stridon City against my brother Cress and won himself a badge. Whoa. I am sure that it takes a strong trainer to win a gym battle, which makes him the kind of guy that I would want to battle, said Naruto with a smirk, with Kurama mirroring the look. I see. So you want to battle Trip, eh? Said a deep voice from behind the group, who turned to see a man with a black hair and mustache, wearing a gray dojo clothing. I've no idea what he's wearing, and red armbands. Hello. My name is Don George and I am the manager of the battle club. Hello Don George, but didn't we meet back at Accumula Town? Asked Ash, with Naruto wondering what he is talking about. Oh, you must be talking about my brother. We are all part of an extended family. Take a look over there, said Don George, pointing to a picture on the wall which shows a family photo of Don George along with others who look the same. Wow, I would have thought they were all shadow clones if not for the fact that they don't use ninjutsu in this dimension, said Naruto. I've heard of twins, triplets, quadruplets and so on, but this is ridiculous, said Kurama, with Naruto agreeing. Anyway, allow me to contact Trip on the X transceiver for the battle request, said Don George, accessing the electronic bulletin before a screen popped up to show a boy with blonde hair. Hello Trip. There is someone who wants to have a Pokemon battle with you, before moving away for Ash to continue the conversation. Hey Trip. Long time no see, said Ash. Why, if it isn't Ash, so you're in this town too, huh? Said Trip. Yeah, along with Salon and Iris. We traveling together, said Ash, much to Trip's surprise. Anyway, let's have a Pokemon battle. What do you say? No thanks. What's the point of having a battle when your Pikachu lost to my Snivy, who had zero experience back then, said Trip with a look of indifference which annoyed Naruto and Kurama. This guy is acting just like Sasuke, looking down on others while thinking that he is better, thought Naruto, with Kurama agreeing. Indeed, just like the Uchiha clan and their cursed eyes, said Kurama with disgust. Hey, back then Pikachu wasn't at top shape because he wasn't able to use his electric attacks. Besides, I've gotten a lot stronger and caught more Pokemon as well, said Ash, who was getting irritated. Sure. Let me come over and then we'll see, said Trip, who had even arrived at the battle club. Ash quickly ran over in excitement. So are you ready for our battle? Maybe, depending on how strong you are, said Trip with a smirk. Of course I am strong. I even won a gym badge, said Ash, showing him the trio badge. Well, I've too, so it's obvious who is going to win, said Trip with arrogance. You'll never know the results until you battle, said Naruto. Trip turned and was surprised to see a Pokemon whom he had never seen before standing close to Ash and is looking at him with disapproval. Who's this Pokemon? Said Trip, bringing out his Pokédex to scan. Takala. Takala means fox. The fox sage Pokemon. Not much is known about this new species, but it has been noted that this Pokemon is capable of absorbing the energy from its surroundings and within itself to transform into a different form based on the energy absorbed. It can also detect the emotions of living beings from a long distance. Much information is still in progress. Where did you get a Pokemon like this from? Asked Trip. I met Takala back at Striton City and he chose to join me on my journey to the Unova League, said Ash with a smile, not wanting to revealing Naruto's background any more than he already has, to which Naruto was thankful. Trip was skeptical. What I don't get is how someone like you who is from the boonies is able to get a Pokemon like it. For your information, I am a male and why don't you lay your doubts to rest by battling us? Just don't complain about the end result, said Naruto, who was getting really annoyed the boy. Okay then. After all, it's basic that trainers battle each other to get stronger as well as prove who is superior, said Trip with a smirk. This guy is such a kid, said Iris, who was also getting annoyed as well. For once I agree with you, said Naruto. Soon the group moved to the battlefield where Ash, Pikachu and Naruto stood at one end and Trip stood at the other while Salon and Iris were at the stands. Then Don George spoke up. I will be the referee for the Pokemon battle between Ash and Trip. Each trainer can use 6 Pokemon with substitutions. The battle is over when all of either trainer's Pokemon are unable to battle, so are both trainers ready? After receiving nods of approval, well then battle begin. Alright Tranquil, prepare for battle, said Trip, throwing a Pokeball releasing a bird Pokemon, making Ash scan it with a Pokédex. Tranquil, the wild pigeon Pokemon, no matter where in the world it goes, it knows where its nest is, so it never gets separated from its trainer. I had to use the Pokédex from Pokemon Black 1 and 2. Okay Oshawott, I choose you, said Ash, throwing his own Pokeball to summon the Sea Otter Pokemon, who stood with his arms crossed, making Naruto snicker at his attempt to look cool. Isn't that the Oshawott from Professor Juniper's lab? Asked Trip, who was surprised to see it. The very same. He wanted to come along, so Professor Juniper allowed me to bring him along. Now Oshawott use water gun. Oshawott shot a stream of water at Tranquil. Trip smirked at the attempt. Tranquil dodge and use aerial ace, said Trip. Tranquil dodged the attack and immediately swooped in a high speed and Oshawott at the front and again from behind, knocking him, much to the surprise of Ash and Naruto. Oshawott is unable to battle, therefore Tranquil is the winner, said Don George. What kind of move is that and how could it knock out Oshawott in one move? Said Naruto. He knew that the water Pokemon had a decent endurance and wondered why it was a one-hit KO. Aerial Ace is a flying type attack that never misses and my Tranquil has the ability Super Luck, which makes it easier for its attacks to strike easier, said Trip. It's almost similar to the Jukin of the Hyuga clan where they strike at your chakra points, said Kurama, with Naruto remembering his battle against Neji back at the Chunin exams. We're not out of this yet. Tepig, I choose you. Then the Fire Pig Pokemon appeared ready for battle. Alright, use Ember on Tranquil and don't stop. Tepig began launch the attacks at Tranquil, who was dodging but could only land a few grazes, much to the fire Pokemon's ire. Trip sneered at Ash. When your water Pokemon failed, then you bring out your fire type. How straightforward of you. Tranquil used Double Team. Tranquil quickly created copies of itself, making Tepig lose track of the original. It's similar to the clone technique of my world. Tepig, stay focused and try to locate the real one, said Naruto. Got it, said Tepig, who began to locate the real Tranquil but with no luck. Now Tranquil use Work Up and then use Aerial Ace, said Trip. Tranquil and the copies began to glow red and swooped towards Tepig, who was able to locate the original, shot Ember at it but it was avoided and got struck, knocking it out as well. What does Work Up do? Asked Naruto, who was stunned at the second loss. It is move that boost up the user's attack power, explained Salon. Damn. We already have enough problems with that super luck ability and now we have to deal with that power-up technique. We must be careful when it's our turn to battle, said Kurama. Naruto nodded in agreement as Ash called Tepig back to his Pokeball. Ash. Let Pikachu go up against as he has the type advantage, said Naruto. I was about to do just that, so, Pikachu, I choose you, said Ash. You got it, Ash, said Pikachu, running out to the field. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Pikachu released an arc of electricity at Tranquil, who dodged it again and again. So it seems that Pikachu can use electric-type moves after all, but that doesn't change anything. Tranquil used Work Up and then Aerial Ace. Tranquil glowed red again and sped toward Pikachu and struck him to the ground, but he was able to avoid getting knocked out. I am not losing this time, said Pikachu, struggling to get up. That's enough. Time for to get 3 wins in row. Now use Aerial Ace, said Trip with arrogance. No way. Pikachu grab hold of Tranquil and send it flying, said Ash. Once again Tranquil dived in and struck Pikachu, but he grabbed its legs and threw it into the air. Now follow it up with a Volt Tackle. Pikachu dashed towards the stunned Tranquil whilst his body was covered in electricity and slammed into the bird Pokemon, sending it flying into the wall with swirls in its eyes. Tranquil is unable to battle, therefore Pikachu is the winner, said Don George. Finally Ash gets a win. I was worried for a moment, said Iris happily. True, but Trip still has 5 Pokemon left while Ash only has 4, so he should be careful, said Salon. You may have beaten Tranquil, but you're no match for my Servine, said Trip, throwing out a Pokeball to release a Pokemon that looks similar to Snivy but only a little bigger. That must the evolved form of Snivy. It must relate to this evolution we keep hearing about. It even makes me wonder if he'll evolve as well, said Kurama. I don't know, but when the time comes we'll find out, thought Naruto. Ash, isn't that the same Pokemon that defeated Pikachu before we met? Ash nodded in confirmation. The very same, but we are not losing again, right Pikachu? Said Ash. That's right, said Pikachu with his cheeks sparking electricity. Just come over here and lose again, sneered Servine. This guy is acting just like Sasuke, thought Naruto. Alright Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pikachu ran at Servine with his tail taking on a metal sheen and swung at it. Servine used Cut and then use Leaf Tornado, said Trip. Servine's paw glowed blue and swiped at Pikachu's tail, deflecting it and spun with its tail upwards, releasing a whirlwind of leaves which captured Pikachu and slammed him to the ground, inflicting serious damage. Pikachu, please get up and use Volt Tackle, said Ash. Servine, close in and use Cut, said Trip. Both Pokemon dashed at each other with their attacks and clashed, but the end result was Pikachu laying on the ground with swirls in his eyes. Pikachu is unable to battle, therefore Servine is the winner, said Don George. Things are looking bad for us, but I won't give up no matter what, declared Ash, making Naruto smile at him. The kid reminds me of a certain stubborn knuckle-headed ninja I know, said Kurama with a smirk, to which Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Snivy, I choose you, said Ash, summoning the grass snake Pokemon. Please, another weak Pokemon. This is too easy, Servine taunted. Well, see about that, said Snivy with a glare. Snivy, use Vine Whip, said Ash. Snivy summoned her and lashed out at Servine, who was dodging all of her attacks with ease. Follow up with Leaf Blade and remember what Takala taught you, said Ash, making Trip raise an eyebrow at those words. Snivy's tail glowed with green energy and swung at Servine, who ducked under the attack and was caught off guard when she spun on the ground and slammed her tail into her opponent and sent him tumbling across the field. She turned to see Naruto, who smiled, making her blush much to his confusion. I borrowed that move from one of my best friends. The first attack normally makes your opponent duck, which traps him, leaving him vulnerable for the second attack, such as the Leaf Hurricane, or should I say Leaf Blade Hurricane, said Naruto with a smirk. That's a brilliant idea from Naruto, as the first is a feint whilst the follow-up is unavoidable. That makes quite the recipe, said Salon with a thoughtful look. Servine, use Leaf Tornado, said Trip. Servine launched the attack quickly at Snivy before she could dodge and was sent slamming on the ground. Snivy, get and use Attract. Snivy launched a string of hearts which hit Servine, which made him ogle at Snivy and couldn't attack no matter what Trip told him to do, although Naruto was currently glaring at Servine due to the way he was looking at Snivy. Kurama. Why do I feel like slamming a Rasengan into that guy and sent him flying across the region? asked Naruto while the fox was rolling on the ground in his mindscape laughing at how his partner was possessive even though he is not aware of it. Snivy use a full-powered leaf blade. Snivy jumped into the air and descended with a spinning slash which landed on Servine's head, effectively knocking him out. That's what you get for underestimating me, said Snivy with a grin. Servine is unable to battle, therefore Snivy is the winner. Good job, now return for the meantime, said Ash, calling Snivy back to her Pokeball. Not bad for someone who is from the boonies, you caught me off guard with that attract, now Frillish come out for battle, said Trip throwing out a Pokeball to release a Pokemon that looks like a floating jellyfish to which Ash scanned it. Frillish the floating Pokemon, they paralyze their prey with poison, then drag them down to their lairs, 5 miles below the surface. Okay, Pidove come out and use Air Cutter, said Ash throwing out his Pokeball to release the pigeon Pokemon who launched the attack at the Pokemon. Use Protect and then use Water Pulse, said Trip with a smirk. The floating Pokemon summoned a green barrier which blocked the attack and then launched a sphere of water at Pidove, trapping her within before exploding, which knocked her out. Pidove is unable to battle, their Frillish is the winner, said Don George. We'll have to send Snivy back in T take on that Frillish if we need an edge, said Naruto. Okay, Snivy come out and use Vine Whip, said Ash bringing out Snivy who immediately launched the attack. Ash, don't let Snivy use that move, said Iris, but it was too late as the attack landed on Frillish, making it emit a dark aura with Snivy emitting the same thing. What just happened? Said Ash who was surprised at what is happening. I don't know, but it doesn't look good, said Naruto. Frillish has the ability Cursed Body that disables any direct attacks, how could you not know that? Shouted Iris. In other words, using close-range attacks is a bad idea against this kind of opponent. This guy is really working on my last nerves, said Kurama. Fine then, Snivy use Leaf Storm. Snivy quickly gathered up the leaves and fired them at the water Pokemon. Frill C use Protect and then use Nightshade. Frillish formed the barrier again to block the attack and then its eyes glowed purple and released a sound wave which damaged Snivy. I have to gamble on this one shot. Snivy use Leaf Blade, said Ash, much to surprise of everyone except Naruto who understood the reason. Snivy slammed her tail against Frillish which dealt great damage but wasn't enough to knock it out. Snivy emitted the dark aura again signifying that her attack move has been disabled. Damn, the gamble didn't work at all, said Naruto frustrated at the failed plan. Frill C, use Confuse Ray and then use Hex, said Trip with a smirk. The water Pokemon shot an orb which struck Snivy before she could react, leaving her dazed, and then released a violet aura which enveloped her, making her scream out in pain before collapsing to the floor. Snivy is unable to battle, their Frillish is the winner, said Don George. Things are really looking bad for Ash now. He only has Takala left and Trip still has 4 Pokemon remaining, so I wonder how he'll pull through, said Salon. Takala, I choose you, said Ash as determined as ever. Time to show him what we got, said Naruto. Give him a thrashing hell never forget, said Kurama. This will be over in a few minutes, sneered Trip while Naruto and Ash glared back. Takala, use Extreme Speed and then use Rasengan, said Ash. Naruto immediately dashed at Frillish at high speed, leapt at with a ball of spiraling energy in his paw, much to the surprise of the blonde boy. Quick, Frillish, use Protect to guard against that attack, shouted Trip. Frillish summoned the green barrier before Naruto's attack collided with it. However, the barrier began to crack before it shattered, leaving it open to be rammed with the sphere and was sent crashing into a wall, knocked much to Trip's surprise. However, Naruto emitted the dark aura and felt his move lock up due to the Cursed Body ability. Frillish is unable to battle, therefore Takala is the winner, said Don George, who was surprised at the sheer power of the new Pokemon. What kind of attack is that? I thought it was an aura sphere, but it should have that kind of power to break through the Protect, shouted Trip. Rasengan is a normal type attack which can break through any form of defense and can damage any Pokemon types including Ghost type, and only I can use the move, said Naruto, smirking along with Kurama at the look of denial on Trip's face. No matter, I'll still win this battle. You can't possibly beat my remaining 3, go Purloin, said Trip throwing out a Pokeball to release a feline-looking Pokemon. Takala, use Shadow Clones and then use Crush Claw, said Ash. Naruto quickly summoned 4 copies alongside him and their claws began to glow white. They dashed towards Purloin ready to strike. Purlion used Detect and then used Shadow Claw. Purloin's eyes glowed white and its claws was coated with darkness, It proceeded to evade the attacks of the clones and struck back, making the copies disappear and Naruto receiving serious damage, so he quickly jumped back. Damn, it's like fighting Sasuke all over again, said Naruto. Takala, be careful. Detect allows the user to avoid all kinds of attacks, while Shadow Claw is a dark type move with a high critical hit ratio, said Pikachu, who had recovered a bit from his battle. Why don't you just give up and save yourself the humiliation after all? Your trainer is from the boonies, taunted Trip with Purloin, smirking at Naruto. Now you listen here. I never give up. I never go back on my words. That is my ninja way, declared Naruto, who began to release chakra from his body. Naruto. It seems you can access a different form now. Just focus and call out the new form, said Kurama, who was looking at 6 orbs floating in front of him in the mindscape. 4 was ash in color while 1 was glowing white and the other was bronze. Naruto closed his eyes and called out his new form, combo mode. His body glowed in a bronze color and faded to reveal a different form to everyone. His appearance is of an orange-furred monkey with spiky blonde hair tied to a ponytail. He wears Konoha forehead protector, fingerless gloves with metal plating, and a black sleeves vest with red flames and a kanji for sage. Ash's Pokédex spoke up. New data uploaded. Form unlocked. Polymorph mode. Type. Normal ability. Guts attack power increases when poisoned, paralyzed or burned. Attacks. Rasengan, Shadow Clone, Crush Claw, Extreme Speed and Substitute. Combo mode type. Fighting ability. Moxie attack power increases with upon defeating Pokemon in battle. Attacks. Mach Punch, Work Up, Close Combat, Sky Uppercut and Mega Kick. More forms are yet to be discovered. Naruto grinned widely and started to bounce on his toes while flexing his arms. Let's get it on. Purloin, use Shadow Ball, said Trip after snapping out of his surprise. Takala, use Mach Punch and finish up with Sky Uppercut, said Ash. Naruto disappeared in a blur and appeared with his right fist buried in Purloin's belly before it could even start its attack. Then his left fist glowed before launching an uppercut which sent Purloin crashing into the ceiling before falling back to the ground and didn't get up. It was a Shoryuken moment. Purloin is unable to battle, therefore Takala is the winner, said Don George. Naruto's body glowed orange, signifying that his ability was activated. Looks like the tables have turned to Ash's favor, said Silan, with Iris agreeing. Bro is so cool, said Axu with sparkles in his eyes. Go Patrat and use Hyperfang, said Trip, throwing out a Pokeball to release a Pokemon that resembles a chipmunk. Its fangs stretched and glowed before it launched at who dodged the lethal attack. Takala, use Mega Kick, said Ash. Naruto's legs glowed and then he dashed towards the Pokemon and executed a barrage of kicks, think of 13 kicks from Gilgamesh DMC4, and finished up with a flying kick that was for you, Lee and Guy Sensei, said Naruto with a thumbs up and a sparkling smile. His ability activated again, further boosting his power. Naruto, never, ever, do that again, shouted Kurama with agitation. Patrat is unable to battle, therefore Takala is the winner, said Don George. And then there was one. What do you think of us now? Asked Ash with a grin. I think that I'll win this battle. Go Timber and use Strength, said Trip, throwing a Pokeball to release a Pokemon hold a large piece of wood who swung it at Naruto. Takala, dodge and then use Work Up and end this with Close Combat. Naruto quickly vaulted over the attack and focused his energy to increase his already boosted power and then dashed in and proceeded to release a storm of punches and kicks before wrapping it up with a classic haymaker punch that sent Timber bouncing along the field before stopping at Trip's feet with swirls in its eyes. Timber is unable to battle, therefore Takala is the winner and the victor of the match is the Pokemon trainer Ash Ketchum, said Don George. Alright, we won. You were so amazing, Takala, cheered Ash, who ran to Naruto, who had reverted to his polymorph form. Silan and Iris came along with Axu, happily jumping onto Naruto's back. Thanks guys. How we go and celebrate by eating ramen, which is the food of the gods, said Naruto while drooling, much to the amusement of his friends, but then they were approached by Trip. You may have won this battle, but the next time we meet, it will be different, said Trip. Sure, but by that we'll be a whole lot stronger, so we are looking forward to it, said Ash. After healing the Pokemon at the Pokemon Center, the gang left Luxuria Town, heading for Nacrene City for their next gym battle, while Naruto started planning training sessions, seeing how Trip battled. We need to get them to become stronger for future battles and for the warning Arceus told us about, said Kurama, to which Naruto nodded in agreement. You're right about that, so until then we'll be training with the others, thought Naruto as he walked alongside the group. It is a peaceful walk along the road to Nacrene City for the gang, as for the past few days they had gotten new search Pokemon to join on their journey. Salon caught a Dwebble after they helped it recover its rocky shell that is its home from a group of other Dwebble, and after helping Pansage recover from a fever that it felt responsible for. Ash received a Pokemon egg as a reward for resolving an issue between the kindergartens and their caretaker over a search Pokemon by the name Trubbish, as they wanted it to stay with them in their school despite the smell. However, during the argument, Pokemon by the name Sandile appeared out of nowhere and began to attack, although its particular target was Pikachu, much to his confusion, but was sent flying by a combined attack from Naruto and Trubbish. Upon witnessing Trubbish's willingness to protect the children, the caretaker allowed the search Pokemon to stay, and her grandmother gave Ash a search Pokemon egg to keep. Upon setting up camp and have a hearty lunch with Naruto, having enjoyed his daily ramen, he called out to Ash. "Yo Ash. I need to talk to you along with the other Pokemon because this is very important," said Naruto. Ash had a look of curiosity but nodded before walking off to call Pikachu and the other Pokemon. Soon they all gathered at clearing where Naruto was sitting on a tree stump meditating. Upon sensing their presence, he opened his eyes and smiled at them. "I am glad that you're all here. I gathered all of us here to talk about the matter of our training," said Naruto, much to the confusion of Ash and the other search Pokemon. "What do you mean, Naruto? We've been training every time we make camp throughout our journey," said Ash, with the search Pokemon nodding. Naruto smiled sadly. "That's true, however it's not enough, as the battle with Trip is the evidence that we didn't put everything out there. True, his strategy and attacks gave us trouble, but we didn't exactly have a good foothold on the Pokemon due to our lack of knowledge and proper planning," said Naruto. Ash remembered his battle with Trip and realized that he would have lost the battle if Naruto hadn't stepped in to help out, giving him the win. "So what kind of training should we do if we need to get stronger so that we would get an edge on the search Pokemon trainers as well as the search Pokemon League?" asked Ash, with the Pokemon nodding in agreement. "I've planned out the training program for the Pokemon as well as you, Ash. Remember that we are a team, so we all need to get stronger together. So I'll create a few clones who will train with the Pokemon and I'll train with you, so with that shadow clones." A group of clones poofed into existence in front of them. "You guys will follow the clones while I go with Ash, and we'll meet up by the end of the day, so good luck." Ash and Naruto went in one direction while the clones and the search Pokemon went in another. "I wonder what kind of training Naruto has in mind for us," they all thought. With Naruto and Ash, after reaching another clearing, Ash and Naruto sat down on the grass where Naruto began to talk. "Before we start, I need to ask about how you battled back in the past, as it could give me ideas about your battle style and strategy," said Naruto. "Indeed, as far I can tell, he wasn't battling the way he was supposed to," said Kurama. "Okay, I'll start from when I first began my search Pokemon journey back at Kanto," said Ash. He began to tell Naruto of the battles he had back then and the strategies he executed back at the regions he went through. Naruto and Kurama were surprised as well as annoyed with how he battled sometimes. "I am surprised that he was able to progress through the gym and league battles with the way he battled. His strategies are quite similar to what you would have come up with, but the lack of knowledge are what is holding him back," said Kurama. "Indeed, he should have been more observant, like what the member of the Elite Four from Sinnoh told him, plus his tendency to attack head-on is self-destructive for both him and the search Pokemon," thought Naruto. "Ash, according to what you said, you can make up unique strategies on the go in battle. You're able to adapt to situations, but sometimes you tend to fall into traps which could lead to your loss, and your lack of knowledge is holding you back big time as far as I can tell. The techniques like the counter shield, spin and the combination of the attacks are very useful, which is why I wonder that you don't utilize them, as they would have given you an edge in battles." "So you mean by gaining knowledge and planning, I would have stood a better chance in the battle trip as well as the previous battles," said Ash, feeling downcast at how he had needlessly put his search Pokemon in danger. "Don't be so down, Ash. Since you now know your weakness, you can fix it and get stronger for you and your search Pokemon, so cheer up and let's get started," said Naruto. Ash perked up with confidence. "First, we need to train you physically." Naruto got up and grabbed a stick with his tail. "Why is that important?" asked Ash, following Naruto close behind. "'Cause in battle, you will be watching out for the attacks of your opponents and that of your Pokemon, so you need to have fast reflexes and quick reactions to be able to use commands in time as well as come up with strategies, because a slight delay could cost you the battle," said Naruto. Ash nodded in understanding. "Now what we are going to do now is that you will chase after me and grab the stick from my tail while running through the forest. This will sharpen your reflexes and reactions as you will have to weave through the trees as well as try to avoid any sort of obstacles. So are you ready? Yeah, I am ready, Ash, getting ready to train. With that the duo began to run through the forest. This is almost like a game of cat and mouse, but I'd rather keep this to myself and enjoy the show, thought Kurama. With the clones and the search Pokemon, when the group arrived at another clearing, Snivy spoke up for the search Pokemon. So what kind of training do you have in mind for us? Asked Snivy. Well, I want you guys to work on your speed cause it will give you a better chance of launching your attacks more quickly as well as evading the attacks of your opponent and the commands Ash would give us in the middle of battle. Once we increased our speed, we also need to work on your accuracy as in the previous battle. Oshawott wasn't able to strike the Tranquil with his water gun and Tepig did a much better even if it was a graze. Then we will focus on our attacks for the last. Now let's start off with 20 laps around the clearing, then you can rest after that. We'll train you individually. After receiving a nod of confirmation from the search Pokemon, they began to run laps around the clearing several times which helped increase their speed like Naruto said. Then Naruto made them launch their attacks at the sticks which he throws into the air. Although it was a rough start at the beginning, they were able to land their attacks with pinpoint accuracy, and then Naruto made Clone, which served as a moving target since he is the fastest amongst them, so as to further sharpen their skills. Afterwards the clones took each of the search Pokemon to different places to train separately. With Oshawott, Naruto had a few ideas for the Sea Otter search Pokemon. I recall some time ago that you could throw your Scalchop and it would return to you, right? Asked Naruto. Yeah, it was to pop Team Rocket's balloon before they could get away with Pikachu and Axew. Why do you ask about that? Said Oshawott with a look of curiosity. Well, I have the idea that you could infuse you energy into your Scalchop and throw it to damage as well as surprise your opponent as they won't expect it. I call it the Aqua Shell Boomerang, said Naruto. Wow, that sounds so cool. Please teach me, said Oshawott with sparkles in his eyes. Naruto chuckled softly. Of course I'll teach you, but first we need teach you how to throw your Scalchop so that it can return to you, said Naruto. Thanks to my ninja training back home, it should help him learn more quickly. Then they began with creating the new move. With Snivy, Naruto told her his ideas about how she could create different variations with her attacks. If you use your vines to attack in an omnidirectional pattern, it will make it difficult for opponents who would try to attack from close range. It's perfect against moves like Double Team, Aerial Ace and others. It's called Vine Whiplash, said Naruto. Snivy had a look of interest. Even if he is not a grass type, he knows how to utilize the attacks to his own advantage. He really knows how to bring out one's potential, thought Snivy with a smile at the Fox Search Pokemon. I've also thought of how you can use your Leaf Blade, but you could spin with it like a buzzsaw to strike your opponents as well as deflect their attacks, which I'd like to call it the Asterisk Leaf Buzzsaw, said Naruto. I'd like to try out these moves you made for me, Naruto, said Snivy with a bit of excitement, which Naruto caught on and smiled. Then they began their practice. With the rest of the search Pokemon, Naruto taught them different variations of their attacks as well. He had Pikachu practice on new moves which are Lightning Steel Tail and Asterisk Elect, which he was able to master in a couple of hours. For Pidove, he created moves which is Asterisk Gale Talons and Asterisk Wingblade, but she can't use them as her current body can't handle the strain unless she evolves, much to her disappointment, but he made it up for it by teaching her aerial maneuvers. For Tepig, he had the Fire Search Pokemon train on his speed, which led to him learning Flame Charge, much to his joy. Soon the group returned to the first clearing and met up with the original Naruto and Ash, who was covered in dirt and leaves. The clones dispelled, giving him the memories of their training. Well, Ash, Snivy, Pikachu, Oshawott and Tepig learned new techniques, but Pidove will have to evolve to use her own, so all you have to do is to teach them the spin, counter shield and create new combinations of attacks. So your reflexes and reactions have improved. All we need to do is to get some books at the next town so as to get some ideas and information so as to ready for anything, said Naruto. Sure thing. Congrats on learning new moves, everybody. Let's keeping training to get stronger so that we can prove to everyone that we can win the Unova League, said Ash, to which the search Pokemon cheered. Afterwards the group returned to the camp to rest. Well, Kit, these search Pokemon show promise. I am sure with the moves that you taught them, other trainers will have to be careful not to underestimate Ash and the others, said Kurama. Not only that, but to also be ready for the battles ahead, especially when it involves the legendary Pokemon, thought Naruto before going to sleep. The next morning, Ash and the gang were strolling along the road which is next to a river when they heard someone calling out to them. "Wait, please wait a moment, please. A girl called out as she ran to catch up with them when she tripped on a rock and stumbled towards them. Whoa, incoming! Naruto called out as he jumped out of the way, with Iris doing the same, but Ash and Salon were too slow to react and ended up getting pushed into the river, to which Naruto and Kurama sweat dropped. Wow, I've never seen anyone being able to stumble that long a distance before, said Kurama, to which Naruto nodded. Later a fire was lit with Ash and Salon in their underwear trying to warm up and the girl continuously muttering apologies, which was slowly beginning to irritate Naruto. It's okay now, could you tell us why you are here? Said Iris. Actually, I am here to speak to Ash, said the girl, to which everyone had a look curiosity. Here, take a look. She held her transceiver to Ash and pressed a button and the screen lit to show a woman. Hello Professor Juniper, it's good to see you again, said Ash. Hello Ash. How are the gym battles going for you? Said Professor Juniper. I was able to win a badge from Striton City, said Ash. Well, about the badge, I want to apologize as I had forgotten to give you a badge case, so I gave it to Bianca to hand it to you. I hope to see you again soon, said Professor Juniper before the screen went off. That's right. My name is Bianca and it's nice to meet you, said the newly named Bianca. Anyway, let me give you the badge case. She began to search through her bag, which began to take along to the point that Ash and Salon had their clothes dried and were still waiting. What kind of stuff does she have in that bag of hers that she is taking so long to search for the badge case? Thought Naruto, with Kurama nodding in agreement. AHA. I found it, said Bianca. Finally everyone thought. She brought out a case that covered in dirt, to which everyone's sweat dropped. Well, thanks for bringing my badge case, said Ash as he took the badge case and placed the trio badge in it. Now I have to get the rest of the badges from the other gyms. When you get all of the badges, then you're all set for the Unova League, said Iris. Hey, can I take a look at your badge please? Said Bianca, to which Ash nodded and passed the case to Bianca, but no sooner had he handed it to her when a gray blur snatched the case from her hand. Everyone turned to see a furry gray search Pokemon run off with the badge case in its mouth. Hey, let's go after it, said Naruto as he was about to pursue it when he was grabbed by Bianca in a bear hug. I've never seen a search Pokemon that can talk before, said Bianca excitedly as she hugged Naruto tightly, making him turn blue. Salon and Iris had to pry him off her while Ash chased after the Pokemon. We don't have time for this. Let's go get the badge case back. Then Naruto ran after Ash with the others close and they found him hiding in the bush watching the search Pokemon, who was using its tail to clean the badge case. Bianca held out her Pokédex to scan the Pokemon. Minccino, the chinchilla Pokemon. Minccino loves shiny things and will use its tail as a brush to clean any objects that are dirty. Haha, hey Kit, if this search Pokemon was in our dimension, I am sure it could clean up the disaster area which you call your room, said Kurama with a smirk. Get off my case, Kurama. It's not like I mess up the room on purpose, thought Naruto. Anyway, let's get Hold on. I'll get the badge case for as I want to catch that Minccino for myself, said Bianca as she runs into the clearing with a Pokeball in hand. Now Pignite, come on out for battle. She throws it to reveal a search Pokemon that looks similar to Tepig but bigger and stands on 2 feet. Minccino grabbed the badge case its mouth before facing the new search Pokemon. I guess that's Tepig's evolved form, said Ash as he brings out his Pokédex to scan the Pokemon. Pignite, the Fire Pig search Pokemon and the evolved form of Tepig. Pignite's food converts into fuel for the flame that burns in its stomach, and when the fuel burns in its stomach, its speed increases. Now Pignite use Tackle, said Bianca. Pignite immediately charged in to slam into Minccino, who quickly leapt out of the way. That Minccino is quite fast, said Salon, who was impressed with Naruto agreeing. Now use Flame Charge. Pignite charged at Minccino once again, this time while releasing flames from its body. Whoa, that's some serious firepower, said Naruto, who was surprised at seeing the move. Minccino dodged the move as well by jumping up to a tree branch, much to Bianca's annoyance, with Pignite mirroring the same. Kit, I have reasons to believe that this girl is an airhead, said Kurama, with Naruto agreeing. Minccino dropped the badge case and tucked in its large ears and took in a deep breath before letting out a scream which slammed into Pignite, who was about to perform another flame charge, stopping it in its tracks. That's hyper voice and a very strong one, said Iris. Minccino then jumped onto Pignite and began using its tail to tickle Pignite, causing to laugh and unable listen to Bianca, forcing her to call it back to its Pokeball. Then Ash stepped up to battle. Alright then. I guess I have to get the badge case myself. Now Pikachu I chose, said Ash, but he was interrupted when Oshawott popped out of his Pokeball. Let me handle this guy. I can take him, said Oshawott. Naruto relayed the message to Ash, who nodded in consent. Alright, the Oshawott used tackle. Oshawott dashed in at high speed and grazed Minchino, who could barely dodge the attack, and began to run with Oshawott close behind. Amazing, Oshawott's speed has improved since the battle with Trip, said Salon. Okay, now use Raz. Oshawott use Hydro Pump, shouted Bianca, interrupting Ash and confusing Oshawott. What's with this girl? Said Naruto with gritted teeth. Oshawott can't use that move, now use Razor Shell, said Ash. Oshawott took out his Scalchop and channeled energy into it and turned to attack Minchino, only to find it gone, and was attacked from behind by Minchino, who used Tickle and then slammed him twice with a glowing tail, forcing Ash to call it back. That was Tail Slap, a signature move for Minchino, said Iris. The Minchino grabbed the badge case and ran off. Now what do we do, Ash? Asked Naruto. Ash was about to reply when Bianca spoke up. I have an idea and it's perfect, said Bianca. She took a serving dome and a spoon, which she dirtied much to Salon's distress, and set up a trap in the clearing and hid in the bushes. With this, we can lure Minchino and then catch it. Then Minchino appeared, approaching the spoon, and proceeded to clean it when Bianca pulled on the rope, causing the serving dome to fall on the unsuspecting search Pokemon. Bianca was about to cheer at her plan having worked when Minchino got up and walked off with the spoon and the serving dome, making everyone to sweat drop. That was the dumbest idea I've even seen, said Kurama. Please tell me you have a plan this time, Ash asked Naruto, who was at his wit's end. Yeah, and the best way is to battle. I've come up with a plan for that search Pokemon, said Ash. Alright then, everybody follow me. I can sense Minchino close by, said Naruto as he ran off with the others close behind and led them to a stream where they saw Minchino sitting on the branch of a tree. Alright Ash, it's all you. Right Snivy, I choose you, said Ash, throwing out a Pokeball to summon Snivy. Minchino jumped to the ground to face them. Snivy, use Attract. That's a good plan since it will distract Minchino, said Salon. Snivy launched heart-shaped projectiles at Minchino, who took cover behind the tree and then launched heart-shaped projectiles of its own at her.
What? Minchino knows Attract as well, said Iris, who along with the others was shocked as well.
When the attack hit Snivy, she began to ogle at Minchino and a large tick mark appeared on Naruto's head. Kurama, why do I feel like performing the Uzumaki 2K barrage on that? Minchino thought Naruto with anger. Kurama didn't answer as he was too busy trying to contain his laughter. Snivy, return, said Ash as he called the grass snake search Pokemon back to her Pokeball. Okay Pikachu, I am counting on you. You got it, Ash, said Pikachu, running forward to face Minchino. Since Pikachu and Minchino are both male, Attract has no effect, which makes this an even battle, said Naruto, standing next to Salon, Iris and Bianca. Wow, I can't wait to see what other search Pokemon Ash has, said Bianca excitedly. I am curious to ask, what other Pokemon do you have? Asked Naruto. Just Pignite, and I've already won 2 badges, plus I trained at home and began my journey just 2 weeks ago, said Bianca as if it's trivial, while the others looked shocked. You see, my dad wouldn't let me leave because he was worried about me, she continued shyly. That describes an overprotective parent. Everyone shared the same thought. Alright Pikachu, use Iron Tail, said Ash. Pikachu's tail took on a metal sheen and swung it at Minchino, who leapt away and began to run. Pikachu, use Quick Attack to keep up. Pikachu dashed very quickly, easily keeping up with Minchino, much to its surprise. It seems all of Ash's search Pokemon have undergone some serious training, said Salon, with Naruto smiling proudly inwardly. Now use Iron Tail again. Pikachu attacked with his tail again, but Minchino fought back with Tail Slap, ending in stalemate. Whoa, that Minchino is good to be able to draw with Pikachu, as his Iron Tail is stronger than before, said Naruto, catching Bianca's attention. Minchino tucked in its ears and took in a deep breath and released a hyper voice at Pikachu. Time to use your new move Elect Shield, then strike back with Thunderbolt, said Ash. Pikachu released electricity from his body and used it to form a dome around him, which protected him from the attack, and then launched a blast of lightning which struck Minchino, causing it to be stunned. Amazing. That is quite an exquisite recipe. I've never seen a move like that, said Salon excitedly, with Iris agreeing, while Bianca ran out to Ash. Ash, please wait. I'd like to capture it, said Bianca as she began to look through her bag to find a Pokeball. Not again. At this rate Minchino will recover and we'll have to start all over again, thought Naruto. Then Minccino recovered from the attack and began to run off when Bianca finally brought out a Pokeball which was dirty. I wonder why I am not surprised that she has a dirty Pokeball, said Kurama. Probably because everything in her bag could be dirty, thought Naruto. That could be it, said Kurama. Immediately Minccino dashed to Bianca, leaping to her shoulder and began to clean the Pokeball with its tail, causing the Pokeball to open and capture it. There was a moment of silence until Naruto broke it by saying, "That has to be the weirdest capture I've ever witnessed," with everyone agreeing. Later they went to a nearby search Pokemon Center to heal their search Pokemon when Bianca spoke up. "Hey Ash, I wish to challenge you to a Pokemon battle and I want to face your Pikachu," said Bianca. "Okay, you're on," said Ash. The group went to the battleground at the back of the Pokemon Center. "Okay Pikachu, I choose you." Pikachu ran out into the field. "Alright Pignite, it's time for battle," said Bianca, bringing out her Pokemon. "I don't know if Ash can beat Bianca since she has 2 badges," said Iris. "I wouldn't be so sure, as we have noticed that Ash's Pokemon have gotten a lot stronger, so this will be an interesting battle," said Salon, looking attentively at the battle about to commence. "Pignite use takedown," said Bianca. Pignite charged at Pikachu, who leapt high into the air to avoid the attack. "Now use Heat Crash." Pignite jumped higher than Pikachu and descended quickly towards him while radiating fire. "Time for another new move, use Lightning Steel Tail," said Ash, much to the surprise of everyone except Naruto, who smirked at what is about to happen. Pikachu's tail took on a metal sheen, but this time has electricity coursing through his tail and swung at Pignite, which broke through the Heat Crash and inflicted heavy damage onto the Fire Pig search Pokemon. The two landed on the ground with Pignite panting heavily. "Pignite, turn this around with Flame Charge," said Bianca. "Pikachu, use a Quick Attack plus Volt Tackle plus Iron Tail combo." Both search Pokemon clashed with their attacks. It was stalemate until Pikachu broke through and sent Pignite bouncing along the ground until skidding to a stop, knocked out. "Amazing. I never thought that would have happened if you combine attacks, which makes a splendid recipe," said Salon, while Naruto smiled at how Ash is getting better at battling. "That was a great battle, but the next time we meet, my search Pokemon will be a whole lot stronger, so I'll see you later," said Bianca before taking off after recalling Pignite. "Wow, that girl is almost like Guy and Lee. I hope that she doesn't start muttering youth or I'll go nuts," thought Naruto with a bit of fear. "You and me both, Kit," said Kurama, feeling the same. "Alright guys, let's get going. Once we are over the mountain we'll be at Nacrene City," said Ash, as the gang prepped up and set off once more. After passing over a mountain, Naruto and the gang had finally arrived at Nacrene City. They were surprised to see that the buildings were designed in an artistic way. Even Naruto and Kurama had never seen such style back at their dimension. "Whoa, this place is quite colorful. I've never seen such designs like these before," said Naruto, who was looking around in awe. "I agree with Naruto here. I never seen such cool buildings before," said Iris excitedly. "The buildings are actually warehouses that owners lease to artists, which is why Nacrene City is known as the City of Art," said Salon. "You're right. There is art in every direction you look," said Iris, looking around along with Naruto. "The city is also known for its style, hence it's also known as the City of Admiration," Salon further explained. Naruto nodded in understanding as the place explains itself. "Well, I am here for one reason, and that's for a gym battle," said Ash, who was all ready to go. "Well, the interesting thing is, the gym happens to be in the Nacrene City Museum," said Salon. "That sounds interesting. It must be cool to have a search Pokemon gym in a museum. Well, let's go there and check the place out," said Naruto with excitement, with Ash and Pikachu agreeing. The group set out for their location, but when they arrived at their intended destination, they were surprised to see that the museum was closed. "What gives? I thought with the place being a museum and a search Pokemon gym that they would be open all the time," said Naruto. Then he looked over to see a poster hung beside the door. "What's that over there? A secret artifacts exhibit?" Iris read the title. "But judging by the date, it's supposed to be open today, so why is the museum closed then?" said Salon. Ash went to the door and knocked several times and tried opening it to discover that they were locked. "Hello, is anybody around?" he said, but they didn't hear anything until moments later there was a loud scream which startled them. "What's that all about?" said Naruto. No sooner he said that than a man burst through the doors and fell to the ground. The group quickly rushed to the man. "Excuse me sir, but are you all right?" asked Salon. The man pointed back at the hallway that he came from. "In there, it's horrible," said the man with fear in his voice. The gang looked at the direction that he pointed only to see nothing in the hallway. I don't see anything and you look like you were being chased, said Naruto. The man looked surprised at a search Pokemon being able to talk but quickly replied. You were right about me being chased as a dome fossil was right behind me, but it's strange as I don't see it anymore, he said as he got up to look at the empty hallway. Let's go in and check the place out. Maybe we can find out what's going on, said Ash. They all entered with Pikachu running ahead with Naruto close behind. Here is the dome fossil, said Pikachu pointing at an oddly shaped rock which is placed on top of a pedestal. I don't sense anything from it, Naruto, said Kurama. The fossil looks completely fine, said Salon turning to the man who was hiding in the hall. That's strange as I am sure that it was chasing me, said the man. Could you tell us about what happened and please leave out no details, said Salon, to which the man nodded reluctantly. They went to sit at an outdoor restaurant so that they could hear the story. We were behind schedule on the preparations for the secret artifacts exhibition, so when they arrived, the workers and I rushed in putting the artifacts in display, so by the time we were done, it was late at night. After the workers left, I decided to stay behind to do some final checks on the artifacts when all of a sudden the lights went off and I began to hear footsteps and voices which frightened me. Then I saw a purple flame which chased me out of the museum. I called back the workers next morning to check up on the artifacts, but we didn't find anything. As the safety of the public is our #1 priority, we decided to postpone the opening of the exhibit. After the workers left, I went to check on the artifacts when that dome fossil chased me, said the man. And that's when we ran into you, said Salon. Weird stuff happens a lot, said Ash, as he had such encounters in his past journeys. I agree with you, Ash, said Naruto, with Kurama nodding in agreement. A curse. It has to be a curse that has been cast upon the museum by an angry spirit unless it is appeased, said Iris in a grim tone. That sounds scary, said Axu, who jumped from Iris' hair and onto Naruto's tails. You see? Even Axu agrees with me, said Iris. Why, you really believe that it is a curse? Asked the man fearfully. I don't think that this is something that we should overreact on. I am sure that there is a rational explanation and this is all a misunderstanding, said Salon with a smirk. I am sure we need to view this from a scientific perspective. Iris stared at Salon in disbelief. If that's what you think, then why don't you see things from your point of view? Said Iris. Then I'll do just that, as this is a recipe I am starting to like, said Salon. What do you mean? Asked the man, who was confused. What they mean is that Iris will try to find out why there is an angry spirit in the museum while Salon will try to solve things from a scientific point of view, said Naruto with a deadpanned expression. That way I see things. I don't think either of them is right or wrong, but well, just be the neutral party, said Kurama, with Naruto agreeing. But what about my gym battle? Asked Ash, who was getting confused at what they were talking about. Ash, we can't have a gym battle until this mystery is solved, said Naruto, much to Ash's disappointment. Well, you can't have your gym battle as Lenora isn't here at the moment, said the man. Ash and the group looked at him wondering about the person he spoke of. I forgot that I didn't introduce myself. My name is Haas and I am the co-curator of the museum, and when I refer to Lenora, I mean my wife, and she is also the Nakreen City gym leader. Whoa, that's awesome. My name is Ash and these are my partners Pikachu and Takala, said Ash as Pikachu waved and Naruto responded with a yo.
My name is Iris. And my name is Sylvan, a search Pokemon connoisseur. If you don't mind, may we have a look around your museum? Said Sylvan, bowing to Haas.
Of course, as a matter of fact, I'll even give you a tour of the museum, so if you'll just follow me, said Haas. Then he led the gang to the dome fossil. It is said that this fossil used to be a Kabuto, a shellfish search Pokemon that is said have been living on our beaches as far as 300 years ago. Whoa, that sounds very far, said Ash. That's nothing compared to how long I've lived, said Kurama with pride. And how long would that be, Kurama? Asked Naruto with curiosity. Over 1,000 the last time I counted, said Kurama, who started to laugh at Naruto, who was stunned. Iris then ran to where a skeleton of a search Pokemon was hung up in display and pointed excitedly at it. Wow, isn't that a Dragonite? Said Iris with stars in her eyes. You were right, as this is the skeletal model of a Dragonite and it happens to be the largest in the world, said Haas while Naruto looked at it with interest. I hope to battle one of these dragon types, as I've heard that they are one of the strongest among other types. Don't you agree, Kurama? Thought Naruto. Me too, Kit. Especially the ones that they call legendaries, so that we can see how much we can match up to them, said Kurama, nodding in agreement. Next on display was a rock which was behind a glass case. This here is a meteorite, said Haas, pointing to the display. Which means that it came from space, said Salon. Naruto looked at the meteorite and sensed energy radiating from it. It's just like the star from the Star Village before I destroyed it with the help of Subaru's mom's spirit. Then they went to wear suits of armor where propped up. Wow, these armor look so cool, said Ash, with Pikachu agreeing. It's been said that people used to wear them back in the old days of the Unova region, said Haz, while Naruto looked at them with a critical eye. They look like they put more emphasis on defense than speed, said Naruto. Then he turned to see what looks like a coffin. What's that over there, Haz? The group went to where the coffin was displayed. The coffin as well as the other artifacts were found in the ruins. It's also been said that Kofagrigus have been seen there, but this coffin is a replica, said Haz. Everyone were surprised except Iris, who was thinking deeply. Iris, what's the matter? Asked Naruto. I believe that this has something to do with the curse, said Iris. What makes you so sure about that? Asked Ash. It's my sixth sense that's telling me, said Iris. Which means that it is only a wild guess, said Salon with a smirk. Iris looked ready to blow her had Axu not calmed her down. Hey Haz, what's this? Asked Ash, pointing at a yellow mask behind a glass shelf. That's a Yamask's mask. They have also been known to be seen frequently ruins as well, although the mask is a replica, said Haz. That mask gives me a bad feeling, said Iris, with Naruto having to agree as he was having the same feelings. I can't help but feel that this mystery has something to do with that mask, thought Naruto. With the time that I've spent with you, Kit, every time that you have those feelings, they are usually spot on, so it's best that we keep an eye on it, said Kurama. Then the gang were led into a room where there was a lot of books, much to their amazement. This is the library where information about artifacts and other things are kept. Visitors are encouraged to read as much as they desire, and so this brings an end to the tour. So have you noticed anything so far? Said Haz. I haven't. Everything checks out normal so far, said Salon. There is something going on, but I can't seem to pinpoint it so far, said Iris. I think it would be a good idea if we slept in the museum tonight, said Naruto, which surprised Haz. That's a great idea, as spirits are more active at night, said Iris. Indeed, and we can find out about any paranormal activities, said Salon. Wow, I am impressed that you kids would want to stay here for tonight, said Haz. Later, as the group brought out their sleeping bags, he was still unsure himself. Are you sure about this? What if we start hearing things at night? Then that's when we can figure out what's really going on, said Ash, with the others nodding in agreement. Then they slept. It was for a while when Naruto woke up due to chilling sensation coming over his body and noticed that Iris was awake as well. Hey Ash, wake up, said Naruto, shaking the boy awake with his tails. What is it? Asked Ash, rubbing his eyes along with Salon waking up as well. I felt a chill crawl down my spine as if something is approaching us, and Naruto is feeling the same thing if I am not wrong, said Iris, with Naruto nodding in agreement. I'm pretty sure that this is another wild guess, said Salon. No, Iris is right on this, as I can feel something coming towards us, said Naruto. All of a sudden a thick purple fog appeared from the hallway, much to the alarm of the group and frightened Haz, who had just woken up. What is that fog? Said Haz, who was all panicky. It must be that the evil spirit is about to do something bad, said Iris. Relax, I am pretty sure that it's the air conditioning that broke down, said Salon. Then they heard a clatter of metal, and out of the fog appeared 2 suits of armor which was walking towards them. GG ghosts, shouted Haz. What do you have to say about that? Asked Iris. Well, it's obvious that someone is using strings, said Salon, to which everyone's sweat dropped. Geez, not even your friend Shikamaru would produce such logic, said Kurama. The possessed armors drew there and prepared to attack. Pikachu used quick attack and Takala used extreme speed, said Ash. The 2 search Pokemon dashed towards the armors, with Naruto striking first and Pikachu hitting his seconds later. The armors fell to pieces, much to the relief of the others, but were surprised to see the pieces put themselves back together. Oh great. This just like with the cursed warrior back at the land of birds, thought Naruto as he took a battle stance. Watch episode 162 on the anime. Okay then. Pikachu use Volt Tackle and Takala use Rasengan, said Ash. The duo attacked once again and knocked down the armors, however 2 flames came out of them and combined to form a bigger one. Whoa, that thing feels hot, said Naruto, who was close to it. Is that a ghostly aura? Asked Haz. I am pretty sure that it's an electrical discharge and nothing more, said Salon. The flame began to chase Haz around, much to his distress. Oshawott, come out and use water gun, said Ash, throwing out a Pokeball. The sea otter search Pokemon appeared and launched a stream of water which put out the flame. A helmet from one of the armor began to levitate from amongst the collapsed pieces. Okay, Ceylon. What do you have to say about that? Asked Iris. It's just the reverse polarity of the magnetic field which is causing it to float, said Ceylon. Then the helmet began to chase Haas. Alright, that's enough, said Naruto. He quickly jumped at the floating helmet and struck it down with Crush Claw. Thanks for the help, Takala, said Haas. No problem, but it seems to me that everything that happened so far always seems to target you, Haas. Any idea why? Said Naruto. No, I don't seem to recall doing anything that would make anyone mad at me, said Haas. Kit. I can sense that he is telling the truth, said Kurama. Then all of a sudden, water began to drizzle from above them. Rain. How come? Said Ash. There must be something wrong with the sprinklers, said Ceylon, but just as the drizzle had started then it stopped, much to the confusion of the group. All of a sudden, they heard crying and it was coming from the exhibition room. That must be the spirit crying and it sounds so sad, said Iris. No, I believe it to be sound waves which is coming from something that is squeaking, said Ceylon. We don't have time for this. Let's go check out the source of that sound, said Ash as he called Oshawott back to his Pokeball. Then they headed towards the exhibition room where they found the source of the crying, which was coming from the Yamask's mask that was releasing tears, much to their surprise. I thought you said that the mask was a replica, said Naruto. I don't understand this either, said Haas, who was just as confused. Relax, as what you see as tears is nothing more than condensation in the atmosphere, said Ceylon. The mask floated in the air and began to smash itself against the glass. The spirit is in that mask, said Iris. You were wrong, it must be magnetically attracted to something, said Ceylon. Soon they heard a thumping sound and turned to see that the Dragonite skeleton was walking towards them. Are you the angry spirit? Asked Iris. No, it must be controlled by, said Ceylon, but he was interrupted by Naruto. Ceylon, the things you are saying are now becoming unbelievable, he said. You're right. I am even beginning not to believe myself, said Ceylon sheepishly. They quickly jumped out of the way as the skeleton proceeded to punch the glass as if to get the mask. Pansage, come out and use Bullet Seed. Bringing out the Simian search Pokemon, who launched a barrage of seeds at the skeleton. There was a certain distortion before the skeleton collapsed into pieces. Kurama, did you see that? Thought Naruto. Yeah, the skeleton was controlled and it must be related to what has happened so far, said Kurama. Is the mask all right? Asked Ceylon. I'll go check on it, said Haas as he went to open the glass screen, but no sooner had he done it than the mask floated out and latched itself onto Ceylon's face. Ash and Iris tried to get the mask off, but the possessed Ceylon pushed them away. Why did the mask target Ceylon? Asked Ash. Maybe because the spirit was angry at Ceylon for denying its existence, said Iris. And now you will be punished, said the possessed Ceylon in a deep voice before he launched purple flames at them, although they managed to avoid them. Hey, why are you so angry? Asked Naruto. You locked the mask away, which was precious to me, said the possessed Ceylon angrily. That mask is the genuine one, said a feminine voice. The group turned to see a dark-skinned woman with green hair standing at the hallway. Oh honey. I am so glad that you're here, said Haas happily. They immediately realized who he was talking about. Then you must be Lenora, said Iris. That's right, so where did you get the mask, Haas? Asked Lenora. I believe it was yesterday when the workers and I were moving the artifacts from the truck to the exhibit room. I found the mask in on the floor. I didn't order for a Yamask's mask, so I thought that it was a bonus gift, said Haas. You should have known better than that, said Lenora, rubbing the bridge of her nose while Haas rubbed his cheek sheepishly. The possessed Ceylon controlled to the skeleton to attack again. Hey, isn't that enough? We now know what's going on, said Naruto, but it didn't listen. If that's the way you want it, go Watchog, said Lenora, throwing out a Pokeball to summon a search Pokemon which resembles a meerkat. It proceeded to emit light from the yellow striping on its body, almost blinding everyone. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan the new search Pokemon. Watchog, the lookout Pokemon in the evolved form of Patrat. Watchog's body contains luminescent compounds, which allows its eyes and stripes to glow. Yamask, why don't you show yourself to us, said Lenora. The mask came off of Ceylon's face and floated upwards to reveal a shadow-like Pokemon holding it. So it was a Yamask, said Iris, who was surprised. Ash scanned the Pokemon as well. Yamask, the spirit Pokemon. Yamask is a ghost-type search Pokemon that wanders the ruins of ancient civilization. Now I get it. Yamask must have been among the artifacts, but it dropped its mask by accident, which Haas mistook for a replica, and when it woke up and saw it on the display case, Yamask thought that you stole it and got angry at him, said Naruto, to which Yamask nodded in confirmation. But if you had simply let Haas know that the mask was yours, none of this would have happened. Yamask blushed in embarrassment at not thinking of the obvious solution. That explains everything. Yamask used psychic to move the suits of armor and the fossil too. The purple fog was haze, said Salon. The rain was rain dance and the flames was will-o-wisp, said Ash. I told you that it was the work of a spirit, said Iris proudly. Not exactly, said Salon with a smirk. Actually, neither of you were right nor wrong about this, as everything that happened was because of a search Pokemon, said Naruto with a foxy grin. Yamask, I want to apologize for the mistake I've made and hope that you would forgive me, said Haas, stepping forward and bowing his head in apology, to which the spirit search Pokemon nodded in affirmation. Later in the morning, the group stood in front of the museum as Yamask got ready to leave. Be sure to visit us again anytime, said Lenora. Yamask smiled before flying away. Wow, look at the sunrise, it marks a good morning, said Salon. Which is perfect for a gym battle, said Ash. So you're here to challenge my gym? Asked Lenora.
That's right. My name is Ash from Pallet Town and I am here for the Unova League, said Ash excitedly.
Well, I've always been interested in the battle styles of my challengers and I am looking forward to seeing yours, said Lenora with a smile. Kit. This woman seems to be the type to use strategies to confuse opponents as well as disrupt the plans of others, said Kurama. I can tell just by looking at her. I hope that Ash can pull through with this, thought Naruto before following them back into the museum. Later, the group followed Lenora and Haas to a door which they hadn't seen before, where Haas inputted some codes on the keyboard to open the door. This room is sealed off to the general public. Only researchers and other people are allowed to gain access to it, said Haas. They continued until they entered a room which has a lot of books in shelves. In this room, there are books and research material where one needs special permission in order to read, as they contain important information about Unova as well as other things, said Lenora. Just like the scrolls that were sealed in the vault at the Hokage's office, thought Naruto. Indeed, as such information were to fall into the wrong hands could cause trouble for a lot of people, said Kurama. Alright then, Ash. I'd suggest that you would read a little about the history of the Unova region before our battle, said Lenora. Ash looked confused, but Naruto looked at Lenora with a stern gaze as he immediately realized the meaning behind her words. She must be testing Ash to see his reaction, as most strategies come from one's personality, thought Naruto before walking towards Ash. But the thing is, I didn't come here to read but for a gym battle, said Ash. Which is why I brought you here, as this room grants access to researchers and gym battle challengers. After all, knowledge contributes in a search Pokemon battle, said Lenora, walking to a bookshelf. I would recommend reading this book, pointing to a book. Ash was about to repeat his earlier statement when he felt a poking at his leg, looking down to see Naruto staring back at him.
Remember what I told you earlier before, Ash, said Naruto.
Ash thought deeply before he remembered what Naruto had taught him during his training. Look underneath the underneath. Then this means that Lenora is giving me some sort of test before the gym battle. Let's see if I can figure this out, Ash thought. Then he approached the book that Lenora pointed at. You said this book, right? When he pulled it out, Ash heard a click and turned to see two bookshelves separate to reveal a staircase descending. What is down there? That is the way to the battlefield, and I am impressed that you were able to find the way to it so quickly, said Lenora. Well, I was taught by someone that I should take things at face value and that I should view things from a different perspective, so I figured that you were testing me from the very beginning, although I had to be reminded, said Ash, who took a sidelong glance at Naruto, smiling at him. That person must have good insight, and you were right that I was testing you. Most trainers tend to view things in different ways. Some try to read books that catch their interest, while others read books with lesser pages so that could get to the gym faster, even when I show them the fastest way to the gym, said Lenora. Why do you do that? Asked Salon. Because it allows me to see what kind of trainer I would be facing, said Lenora. So what kind of trainer do you think Ash is? Asked Iris. Ash is someone who approaches aggressively and at the same time moves spontaneously. I wish to see what kind of style he has on the field, said Lenora. I am pretty sure that's easy to predict, said Haas. I wouldn't be so sure about that. After all, Ash and I are alike in a lot of ways, thought Naruto, smirking. That's true. Since the both of you can be unpredictable when it comes down to it, all I can say is that she is in for a surprise, said Kurama, who was smirking as well. The group went downstairs and came upon the site of the battlefield. Alright, then let's the show on the road, said Ash excitedly. Don't you think you should research on the type of gym leader I am? Like the search Pokemon that I'll be using today, said Lenora, throwing out a Pokeball to summon a familiar search Pokemon. I believe that both of you have met? Of course, I knew that you would choose Watchog today, said Ash, looking at the lookout Pokemon. And this is my second Pokemon, said Lenora, throwing another Pokeball to call out another Pokemon. Ash brought out his Pokédex to scan the new Pokemon. Herdier, the loyal dog Pokemon, and the evolved form of Lillipup. Herdier's hard black fur softens its opponent's attacks like armor. Ash then searched through the Pokédex for its pre-evolved form. Lillipup, the puppy search Pokemon. The long hair covering Lillipup's face is an excellent radar, which senses conditions in the surrounding area. Normal type search Pokemon are perfect for battling as they can use a lot of attacks, unlike the other Pokemon that are bound to a certain type, which allows me to react to any strategy that a trainer would use against me, said Lenora. That would make sense, but that it doesn't exactly bother us since you would soon gain access to the other elements, said Kurama, to which Naruto nodded in agreement.
All right, Haz, could you explain the rules to our young trainer? Said Lenora.
All right, dear. In this gym, the trainer and gym leader are allowed to use 2 search Pokemon. Victory will go to who is able to render her opponent's search Pokemon unable to battle, and both sides are allowed to substitute at any time during the battle, said Haz. A 2-on-2? I thought it would be a 3-on-3 like the other gyms, said Naruto, who was confused. There are different rules in different gyms so as to test the trainer's ability to adapt, said Salon. Alright, I get it now, said Naruto. Then he approached Ash. Yo Ash, I'll be backing out of this battle. Why, Naruto? Asked Ash. I want to see how a gym leader battles and I want to see the results of your training, said Naruto. Alright then, Pikachu, I want you to go with Naruto as I won't be using you today, said Ash. Alright, Ash, said Pikachu before jumping onto Naruto's back. Then they went to the stands to watch the battle. Well then, shall we begin? Asked Lenora. Of course, said Ash. Then they went to opposite sides of the battlefield. The Nakreen Gym battle between Lenora, the gym leader, and Ash, the challenger from Pallet Town, is about to begin. The challenger has the first move and so battle begin, said Haz. Search Pokemon Black Ost. Battle gym leader, Herdier, go, said Lenora, throwing out the Pokeball to call out her search Pokemon. Alright then, Tepig, I choose you, said Ash, calling on his Fire Pig search Pokemon. Okay, I am rearing to go, said Tepig, looking determined. Tepig, use Tackle, said Ash. Tepig sped forward and slammed into Herdier, sending it skidding back, much to the surprise of Lenora. Wow, that's fast and strong. Herdier, use Roar, said Lenora. Herdier let out a roar which sent Tepig back into its Pokeball, surprising Ash and Naruto. Then one of his Pokeballs opened to release Oshawott into the field. Huh? Why am I here? Asked Oshawott, who was confused. What kind of move was that? Asked Naruto, looking at Salon. Roar is a move that forces you to switch your search Pokemon out with a random search Pokemon, said Salon. Now I'll switch my Pokemon, said Lenora, calling back Herdier. Watchog, come out and use Mean Look, throwing out a Pokeball to summon her next Pokemon. Watchog's eyes glowed purple and Oshawott's body glowed purple as well before fading away. Now what move is that, as I don't see any kind of damage, said Naruto. Mean Look is move that prevents your Pokemon from being switched out until the battle is over, said Salon. Forcing your opponent to switch and then forcing the next Pokemon to stay in battle. This kind of combination can rattle any normal trainer. I hope that Ash can recover from this, said Kurama worriedly. I am sure he can handle it, otherwise this wouldn't be a challenge, as we might meet someone who would use any of these moves, thought Naruto. Meanwhile, Ash was shaken at first before he closed his eyes and took a deep breath to relax his nerves. Then he called out to Oshawott, it's okay Oshawott, let's get through this and we'll be fine. Seriously? Thought Oshawott, who wasn't pleased at being called out before his time. Lenora was surprised at Ash's reaction, as most trainers would begin to panic after her combination. He keeps getting more interesting, she thought. Oshawott, use Water Gun, said Ash. Oshawott launched his attack half-heartedly, which annoyed Naruto and made a mental note to lecture the Sea Otter search Pokemon after the battle. Dodge and use Low Kick, said Lenora. Watchog sidestepped the attack and quickly sped towards Oshawott and knocked him off his feet, causing him to fall on his head before speeding back to Lenora with its arms crossed and a smirk on its face. Oshawott, are you okay? Ash called out worriedly. Kuka, that guy is so gonna get it, said Oshawott, chuckling evilly, which sent a chill down Watchog's spine. If that's all you have, then I'll have to end it. Watchog, use Thunderbolt, said Lenora. Watchog launched an arc of lightning at Oshawott. Deflect it with your Scalchop, said Ash. Oshawott took out his Scalchop and with one hand smacked the attack aside with a smirk which surprised Watchog and Lenora. I wasn't serious before, but now I am gonna show you what I am really made of, said Oshawott. I've never seen a water-type search Pokemon defend against an electric-type attack like that before. Now I am impressed, said Lenora. Oshawott, get in close, said Ash. Oshawott sped towards his opponents in a zigzag pattern to confuse them, just like Naruto taught him. Whoa, that's fast, but if they want close combat then respond with low kick, said Lenora. Watchog ran towards Oshawott to attack. I was expecting you to do that, said Ash with a smirk which confused Lenora, but Naruto grinned, knowing what is coming up next. Oshawott jumped above Watchog and used Water Gun. Right as Watchog kicked at Oshawott, he jumped and launched a powerful stream of water at his opponent, slamming it to the ground and sent himself into the air. As you descend, use Razor Shell. Oshawott took out his shell and channeled energy into it to form a blade before diving towards Watchog to attack. Watchog, use your tail to knock away Oshawott's Scalchop, said Lenora. Watchog spun on its back and used its tail to send the Scalchop flying off Oshawott's hand. Without the Scalchop, Oshawott can't defend itself. Use Thunderbolt. Watchog launched its attack at Oshawott. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Oshawott, dodge it, said Ash. Oshawott rolled out of the way of the attack. Watchog tried again, but he dodged again by flipping into the air. Watchog was starting to get frustrated as Oshawott kept dodging by flipping or rolling out of the way. How is Oshawott able to move like that? Asked Iris with Salon wondering the same until Naruto spoke up. That would be because I taught him how to evade, and he is not the only one. Ash and I also taught the other search Pokemon different styles of evading. There is more to a battle than simply attacking, said Naruto. That's enough. Watchog, use Confuse Ray, said Lenora. Watchog launched several orbs of light towards Oshawott. I remember Ash telling me that Confuse Ray can cause your search Pokemon to lose focus in battle, said Naruto, with Iris and Salon confirming the statement. Alright then. Oshawott, spin and use Water Gun, said Ash. Oshawott spun on his back and released streams of water which whipped around him to form a barrier. It blocked the orbs and proceeded to damage Watchog, much to the surprise of everyone on the field. What is that? Said Lenora. That move is called Counter Shield. It allows my search Pokemon to use its attacks to serve as a form of defense as well as offense at the same time. I created this move when I was battling against the Hearthome gym leader back at the Sinnoh region to defend against her search Pokemon's Hypnosis, said Ash with a smile. It's quite similar to the 8 trigrams rotation of the Hyuga clan, said Kurama, with Naruto agreeing. After knocking Watchog back, Oshawott flipped backwards and picked up his Scalchop, which was close to him, surprising Lenora. This whole time I was having Oshawott get close to his Scalchop while preventing you from catching on, said Ash with a smirk. That was quite a strategy, but it's not over yet. Watchog, use Thunderbolt, said Lenora. Watchog, who was panting heavily from exhaustion and the damage it received, launched its attack. Oshawott grinned and grabbed his Scalchop, and Ash caught on and knew what he wanted. From the stand, Naruto saw it as well and grinned. It's over for Watchog, said Naruto. Iris and Salon looked at him questionably since Oshawott had been dodging those attacks. Watchog is now too tired to dodge this next attack. Time for a new move. Oshawott, use Aqua Shell Shuriken, said Ash, much to everyone's surprise. Oshawott channeled energy into his Scalchop, which took on the form of a throwing star. Then he threw it at the Thunderbolt, which it absorbed and struck Watchog, knocking it out, and it returned to Oshawott, who caught with a smile on his face. How do you like that? Said Oshawott. Watchog is unable to battle, therefore Oshawott is the winner, said Haas. Those were pretty good strategies. You completely took me by surprise, said Lenora as she called Watchog back to its Pokeball. But this is where I get serious. Go Herdier. Then called out on her last search Pokemon. Well, see then, said Ash, calling Oshawott as the effects of the mean look had worn off. Tepig, I choose you. Once summoning the Fire Pig, who still had the look of determination despite being forced out of the battle early. Tepig, use Ember. Tepig launched sparkles of flame at Herdier. Herdier, use Protect, said Lenora. Herdier produced a green barrier to deflect the attack. If that's the case, use Tackle, said Ash. Tepig dashed forward at high speed at Herdier. Not this time. Herdier, use Shadow Ball, said Lenora. Herdier launched several black orbs at Tepig. He tried to dodge but he got hit by several, sending him back, but was able to recover to his feet. Since Tepig was too close to Herdier, he wasn't able to dodge most of the attacks. If that's the case, thought Ash, Tepig used tackle again. Much to the surprise of everybody, Tepig dashed at Herdier again. Has Ash forgotten that Tepig can't dodge at close range, said Iris. He hasn't forgotten, it's just that he has a plan for it. Just watch, said Naruto, looking at the battle. You must be desperate. Herdier used Shadow Ball again, said Lenora. Herdier launched another volley of the orbs at the approaching Tepig. Now Tepig use Ember, said Ash. Tepig released sparkles of flames at the orbs, leading to an explosion, and black smoke covered the field. Everyone thought Tepig got hit when a blur burst out of the smoke and slammed into Herdier, which revealed to be Tepig. How? I thought Tepig got hit, said Lenora, who was confused. What the Shadow Ball hit was Tepig's Ember cancelling each other out and allowed his tackle to make contact, said Ash with a smirk. That's quite an interesting recipe, said Salon, who was impressed. That's Ash's true battle style, to be unpredictable and to keep his opponent from catching on and to always keep them guessing, said Naruto. I am pretty sure that any strategy that Lenora came up was disrupted with the way Ash battles, said Kurama with a foxy grin, which was being mirrored by Naruto. It's time to end this. Herdier, use Giga Impact, said Lenora. Herdier released energy from its body and dashed at Tepig. That is one of the strongest move among normal type attacks, however she just made a big mistake. I just hope that Tepig can pull through this, thought Ash. Tepig use Flame Charge and combine it with Ember. Tepig charged at Herdier while covered in fire, which grew bigger when he combined his second attack. Both search Pokemon collided with their attacks and there was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, they were still standing but were exhausted. However, it was easy to see that Herdier was more tired between the two. You made a big mistake, Lenora, said Ash. What do you mean? Asked Lenora. Giga Impact is a powerful move, but the user has to recharge, so right now Herdier can't move, said Ash, much to Lenora's shock at the mistake that she made, which was why I had Tepig use that combination move to match up. So Tepig finished this with a full-powered tackle. Tepig dashed at faster than ever before and slammed into Herdier with all his might, sending it crashing into the wall, knocked out. Herdier is unable to battle. Tepig is the winner, therefore the winner of the match is Ash the challenger, said Haas. Song end. Alright, way to go Tepig, you were amazing, said Ash, running out to meet the Fire Pig with Naruto and the others flowing close behind. That was an amazing battle, Ash, said Iris. Indeed, the recipe which you cooked up was 4 stars, said Salon. Looks at that, training has paid off, said Naruto with a smile. That's my buddy, said Pikachu, happily jumping to Ash's shoulder. They are right. Your battle strategies were perfect to even be able to confuse me, which takes a lot to do so, said Lenora, walking towards. She is right. You tactics completely took us off guard, said Haas. Anyway, here is the basic badge. Congratulations, said Lenora, hold out the badge. Thanks, said Ash, taking the badge. Alright, we got the basic badge, striking a pose. We did it, said Pikachu, doing a victory sign. Believe it, said Naruto, raising a paw into the air, while Kurama looked on, shaking his head in amusement. Later, the group were checking on Ash's search Pokemon egg at the Search Pokemon Center. Your Pokemon egg is in a healthy condition and will be hatching soon, said Nurse Joy. Thanks, Nurse Joy, said Ash before leaving the center with the others. I don't think I'll be able to get over the fact that there is more than 10 people who goes by the name Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny, or Don George, thought Naruto. You and me both, Kit, said Kurama, who was just as confused. Outside the center, Salon was checking on his electronic map. So what's our next stop? The next gym is located at Castelia City, so that's where we are headed, said Salon. Then let's go, said Ash, taking the lead out with the others following. Let's. What else this journey has for us, thought Naruto. It has been a couple of days since Ash's victory at the Nakreen Gym, and the gang are on their way to his third gym battle, which is at Castelia City. Ash was quite proud of himself for his win against Lenora thanks to Naruto's training, and promised not to make the same mistakes that he made in his previous journeys at the other regions. Naruto hadn't forgotten to lecture Oshawott for not having taken his battle seriously at first, as it would have resulted in his loss, to which the Sea Otter search Pokemon looked embarrassed, to the amusement of the other Pokemon. Along the way, the gang decided to take a break and rest before continuing along the road. Iris had gone to enjoy the view from the top of a cliff, Salon was looking through his backpack and making sure that all of his belongings were well organized. Ash and Pikachu were looking at the badge case, which currently contains the trio badge and the basic badge. Only 2 down and 6 more to go, so let's make it happen, Pikachu said, Ash looking at his longtime partner. Yeah. Let's go all the way, said Pikachu happily. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting at the top of a hill meditating while talking to Kurama. Have you found anything about my elemental forms as well as my chakra system, Kurama? Asked Naruto to the 9-tailed fox within the mindscape. What I have gathered so far is that the process at which your new body is adapting to our bonded chakra is very slow and would have taken a couple of months before it's complete, said Kurama. Naruto frowned slightly as he could understand that it would take some time before his new body could use their chakra. However, I've noticed that when you first access the combo mode, it somehow made our chakra flow through your body a bit more easily. Naruto raised an eyebrow at what his tenant said before realizing what he meant. So you mean that if I accessed my other forms, then it would reduce the time needed for my body to adapt to our chakra? Am I right so far? Asked Naruto while looking at the orbs hovering above them, 2 of which are glowing and the rest are still colorless. That's correct, and you should also know that your other forms will only get the chakra cloak, which is a minor enhancement, but only in your polymorph form can you truly use our chakra to its full potential as it's your true form, said Kurama, to which Naruto nodded in understanding. Thanks for the info, Kurama. I have to get back to the others, so I'll see you later, said Naruto before fading away from the mindscape while Kurama laid down to take a nap. Naruto opened his eyes and then walked back to the group and noticed the Axu was crawling around the bags. Axu, what are you doing? I was just looking through to see if there is anything fun for me to play with, said Axu while still crawling around the bags. Okay, then just be careful not to break anything as it would upset Ash and the others, said Naruto, to which Axu nodded in affirmation. He turned to approach the others but heard Axu calling out to him. Big bro. Ash's egg is glowing. It's glowing, shouted Axu excitedly. Naruto quickly ran to the others to alert them. Yo Ash. There's something going on with your egg as it's glowing, said Naruto. Ash quickly got up and ran to the egg, which was kept in an incubator, and saw that it was glowing just as Naruto said. Do you know what this means? Said Iris excitedly as Ash removed the egg from the incubator and placed it on the ground. It means that the egg is about to hatch soon, said Salon. I can't wait to see what kind of search Pokemon will hatch, right Pikachu? Said Ash, to which Pikachu nodded excitedly. Axu drew close to the egg and looked at it curiously. Oh yeah. You have never seen a search Pokemon egg hatch before, said Iris. The same could be said for me too, said Naruto, paying close attention to the egg. I too am curious to see this as well, said Kurama, looking through Naruto's senses. Well, Pikachu and I have taken care of Pokemon eggs before, said Ash, remembering his time with Phanpy and Larvitar. I hope to hear more about it later on, said Naruto. You should be excited, Axu. You're about to become a big search brother, said Iris happily. Really? Yay, I am going to be a search brother, said Axu, dancing around happily. Axu, be careful as you're too close to the egg, said Naruto, but he said the warning too late as Axu's tail accidentally pushed the egg, causing it to roll down a nearby hill, much to everyone's shock. Catch that egg. The gang quickly pursued the runaway egg, which was slowly picking up speed due to the slope. Then the egg went into a bush and was flung into the air after landing on a large leaf. Pikachu, jump onto my tails. The lightning mouse quickly complied and jumped onto Naruto's tails, who proceeded to fling him into the air. Pikachu was able to catch the egg, then Naruto quickly dashed to where Pikachu would land and used his tails to serve as a landing cushion. Pikachu, is the egg okay? The egg is totally fine, said Pikachu after closely examining the egg. Then the gang arrived with Ash looking grateful, Salon looking relieved, and Iris with Axu looking apologetic. Great job you two, said Ash happily. I am really sorry about that, said Iris. Yeah, me too, said Axu, but Ash waved it off. It's not a problem as there was no harm done and the egg is totally fine, said Ash. After Pikachu placed the egg on the ground, it began to again even more brightly as everyone knelt closer. It's about to hatch, said Salon. There was a bright flash of light and then it faded to reveal a search Pokemon standing before them, a lizard-like search Pokemon with a yellow skin around its legs resembling trousers. Yo Ash. Scan with your Pokédex to see what kind of Pokemon this is, said Naruto. Ash brought out his Pokédex and pointed it at the newly born Pokemon. Scraggy, the shedding Pokemon. The lower half of Scraggy's body is covered by a rubbery skin and when someone makes eye it responds with headbutt. Hello there. My name is Ash and this is my buddy Pikachu, said Ash, kneeling before the newborn Pokemon with Pikachu standing beside him waving in greeting. But when Scraggy set his eyes upon Pikachu, he began to glare at him, much to the surprise of everyone. He's using Leer, said Salon. Then Scraggy reared his head back and tried to slam it into Pikachu, who quickly dodged it and sent him tumbling to the ground, and that was Headbutt. But why is he doing that? Said Ash, who was confused. I believe that everybody is wondering the same thing, said Naruto, with everybody nodding in agreement except Kurama, who decided to take a nap within the mindscape. Why did you use Headbutt? Does it mean that you want to battle? Asked Ash. Scraggy looked surprised for a minute before taking a sidelong glance at Pikachu, which made the said search Pokemon feel uncomfortable. If so, then Pikachu, how about you battle Scraggy as a welcome gift? Pikachu stared at Ash with a look that said, are you serious? Later the two search Pokemon faced off at a clearing for their battle. Let's what kind of moves Scraggy has? Ash scanned Scraggy with his Pokédex. Scraggy's moves are Leer and Headbutt. Only 2 moves, said Iris, who was surprised. Why should this surprise you? As I recall, Axew only knows Scratch and Dragon Rage, said Naruto, looking at the duo, who blushed in embarrassment. Don't forget that Scraggy had just hatched, said Salon. Okay then. Scraggy use Leer, said Ash. Scraggy run up to Pikachu and glared at him. Although it had no effect, it didn't seem to do a thing. Alright then, use Headbutt. Scraggy reared his head back and slammed into Pikachu, which did not even cause him to budge. Nothing at all. Okay, Pikachu used Thunderbolt, but at a low setting. Pikachu gathered a small amount of electricity and flicked it at Scraggy, who was sent tumbling back, much to the surprise of everyone. I can understand that Scraggy had just hatched, but that amount of electricity could barely light up a light bulb, said Naruto, looking on in disbelief with Kurama still asleep. Scraggy, are you okay? Asked Ash worriedly. Scraggy got up and started stomping the ground as if having a tantrum.
Even after all that, Scraggy still looks rearing to go, said Sillin.
That's my kind of search Pokemon. The kind that never gives in until he finally wins, said Ash excitedly. Or more like too stubborn to quit, but I have no right to say that since I used to be like that when I was younger, said Naruto. I don't know Axew, but I think that your search brother is becoming a pain, said Iris, with Axew agreeing. Ash took out his Pokeballs and threw them into to summon the other team members. Hey everyone. I would like you to meet our new friend Scraggy, so say hello, said Ash, presenting Scraggy before them. P-Dove approached Scraggy to greet him, only to receive a headbutt, causing her to freak out and run off. I don't think P-Dove was expecting that, said Salon, who we dropped. Oshawott was the next to approach Scraggy. Hey, it's nice to meet you, said Oshawott, but he got glared at and also received a headbutt, which angered him. Hey, I am trying to be friendly with, and this is the response I get. Pikachu and Tepig tried to separate them, but he shook them off and ran back. But Scraggy knocked off Oshawott's Scalchop and stepped on it. Hey! Get your foot off my Scalchop. The Sea Otter wrenched his Scalchop and smacked Scraggy on the head with it, sending him tumbling back to Ash. Scraggy, are you okay? Asked Ash, but Scraggy stubbornly got up and charged at Oshawott and hit him with a headbutt, which was ineffective. Oshawott launched a water gun at Scraggy, but he quickly raised his pants to block the attack, but was sent skidding back due to the force and ended up being close to Tepig. That's an interesting way to defend against an attack, said Naruto, with Salon nodding in agreement. Scraggy turned to see Tepig and proceeded to headbutt him as well. Oh man. Scraggy is attacking everything in sight, said Ash, who was at the end of his rope. One can admire his spirit, but I don't think that would matter, right? As we can see that Scraggy is getting dizzy from all those headbutts, said Salon, with Iris giggling as they watched Scraggy stumble around until he saw Snivy sitting on a rock. He tried to hit her but ended up colliding with the rock as she had gracefully jumped out of the way. He tried again, but Snivy used her vines to hold him at bay. What a child, said Snivy, looking at the futile attempts of the newborn search Pokemon before pushing him away from her. Scraggy got up, looked at Axew, who quickly hid in Iris' hair, and was about to walk off to challenge Snivy again, but found himself held in the air while wrapped in tails and turned to see the white fox with black archaic markings on his body. Haven't you had enough, kid? You're going to get yourself hurt at this rate, said Naruto. Scraggy merely scoffed. I don't care, as long as I show you how strong I am by beating all of you, said Scraggy. Naruto shook his head at the naivety of the search Pokemon. I am telling you this because you might get yourself into serious trouble with that attitude, and I don't want to see you get hurt, said Naruto before setting Scraggy down and walking off, leaving Scraggy to his thoughts. Later in the day, as the sun was setting, the gang were eating with the exception of Scraggy, who was sitting on a rock away from the others, which made a concerned Ash to approach him. Scraggy, why don't you come and eat with the others? Asked Ash, but Scraggy turned his back to him. I just have no idea about what Scraggy is thinking, said Iris. Scraggy must be frustrated at him for having lost to the rest of Ash's search Pokemon, said Salon. Is that true, Scraggy? Asked Ash, but Scraggy continued to ignore him.
The kid should understand that right now he's too weak to fight against anyone as he had just recently hatched, said Kurama.
True, and I just hope that he is considering what I had told him earlier before, thought Naruto. Later in the evening, everyone were getting their sleeping bags out to sleep for the night. Ash turned to see Scraggy eating the search Pokemon food which they had left for him to eat in case he was hungry. Look, Scraggy is finally eating Pokemon food, said Ash. Not if only he would eat with the others, said Iris, with Axew agreeing as he wanted to get to know Scraggy better. Anyway, Ash, get Scraggy into his Pokeball so that he can rest, said Naruto. Ash nodded in agreement and brought the Pokeball and turned to see the said search Pokemon hiding, clearly refusing to enter his Pokeball. Maybe Scraggy wants to remain outside a bit longer since he had hatched, said Salon. Why do I have the feeling that something bad is going to happen? Thought Naruto. Whenever you have that feeling, it's usually on the mark, said Kurama before going to sleep. Later that night, when everyone was sleeping, Naruto was woken up by Axew, who was looking worried. Axew, what's the matter? Asked Naruto, rubbing his eyes to become more awake.
I woke up to check on Scraggy and I found that he's gone, said Axew. Naruto quickly got up and woke the others, then they started their search for the baby search Pokemon.
Have you located him yet, Naruto? Asked Ash. I hadn't the time to recognize Scraggy's chakra signature, so we have to look for him the old-fashioned way, said Naruto. Hey guys, look, said Iris, pointing at a trail on the ground. It must be Scraggy's tracks. Quick, let's follow it. The gang quickly traced the trail until they found Scraggy standing in front of a large tree and was headbutting it. Hey Scraggy, what are you doing over there? Said Ash. Scraggy turned to look at the others but was surprised when a search Pokemon closely resembling a tarantula appeared from behind the tree. Oh no, it's Galvantula, said Iris. Axew hid in her hair in fright upon seeing the bug, electric-type search Pokemon. Ash brought out his Pokédex to scan the new Pokemon. Galvantula, the Ellispider Pokemon. Galvantula attacks its prey by shooting electrically charged threads, and its front mandibles can hold down opponents. This is bad, said Salon. If Scraggy get bitten by Galvantula, said Iris. Ash, Pikachu and Naruto quickly ran towards Scraggy to get him away from the bug Pokemon. Scraggy was frightened as Galvantula approached him. Then he glared and reared his head back as he prepared to headbutt the search Pokemon. This is my chance to prove to everyone how strong I am, he thought. Scraggy, don't provoke it, yelled Naruto, but it was too late as Galvantula immediately launched an Electro Ball which sent him flying back and then launched an Electro Web. Scraggy closed his eyes ready for the impact which didn't come. He opened his eyes to see that he was standing next to Ash, and Naruto was hit with the attack which paralyzed him. Then he was hit with Poison Sting which poisoned him as well, causing Naruto to collapse to the ground. Galvantula was about to fire off another Electro Ball when Ash quickly called out. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt to scare off Galvantula, said Ash. Pikachu immediately shot an arc of electricity which hit the bug search Pokemon, scaring it off. They ran to Naruto, who was on the ground with his body convulsing from the poison and paralysis. Is there any search Pokemon center close to us, Salon? Salon shook his head in negative. Then Iris spoke up. Don't worry. Axew and I can find some herbs that can cure him, so just wait for a little bit, said Iris before she took off to the woods. Meanwhile, Scraggy was looking at Naruto while feeling guilty at having ignored the warning that he was given. Meanwhile, Iris and Axew had found the herbs needed to cure Naruto of the poison and paralysis and ran back to mix them. After preparing the medicine, they made Naruto consume the mixture, which he found bitter to taste. After a while he stopped convulsing and was able to sleep peacefully. I am sure he will be back to normal in the morning, the others nodded before going to their sleeping bags. Meanwhile, Scraggy was lost in thought about what had happened. Meanwhile, in the mindscape, Kurama was berating Naruto for the reckless action he took to save the newborn search Pokemon. Damn it, Naruto. Did you really have to take the hit? You could have used extreme speed to get him out of there. I am sorry about that, Kurama. My body just moved on its own to help as I didn't want Scraggy to get hurt, although I was surprised that I could perform the substitution technique again, said Naruto, looking apologetic. Kurama signed before looking at Naruto with a smile. But then again, you wouldn't be you if you hadn't done that, which is one of the reasons why we are partners, said Kurama, to which Naruto gave him a foxy grin before the both of them went to sleep with Naruto on top of his head. The next morning, Naruto woke up feeling completely fine and the others were waiting for him to wake up. Naruto, are you okay now? Asked Ash. Yeah, I am totally fine now. What happened after I lost consciousness? Asked Naruto. When you were out, Iris and Axu picked up herbs and mixed them for you to take in to cure you of the poison and paralysis, said Salon. Naruto turned to them and smiled. Thanks for the help, guys, I am grateful for it, said Naruto. Don't mention it. I wanted to ask about that move that you used to switch places with Scraggy before he almost got hit, said Iris, with the rest wondering the same thing. The move that I used yesterday is called Substitute, which enables me to switch places with an object or, if I try hard enough, a search Pokemon as well, said Naruto. That's different from the Substitute that we know, as the search Pokemon uses half their energy to create a dummy to serve as a substitute, said Salon. Speaking of which, where is Scraggy? Asked Naruto, looking around. Everybody looked around as well and were unable to find him. Could he have gone back to where Galvantula are? But why? Said Iris. He must have been feeling guilty for Naruto getting hurt and wants to get back at them, said Salon. Ash quickly called on his Pokemon from their Pokeballs. Hey guys, I need you help out Scraggy. They nodded in affirmation and took off with Naruto in the lead. When they reached the tree, they saw Scraggy surrounded by several Galvantula. Okay everyone, let's get in there and help out the kid, said Naruto. They all dashed in. Pikachu quickly shot out a thunderbolt to strike down a Galvantula that was about to jump at Scraggy from behind, which drew the attention of the rest. One Galvantula shot out an Electro Ball, but Tepig released an Ember attack to cancel it out. Another launched an Electro Web at Oshawott, who took out his Scalchop to form a Razor Shell. Then he took an EI stance and sped forward, leaving the web and Galvantula all cut up. A Galvantula tried to sneak up on the Sea Otter search Pokemon, but Snivy used her vines to pull him out of danger. Then she launched a Leaf Storm at it and was successful at knocking it back. It's payback time. And I am gonna do it with a new combo. Shadow Clones plus Extreme Speed plus Crush Claw equals Frenzy of the Fox Pack. Naruto summoned his clones and their claws began to glow. Then they all dashed towards the Bug Search Pokemon at high speed, landing many strikes which forced the Galvantula to flee. I have to admit that it's almost similar to your Uzumaki Barrage, but it's fox style, which makes a fox like me feel proud, said Kurama, whose chest was puffed out in pride. Hey kid, are you okay? Asked Naruto. Yeah, I am fine, but why did you guys come after me, especially after I got you hurt? Asked Scraggy. That's because we were worried that you would get hurt and that you aren't strong enough to win against that many, said Naruto. But Scraggy started to talk but was interrupted. No buts. If you want to get stronger, then Naruto and Ash can train you to be the best if that is what you want, said Snivy with her arms crossed. Thank you, and I am sorry for the trouble I've caused, said Scraggy, bowing to the gang. Naruto relayed the message to Ash and the others, to which they smiled and nodded in affirmation. Axu jumped from Iris' hair and approached Scraggy. I hope that we can get along, said Axu, holding out his paw. Scraggy looked at the held out paw and then shook it with his. Me too, said Scraggy, looking happy. You know, they could be perfect sparring partners for each other, said Salon, looking at them. You are right about that, but let's get moving, said Naruto. Soon the gang packed and set off for Castelia City. Later that day, the gang were walking along the road until they came to the edge of a large forest before them. So once we pass through here, we'll reach Castelia City, right? Said Ash. That's right. This is the Pinwheel Forest, said Salon. Why do they call it that? Asked Naruto. It's because as long as we walk along the road, we'll reach the other side with no problem, but if we stray off the path, we could get ourselves lost, said Salon. Reminds me of the Forest of Bewilderness back at my dimension, said Naruto. Season 5 Episode 210. There is no need to be worried about getting lost, as I am a forest expert, said Iris with her chest puffed out in pride.
I know that she has knowledge of the forest, but I am not so sure of her navigation skills, thought Naruto, with Kurama agreeing with him. Let's get going and see what this forest has in store for us. With that, the gang ventured into the forest. While walking through the forest, Naruto was feeling at home with his surroundings, which comes to no surprise since where he used to live was within a forest. I sense that this place is rich in natural energy, don't you think so, Kurama?
Indeed, which goes to show that this forest has been untouched by humans. I am sure that there are a lot of these search Pokemon living here. Aside from that, can you sense it too? Said Kurama, to which Naruto nodded. Yeah, there is a search Pokemon nearby and it's aiming at us, but I sense no ill intent, so I'll just observe in the meantime, thought Naruto. Sure enough, a Pokemon came swinging from a web in its mouth and its target was Pikachu. However, thanks to Naruto's training, Pikachu was able to sense the incoming attack and jumped off Ash's shoulder, which caused the Pokemon to miss and crash to the ground. It quickly got up and launched a barrage of Razor Leaf at Pikachu, who began to flip backwards to avoid the attack, but that was a distraction as the Bug Search Pokemon jumped into the air and out a string shot at Pikachu, then drew itself close and latched onto him. Then it proceeded to use Bug Bite. That's quite an impressive strategy with those moves of his, said Naruto, with Salon and Iris agreeing. Come on Pikachu, shake it off, said Ash. Pikachu was successful in throwing the attacking search Pokemon off him and leapt back to create some distance between them. Ash brought out his Pokédex to scan the new Pokemon. Sawaddle, the sewing Pokemon. Sawaddle hides itself from its enemies by covering its head with a hood made from a leaf, and is known to eat its leafy clothing when food is scarce. Sawaddle are quite popular among clothing designers as they are known to design and makes their own clothes out of leaves, said Salon. Whoa, that's very interesting to hear, said Naruto. Indeed, I am sure they would have fit in with people at Konoha, said Kurama. Well, I like a search Pokemon that's strong in battle, so I am gonna catch it, said Ash, bringing out a Pokeball and preparing to throw it when Sawaddle turned around and shot a string shot at Ash, wrapping him up into a cocoon, much to the amusement of Naruto and Kurama. But why would it attack us like that? Asked Iris curiously. I am not sure. Maybe because it likes to battle, said Salon. Naruto quickly cut Ash free from the strings with a crush claw. Thanks for helping me out, Naruto. Now Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, said Ash. Pikachu launched an arc of electricity at the Bug Search Pokemon, sending it flying into a tree. But Sawaddle quickly got up and started to use String Shot to swung away from them. Hey wait, come back here. Ash chased after Sawaddle with Pikachu close behind. Ash, wait, you straying off the path, said Iris. We don't have a choice but to go after him. Otherwise we'll get separated, said Naruto before running after Ash with the others following behind. When they reached him, they noticed that Ash had lost sight of the Bug Search Pokemon. I guess you lost it, huh? Yeah. I want to keep looking for Sawaddle, but I don't want us to get any more lost, said Ash. Indeed, this forest is natural maze, so this risks are just too high, said Salon. With that being said, the gang tried to retrace their steps back to the path, but they had already gotten themselves lost. I believe the exit to the forest must be this way, said Iris, who had taken the lead, although Naruto was still skeptical about it. Are you sure, Iris? Asked Ash. Of course, it's my sixth sense, I just know it, said Iris proudly. More unscientific explanations, said Salon with a shrug of his shoulders. Shish. I just the forest speak, and it's saying that we should go that way, said Iris, pointing to the left and moving on. The others just signed and followed after her, but in the end, they were at the edge of a cliff. Oops. Voice of the forest, huh? Said Ash. The voice must have led us to marvel at this magnificent scenery, said Iris. So the voice of the forest decided to lead to a detour before telling us the way to exit, said Naruto sarcastically. I think it's best that we get to higher ground so as to get a layout of the forest, and we can do that by climbing that tree. He pointed to a large tree to the left. That's a good idea, so let's go, said Ash. Then the gang headed towards the tree, and when they reached there, it was bigger than they thought. Well then let's check it out, said Naruto, who began to climb the tree with Iris and Ash climbing after him. As they kept on climbing, they came upon a strange-looking green cocoon hanging above them. Have you guys seen anything like this before? When they shook their heads in negative, the cocoon burst open to reveal a man who landed beside them. Shish. You don't want to disturb the forest search Pokemon, said the man, much to their confusion. Then they descended from the tree to meet up with Salon, who was waiting at the bottom. What were you doing up there? Asked Ash. I surround myself with nature by living like a forest search Pokemon, said the man. But what you do that for? Asked Iris. Well, if I told you, would you understand? It's my pure heart, said the man. What do you mean by that? Asked Naruto. I draw and design pictures, clothes. To be honest, I am a super talented artist, but an artist who is stuck in a slump, said the man. So even geniuses get into slumps? Asked Iris. Of course, which is why I decided to live out here among the forest search Pokemon, said the man. Which is why you have a pure heart? Asked Ash. That's right, for a pure heart makes true art, said the man dramatically, which caused everyone including Kurama to sweat drop. I've talked enough about myself, so what brings you here? Well, we strayed off the path and got ourselves lost, said Salon. Then have no fear, for I can guide you out of here, but since you're here, why do you enjoy living in the forest for a while? said the man. But the thing is, I want to go to Castelia City and challenge the gym, said Ash. Well, there's no point going there now, for you see, the Castelia gym leader Burra just happens to be me, said the newly named Burra, much to the surprise of the group. So you're saying that you are Burra, the world-famous bug-type search Pokemon trainer, said Salon. I am not just a bug-type search Pokemon trainer, I am an artistic trainer, said Burra. This guy is quite full of himself, do you think, Kurama? Thought Naruto. I would agree, but I wouldn't underestimate him. I am sure he didn't become a gym leader by acting like that, said Kurama. Afterwards, the gang introduced themselves to the bug-type gym leader. I've been meaning to ask about how you get this artistic inspiration by living like a forest Pokemon, said Iris. Well, it all depends on the person. You see, when you live in its most primitive form, your dulled and long-forgotten senses come back to you and realize how beautiful nature is, said Burra. That's almost similar to the sage training I had back at Mount Myoboku with the toads, said Naruto with a look of understanding along with the others. Then a familiar bug search Pokemon came swinging in and smacked Ash right in the face. Isn't that the same Sawaddle from before? Asked Iris. You know it? Asked Burra. Yeah, we got lost because Ash was trying to catch it, said Naruto. Sawaddle then jumped and bounced off Ash's head and landing on Burra's shoulders, where it began to eat the leaves close to it. Sawaddle are very stubborn but are actually sweet search Pokemon, said Burra. So is Sawaddle one of your Pokemon? Asked Ash. No, it's a wild Pokemon which tends to keep me company whenever I live out here in the forest. It's also important that you get to know the search Pokemon before you attempt to catch it, so would you like to join me? Said Burra. I believe I speak for everyone when I say that we're in, right guys? Said Naruto, turning to the others who nodded in affirmation. With that, the group set up camp at the base of the tree and Salon began cook lunch for them. Before you capture a search Pokemon, you must first introduce yourselves. Sawaddle use their sensitive knobs on their heads to distinguish between friends and foes. It's also a way of saying hi, said Burra. Then he knelt before Sawaddle and placed his forehead on Sawaddle, who responded in kind. I would like to try it too, said Pikachu, who leapt off Ash's shoulder and did the same and received the same response. Everyone tried it too until it came to Ash's turn. However, he rather received a tackle to the head which sent him to the ground. I guess that's what you get for trying to catch right off the bat, said Iris, laughing at Ash. Don't worry about it. A tackle to head is also a form of saying hello, said Burra, which cheered up Ash a bit. Sawaddle then turned and walked off with Burra, Ash, Iris and Naruto following it. When they reached a bush, Sawaddle just stopped and stared at the leaves. Sawaddle may look like it's just standing, but I am sure it's doing something, said Burra. Maybe it's listening to the forest, said Iris. Perhaps you're right, said Burra, making her puff her chest out in pride. Or it was just deciding which leaf it wanted to eat, said Naruto. Everyone turned to see that Sawaddle was indeed eating, to which Iris' face faulted at. Then Sawaddle then started walking off again until they reached a hill where it yawned and then curled up to sleep. Nothing like a nice nap after a big meal, said Burra. So that means, said Ash, we should also take a nap too? Asked Iris, to which Burra nodded in affirmation. Everyone laid down to rest and look up at the sky. You know, I had a friend who always lay down like this and just stare up at the clouds without a worry in world. Although he may seem lazy, he is actually one of the smartest guys around, said Naruto, remembering his old friend Shikamaru. Your friend is right. Looking up at the sky, as beyond it is space which is infinitely huge, said Burra. That sounds awesome, said Ash, with Iris agreeing. Soon Sawaddle woke up and was on the move again. The group followed it to where ripe fruits grow and began to eat again. So it ate and then slept, and now it's eating again, so will it go back to sleep? Said Iris. Well, that's the way it goes, which is the same with baby people, right? Said Burra. Suddenly a woobat burst out from the bush which Sawaddle was eating from, screeching at them. It must have been eating as well and must want Sawaddle to stay away, but that will only lead to a fight, said Naruto. Woobat used double team to confuse them, but Sawaddle used string shot to dispel them, but another woobat burst from a bush behind Sawaddle and both of them launched air cutter at the bug search Pokemon. Sawaddle, look out! Shouted Ash before jumping in between the attacks and Sawaddle to take the hit. Seeing what happened angered Pikachu and Sawaddle, who proceeded to fire Thunderbolt and Razor Leaf respectively at the woobat, scaring them away. Ash, are you okay? Asked Iris, who was concerned. Yeah, I am totally fine, said Ash, assuring them that he's alright. Sawaddle appeared carrying an search apple and placing it next to Ash. Is that fruit for me? Sawadl turned away from him, but Naruto knew its intentions. Well, thanks a lot. Later on, as the sun sets, the gang were back at the tree and were helping themselves to the food which Salon cooked. In the night they took their sleeping bags to sleep on the wide branches of the tree while gazing at stars. I've never slept at a treetop before. Sleeping under the stars with the forest search Pokemon is one of the greatest experience for a search Pokemon trainer, said Bura. Naruto agreed as he used to gaze at the stars from the Hokage monument at night. Sawadl, why don't you hang out with us? Said Ash. Sawadl, who was hanging above them with a thread, turned away from them. It's okay. Good night. Later, Ash felt something enter his sleeping bag and woke to see that it was Sawadl curling up next to him. That's quite an unusual thing for Sawadl to do, said Bura with a smile. That Sawadl just can't be honest with himself, said Naruto, smiling at them before going to sleep like everyone else. Early in the morning, they were woken up by Pikachu, who seemed worried. Pikachu, what's up? Asked Ash. Sawadl has just been carried off by a Patrat, said Pikachu, pointing below. Ash and Naruto looked down at Patrat running off with Sawadl on its head. Let's go after it, said Ash, putting on his clothes and going after it with the others close behind. They followed all the way into a cave where they saw the Patrat standing in front of the protectively while another Patrat laid behind, looking ill. I recall that the leaves the Sawadl wear have medicinal effects, which must be why the Patrat made off with Sawadl in the first place, but I have the medicine just for that, said Bura. He took out a bottle of pills and gave one to the sick Patrat, which instantly cured it of its illness. Both Patrat thanked Bura for his help before they left. But if Sawadl is not here, then where could he be? Asked Naruto. No sooner he said that, Deerling appeared before them and they saw Sawadl attached to it while its leaf hold was all torn up. Deerling then took off with the others chasing after it and began to panic when they saw it heading towards a valley with the intention of jumping over it.
Sawadl, use string shot and aim at my arm and then pull yourself over to me,
said Ash. Just as Deerling jumped over the valley, Sawadl shot a string at Ash's arm and proceeded to pull itself over, but a sudden gust of wind tore the rope, causing it to fall to the river below. Oh no, Sawadl. Ash immediately jumped in after the bug search Pokemon in order to save it. Ash saw Sawadl floating towards a waterfall and quickly swam to grab it before falling over, but he was quickly grabbed by a thread of silk and pulled back to edge of the cliff. Ash, are you okay? Asked Naruto. Yeah, I am fine. What about you, Sawadl? Said Ash, looking at the bug search Pokemon, who smiled happily at him. But what about your clothes? You don't have to worry about that. My Leavanny can solve that, said Bura. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan the new Pokemon. Leavanny, the nurturing Pokemon and Sawadl's final evolutionary form. Using sticky threads that come from its mouth, it makes clothes for Sawadl by sewing leaves together. Soon they were led to where large leaves grow, and Leavanny picked up a green leaf and proceeded to sew a new shirt for Sawadl, which it happily wore. Looking good, Sawadl, said Ash. I have to say that I am impressed with how you rescued in a totally unselfish way and a pure heart, said Bura. I have to agree with Bura, in a way, you remind of myself, said Naruto, smiling at Ash. I would even go as far as to say that he could be your counterpart in this dimension, said Kurama. You two aren't the only ones, as Sawadl feels the same way, said Salon, as everyone looked down to see Sawadl rubbing against Ash's leg. Ash knelt before the bug search Pokemon. So would you like to come with me, Sawadl? Asked Ash, which Sawadl nodded in affirmation. Okay, then go Pokeball. He threw a Pokeball at Sawadl, who got sucked in, and the capsule rocked several times before making a sound to signify the capture, but it shrunk down and refused to open. I believe that's your 8th search Pokemon. Normally when a trainer has more than 6 Pokemon excluding you who has 7, the extra Pokeball will remain locked until you switch with the Pokemon you currently have, which can be done at the Pokemon Center, said Salon. And there happens to be a search Pokemon Center right at the edge of the forest. I can take you there, said Bura. Later they arrived at the Pokemon Center and Ash transferred Pidove to Professor Juniper to keep. Then he came back and called out Sawadl from his Pokeball. I hope that we can get along, said Ash before placing upon Sawadl's, causing everyone to smile. Ah, Ash, thanks for the inspiration for my next work. I hope to see you again at the Castelia Gym, as I am looking for our search Pokemon battle, said Bura before running off while the gang waved goodbye to him and continued on their way. After the venture in the Pinwheel Forest and having a new Pokemon companion join them, the gang continued onwards to Castelia City to challenge Bura, the Bug-type gym leader, to earn a badge. Along the way, Naruto saw something which made him draw the attention of the others to see as well. Hey guys, what's that over there? Said Naruto, raising a paw to point at where he was looking. Ash and the others turned to look in direction of where he pointed to see a building in the distance, and many people and search Pokemon were going in and out of it. I don't know, but let's check it out, said Ash. As they drew close to the building, they noticed that it looked new and people were carrying bags of items when leaving the building. Judging by how new the building looks, I'd say that it's a brand new Pokémart, said Salon. Which must mean that today must be their grand opening, said Iris excitedly. Then let's check it out, said Ash. The gang entered the new building and were stunned at what they saw in the interior. Inside there were shops that sold all kinds of items like tools, foods, medicine and so much more, which not even Ash, Iris and Salon had seen before anywhere else. Wow, this place is huge. I wonder what kind of things they sell here, said Iris before running off to take a closer look at the things on sale. I am sure that they sell all kinds of search Pokemon food here, Ash, who was walking alongside Salon and Naruto. Indeed, Pokémart are known to sell all kinds of items for trainers, but it seems like this one is more extensive than the regular ones, said Salon. That's good. It might be a good idea to restock on supplies and purchase items that we would need in the near future, said Naruto. That's a good idea, Naruto, as I've just realized that we quite low on ingredients. We can do that before we leave, said Salon. Then they strolled through the mart, looking at the assortment of the things on display while Iris was browsing through the accessories section, looking at the bracelets behind the glass case. They kept on walking until Naruto saw a long queue of search Pokemon trainers standing before a red curtain which was closed. What's going on there? Asked Naruto. They are waiting in line to get into a connoisseur shop where connoisseur check for compatibility, said Salon, who came up next to them. What do you mean by compatibility? Asked Ash with a look of curiosity.
That's right. They check for compatibility between trainers and their search Pokemon and give them advice, said Silin.
It's pretty obvious that there are a lot of connoisseurs aside from Salon, but I believe that there are ranks, right? Said Naruto. You're correct. Every connoisseur must be evaluated by the Search Pokemon Connoisseur Association, where they placed into different classes that range from C, B, A and finally S class. In order to perform a compatibility check, you have to be in A class or higher, and it so happens that I am in A class, said Salon with pride. Then the curtain opened to reveal a woman standing behind a table as a trainer walked away happily while carrying his Minccino. Whoa, it's a girl, said Ash in surprise, to which Naruto rolled his eyes over due to how obvious it is for a female to share the occupation, since Tsunade was the first female Hokage in his village. The proper name for a female connoisseur is connoisseuse. Why don't you have a consultation, as well as it would be a good idea to get some advice from someone else's perspective, said Salon. Okay then. I can ask her about how compatible I am with Sawadle, said Ash. Naruto nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll go and restock on ingredients and items before we leave, so I'll see you later, said Salon before walking off. Ash and Naruto went to stand at the end of the line, which was very long. Man, this line is so long that I don't think I can even sit still, said Naruto. Well, it comes from the fact that you're a hyperactive knucklehead, said Kurama, laughing at the search Pokemon ninja. Shut up, furball, I can't help it, thought Naruto angrily. You there, with the red hat. You don't need to wait in that silly line. I am a connoisseuse too, said a voice. They turned to see a purple curtain and a hand was sticking out of it, beckoning for them to come. Wow, so you can see us all the way from here, said Ash, but Naruto and Kurama were skeptical. If she is also a connoisseuse, then why aren't there trainers queuing here as well, thought Naruto. He shrugged it off and followed Ash, but when he drew close, a girl with purple wearing clothes similar to Salon pulled him in and dragged him to a seat. My name is Ash. I am a search Pokemon trainer and this my best buddy Pikachu, and that's Takala, said Ash, pointing at Pikachu and Naruto. My name is Burgundy. I may not look like it, but I am a highly skilled connoisseuse ranked by the Search Pokemon Connoisseur Association. So besides compatibility, you can also ask me about preparing Pokemon food, battle strategy and even the choice of accessories, said the girl. Well, I was hoping that you could tell me about the compatibility between me and my Pokemon, said Ash. Then Burgundy drew close to him, much to his surprise. You mean Pikachu? It's an extremely rare Pokemon in the Unova region, said Burgundy. Then she sniffed at Pikachu. Pikachu even has a rare fragrance. I don't need to know about Pikachu, it's without a doubt that we're a perfect match, said Ash happily, with Pikachu and Naruto smiling as well. It's pretty obvious, especially since Pikachu is Ash's first search Pokemon and they have been together for the longest time, thought Naruto, with Kurama nodding in agreement. That's true. Though it makes me wonder why this girl didn't notice that from the beginning, said Kurama. I'd rather wanted you to take a look at this one. Come out Sawaddle, said Ash, who opened the search Pokemon to bring out the bug Pokemon. I'll be happy to take a look at the both of you, Allure. It is evaluating time s'il vous plaît, said Burgundy, taking out her Pokédex. I see. After looking at Sawaddle, she turned her back to them. So how is it? Asked Ash anxiously. The compatibility between you and your Sawaddle is the worst ever, declared Burgundy to everyone's surprise. This Sawaddle's special ability is called Swarm. But you would be much better off with a Sawaddle that has the special ability called Chlorophyll. Why do you say that? Asked Ash, with Naruto looking at Burgundy, wanting to know the reason as well, and noticed her flinch a bit. Are you questioning the advice of a connoisseur that is recognized by the Search Pokemon Connoisseur Association? Look, you can catch bugs types anywhere, so take my connoisseur's advice and go catch a different Sawaddle, said Burgundy. She didn't even answer the question he asked, thought Naruto. Sawaddle got annoyed and shot a string shot at her face, wrapping it up much to his amusement. Ash quickly called the bug type back before it got worse. Why the nerve of that pesky bug type? Don't you have any proper search Pokemon you can show me? I've had quite enough of that one, so show me another now, said Burgundy after tearing the silk off her face. No thanks, I think I should leave, said Ash, getting up, with Naruto agreeing wholeheartedly as he had enough of this, but Burgundy held him in place. Didn't you say you wanted to be a search Pokemon master? Unless you have your compatibility properly evaluated, that is not going to happen, said Burgundy. Okay. Then Snivy, said Ash, bringing out Snivy, who stood with her arms crossed. Burgundy took a sniff at her, then frowned a bit. This Snivy has a pungent aroma of black pepper and no subtlety at all. And its eyes are too sharp, like kitchen knives. Now for the taste test. She drew close with her tongue out, but Snivy wouldn't have any of it and used Vine Whip to lash at the tongue, inflicting quite a bit of pain for the connoisseur. That Snivy also has zero respect for my tongue. You should nt say that, said Ash angrily. Plus I don't think any connoisseur would even think of licking a search Pokemon just to evaluate it, thought Naruto, who was getting annoyed as well. I am surprised that you aren't speaking out for them to hear you, said Kurama. And get myself evaluated? No thanks, thought Naruto, looking at Burgundy. What about my Tepig? Said Ash, bringing out the friendly Fire Pig search Pokemon, who smiled at her. It was a minute of stares and smiles until Burgundy finally spoke. It's no good. What do you mean no good? Said Ash, clearly annoyed this time. Tepig just sits there with that silly smile. It's far too good-natured for a Pokemon battle. I don't even have to evaluate it to know that, said Burgundy. This annoyed Tepig enough to use Ember to scorch her face. Without warning, Oshawott came out of his Pokeball. Oshawott, why do you keep coming out of your Pokeball? Asked Ash. I am sure that I can impress her, said Oshawott before hugging Burgundy's leg and winking at her. However, this produced a different result. Zoot. I can believe this childish behavior, or that old stale and musty aroma drifting through the air. This Oshawott is a complete waste of my time, said Burgundy. What did you say? Said Oshawott angrily before blasting her face with a water gun. Naruto's resistance to lash out was weakening by the minute. Okay, how about my Scraggy? Said Ash, who was at his wit's end. Burgundy took a sniff at Scraggy, making Naruto wonder if she is related to Kiba's clan. Scraggy has the aroma of an old shoe, but even so, said Burgundy. Scraggy pulled up his pants proudly, although it sagged back down. You should be ashamed of yourself, making Scraggy hit her with a headbutt. That's enough. All of your search Pokemon are far too acidic for their own good, and they're paralyzing my tongue. I have no idea what you're talking about. At first you said that Pikachu is a rare search Pokemon and he had a rare fragrance or something like that, said Ash. The word rare doesn't necessarily mean good. Frankly, your Pikachu is not as cute as the pictures I've seen, said Burgundy. Sure enough, Pikachu struck her with a thunderbolt. Horrible. All of your Pokemon are horrible. You need to make a complete change of your Pokemon. Sorry, but I think you're wrong, said Ash angrily. Then you don't mind being a loser? You want win all 8 badges and make it to the Unova League? Newsflash, it's not going to happen, said Burgundy. Are you serious? Asked Ash. Of course. I am a search Pokemon connoisseur and I know what I am talking about, said Burgundy, as a matter of fact. Which I find highly doubtful. So far, everything I've seen and heard is based on the looks and behavior of my friends, which deviates from what you are supposed to really do, said Naruto, finally speaking up for the first time. And what kind of search Pokemon are you? Are you trying to imitate a Ninetales? 'Cause you're not doing a good job of it. Honestly, you're better off without those tails, said Burgundy. She had to take a few steps back from the glare which Naruto was giving her at the moment. She did not just make fun of the tails, did she? Growled Kurama. Don't push your luck. Unlike the others, I am not so good at holding back my strength when I am angry, warned Naruto. The situation was about to escalate when Iris and Salon showed up through the curtain. Ash, where have you been? We were looking all over for you, said Iris.
Yeah, we were getting so worried since you had been gone for so long, said Sillin.
Ah, it's you, exclaimed Burgundy while pointing at Salon. Wait a minute, I know you, said Salon. You know this girl Salon? Asked Ash. She challenged me back at the Strident Gym and if I remember, she lost, said Salon. And I have been waiting for this day even since, for this is the day I will have my revenge, declared Burgundy. But what do you want revenge for? Asked a confused Salon. I want revenge not only for my defeat but for all those hurtful things you said about my search Pokemon, said Burgundy angrily. Well, I am a search Pokemon connoisseur, said Salon. Salon. I get the feeling that Burgundy mistook your words of advice for insults as what I've just heard sounds highly exaggerated, said Naruto when they heard what she thought Salon said. Then she went ahead to tell the gang about how she got evaluated by the Pokemon Connoisseur Association and earned the license to become a Pokemon connoisseur so that she can beat Salon. But was surprised when she returned to the gym and heard that he had left on a journey. Look, I feel bad that you came after me, but we can't have gym battles since this isn't a gym, said Salon. I've already earned the badge by defeating Chili. All I care about now is defeating you and taking my place as a top-class connoisseur, and then I can have my very own shop after being world famous, said Burgundy with stars in her eyes. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean that this isn't a connoisseur shop to begin with? Said Naruto, staring intently at Burgundy, who began to sweat. Now that you mention it, what class of connoisseur are you then? Asked Salon. Well, I am a C class, said Burgundy hesitantly. A C class? Salon, didn't you tell us that one has to be in A class or higher to be able to perform a compatibility check? Asked Naruto.
That's correct. Those of C class are only allowed to assist connoisseurs of an A class and above according to the rules of the association, said Sillin.
So you mean that you've been giving us false evaluations? Said Ash angrily. No way. Any connoisseur would have said the same thing I did. You need a complete search Pokemon overhaul, said Burgundy. There is no need for that, said Salon to Burgundy's surprise. I think Ash has an excellent relationship with his search Pokemon. Thanks a lot, Salon, said Ash happily. So there may be a little problem with your evaluation method, said Salon. Burgundy was stunned for a moment and then frowned at him. What did you say? The relationship between trainer and Pokemon is a complex one. You can't always make a good judgment just by following the manual, said Salon. I don't need you to lecture me. I know more than you'll ever know and I'll prove it by beating you in a search Pokemon battle, said Burgundy. Then I accept your challenge, said Salon to everyone's surprise. Later they stood at a clearing away from the Pokémart where Salon and Burgundy may have their search Pokemon battle. How does a 2-on-2 sound to you? Asked Burgundy. That's fine. Whatever you say, said Salon. At the sidelines, Ash, Iris and Naruto were watching the upcoming battle. This is so cool. I've never seen a connoisseur battle before, said Ash excitedly. Me neither. Pikachu was just as excited. Well, if you ask me, I think this battle is going to be a bit of a pain, said Iris. Maybe, but we might be able to learn a bit from this battle, said Naruto with Kurama nodding in agreement. Alright, do what? Let's go, said Burgundy, throwing out a Pokeball to summon a search Pokemon that bears similarity to Oshawott but different. I can see that your Oshawott has evolved into a Duwott, said Salon. Grass types have an advantage over water types, said Iris. So now is a good time to use Pansage, who is a grass type, said Ash. Naruto remained silent. Now for my search Pokemon, said Salon, bringing out Dwebble, much to everyone's surprise. Allure, it is evaluating time, s'il vous plaît. Wow, Salon, you're you a bug and rock type against my water type. If your ability to choose wisely were a food, I'd say it's spoiled, said Burgundy with a smirk. Well, see, it's evaluating time. Let's put it this way, You and your search Pokemon are about to get a nice taste of what we have to offer, said Ceylon. Bon. But if I am victorious, that will finally prove that my evaluation method is correct, said Burgundy. I don't that will ever be the case, said Ceylon. Then if you're so sure, how about you promise that if I win, Ash will replace all of his search Pokemon, said Burgundy to everyone's surprise. Naruto was getting angry at the immaturity of the girl. Hey, hold on. This has nothing to do with this, said Ash. Ceylon said that your relationship with your Pokemon is perfect. But my evaluation methods tell me that yours is the worst of the worst, said Burgundy. Which goes to show how much a rookie you are, said Naruto. Don't worry about it. Ash and I'll accept your battle challenge, said Ceylon. Ash was about to protest but Naruto stopped him. I am sure Ceylon knows what he is doing and should you have faith in him to win this battle just like he does in ours, said Naruto, which reassured Ash as they watched on. There are no mistakes in my search Pokemon evaluation. I'll show you the power of my search Pokemon that's fully matured. Duwat use water gun, said Burgundy. Duwat shot a stream of water at Dwebble. Use protect, said Ceylon. Dwebble withdrew to its, successfully deflecting the water attack. Now use Fury Cutter. Duwat charged towards Dwebble with its claws glowing. Use protect again. Dwebble withdrew into its shell again to defend against the onslaught of Slash from Duwat. All that Dwebble is doing is defending, said Iris. A bug and rock type like Dwebble is no match for a water type like Duwat, said Ash looking worried. I think I have an idea at what Ceylon is planning, said Naruto. And that girl has already fallen into his trap, said Kurama. Only defense? That strategy seems dull for an A-class connoisseur like yourself. Choosing Dwebble to go up against my Duwat has to be the worst choice you have ever made. Well, finish this with our next attack, Water Pulse, said Burgundy. Duwat shot an orb of water at Dwebble, which connected but it was able to get up without any problem, much to the surprise of the girl. What? But how? That's because this Dwebble has the ability called Sturdy, said Ceylon with a smile. That was his plan, and take a look at Duwat, said Naruto with a smirk. They looked at Duwat, who was panting heavily. Now to show you Dwebble's true power, use Shell Smash and then use X Scissor. Dwebble jumped out of its shell and into the air. Then it glowed red and its claws glowed white and extended before charging at Duwat. Duwat used Razor Shell. Duwat grabbed its Scalchops and clashed with Dwebble's attack, but when they landed, Dwebble returned to its shell while Duwat collapsed, forcing Burgundy to call it back to its Pokeball. Alright. Dwebble won, said Ash happily. Ceylon's plan was to make Duwat wear itself out while defending so that he could land a powerful attack afterwards, which was a good strategy, said Naruto with a smile. See my method? I choose Dwebble to go up against Duwat because I am sure that its special ability Sturdy would allow it to withstand even a powerful water-type attack. All search Pokemon are complex, which is why you should always rely on a manual to evaluating them. So you chose a search Pokemon with a type disadvantage just so you can teach me a lesson, said Burgundy. It seems you still don't understand the true nature of evaluating. A connoisseur's job isn't to just say no, but to see each and every Pokemon for its own unique qualities and judge them based on that, said Ceylon. Look, Ceylon, the battle isn't over yet. Sosbeck, let's go, said Burgundy, bringing out another Pokemon which was new to Ash and Naruto. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan it. Sosbeck, the season search Pokemon, and the evolved form of Deerling. The plants on Sosbeck's horns change depending on the time of the year, and people often use them to measure the passing of the seasons. Sosbeck is my premium rare search Pokemon. I want to see what kind of evaluation you have for us, said Burgundy. Now for my premium rare, Pansage, said Ceylon, bringing out Pansage after calling back Dwebble. Burgundy, your battling style reflects a fine blend of strength and courage, but it will be some time until that recipe has been refined into one that's destined to become a timeless classic. All this recipe talk makes me angry and hungry, said Burgundy. You know, I have to admit that I'm getting hungry too, said Naruto with his stomach growling. Do you have to think about food at this time? Asked Kurama. If you stand out here, listening to them talking about recipes and stuff, you would get hungry too, thought Naruto. You have a point there. Just hope that they finish the battle soon, then you can go and get something to eat, said Kurama. Sosbeck, use Horn Leech, said Burgundy. Sosbeck charged at Pansage with its horns glowing yellow. Use Dig, said Ceylon. Pansage quickly burrowed underground. Burgundy, Now we'll explore the full depths of battle, my recipe revealed. Pansage burst out of the ground from behind Sosbek. Sosbek used jump kick. Sosbek launched a double kick at Pansage. Pansage used dig. Pansage went underground again, now come out and use bullet seed. Pansage came out and fire several volleys of seeds at Sabuk from the left, right and behind, which left it confused. Salon, that was sneaky, exclaimed Burgundy angrily. Well, confusion is another piece of the battle puzzle, as you can see, said Salon with a smirk. Use Megahorn. Sosbek charged in again with glowing white horns towards Pansage. Naruto shook his head in disappointment. That was a bad choice of move for her to use, said Naruto. The others turned to him wondering why he said that. You remember that Pansage has one more move in his arsenal. After taking a moment to think, their eyes widened in realization. Perfect. The time has come to end this battle with an unexpected ingredient by using solar beam. Pansage gathered sunlight its paws and then fired a beam of sunlight at Sabuk, knocking it out. Amazing. Salon is stronger than I thought, said Ash. I told you to have faith in him and he has pulled through. Now we don't have to worry about replacing our friends, said Naruto with a smile. Thank goodness for that, said Iris. Later in the day, after a lunch because of Naruto, the gang decided to see Burgundy off when Salon called out to her. Burgundy, you have the potential to be a great connoisseur, but you need more time to develop and grow. The key to achieve anything in life is patience, said Salon. I am sick and tired of your lectures. I am going to become an S-class connoisseur and then I'll show how strong I am, declared Burgundy. That's good, I'll be looking forward to that day, said Salon with smile, causing Burgundy to blush before yelling out. I'll have my revenge on you someday for sure. Then she took off in a cloud of dust, while the gang's sweat dropped at the scene. She's quite something, despite being a rookie, said Naruto. Actually, being able to pass the C-class connoisseur evaluation is no walk in the park, plus you have to give her credit for that spark and spirit, said Salon. Then we'll do the same in our gym battles, right Naruto and Pikachu? Said Ash. That's right, believe it, said Naruto, raising a paw in the air. Yeah. We've got your back, said Pikachu. With that, the gang continued on their way to Castelia City to meet up with Burra and challenge his search Pokemon gym. It had been a long and winding road, and the gang had finally arrived at Castelia after crossing the Sky Arrow Bridge. Naruto and Kurama were stunned at the sight of the bridge. That has to be one of the longest bridge I've ever crossed, said Naruto after crossing and looking back at the bridge. I'd have to agree with you, Kit. I've never seen a bridge like this since the Great Naruto Bridge, said Kurama, who was just as surprised. You know, it still surprises me that they named the bridge after me, thought Naruto as he walked alongside his friends. Upon setting sight upon the city, both Naruto and Kurama were once again stunned into silence. The place was way bigger than that of the Hidden Leaf Village with its tall buildings. However, a certain city comes into the blonde's mind, but it's in bits and pieces. He was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Ash talk. We've finally made to Castelia City. Now we can have our gym battle against Burra, said Ash, who was obviously excited with Pikachu sharing the feeling. As they walked through the city and admiring the view, Naruto was sensing something strange, and it was coming from outside the city. Kurama, do you feel it too? Asked Naruto. Yeah, and it gives me a bit of unease, and I am sure we aren't the only ones to feel it, but just keep an eye out for anything strange, said Kurama. Naruto nodded in agreement before turning to the others. Wow. This place is so big, said Iris. That's right, but we should try out the ice cream of the place called the Castelia Cone. It is a high recommendation for visitors, said Salon. That sounds tasty. We have to try it out before the gym battle, said Iris. No way. That comes after the gym battle, said Ash, with Pikachu nodding in agreement. Ash is right. That is the reason we're here after all. Although I would mind if it was a ramen shop, said Naruto, drooling a bit. You're such a little kid, to be addicted to that stuff, said Iris haughtily. Oh, this is coming from someone whose love for dragon types is bordering on obsession, said Naruto, his eyes twitching in annoyance. They would have gone into an argument if not for Salon interrupting them. Calm down, you two. We need to get to the gym for Ash's battle. We can take a shortcut through Central Plaza. As the gang were walking through the park, which was located in the middle of the city, Iris was asking Ash if he was ready for the incoming gym battle. Yeah, my search Pokemon and I are all set to my next badge. So Burra should be ready for us, said Ash with confidence. Hey guys, isn't that Bura over there? Said Naruto. The rest turned to see the said person looking up at a tree. The gym leader turned to see them coming. Oh, it's you guys again, said Bura. Hello Bura, we were just on our way to challenge the Castelia gym, said Ash. I see, but I am afraid I can't battle right now. You see there's something bothering me, said Bura looking back up the tree. What seems to be the problem? Asked Salon. The bug type had picked up on something last night and had been restless ever since then, said Bura. This drew the attention of Naruto and Kurama. Do you think it could be related to what we sensed, Kurama? Asked Naruto. Maybe so, Naruto, but let's listen to what he says just to make sure, said Kurama. I've heard that bug type search Pokemon become restless when something bad is going to happen, said Iris. That's correct, Iris. Scientists have also proven that bug type have an ability to sense electromagnetic waves, said Bura. Hey, Shino would have loved to get one of these bug type search Pokemon, thought Naruto with a smile, remembering his silent friend. You know, I've been feeling this certain chill and it's coming from over there, said Iris, walking with the others following her. Oh boy. Here we go again with that sixth sense of hers, Naruto followed, shaking his head in amusement. Sure enough, the gang stood in front of a shop which seems to be closed. It's the Castelia Cone, but it's closed, said Salon in disappointment. Which means we wouldn't have got any ice cream if we had come here in the first place, said Ash. This is the second time your sixth sense has led us on another dead end, with the first being back at Pinwheel Forest, said Naruto, trying to contain his laughter while Kurama had no such restrictions and was rolling on the floor laughing. Pikachu immediately sensed something from the nearby manhole cover, with Naruto feeling the same thing. Both approached the cover, which caught the attention of the others. Naruto, Pikachu, what's the matter? Asked Ash, kneeling next to them. Bura, do you know what's under there? It's a sewer which leads underground from the city to the river, said Bura. He then had a thought before speaking up again. Now that I think about it, I remember that some time ago a search Pokemon wandered from the river into the sewer. Then there might be something down there, said Salon. Then let's investigate, said Naruto. Soon, they removed the manhole cover and climbed down the ladder, into the sewer, and started to walk around for a while. Kurama made a joke about the sewer being much cleaner than the one in his mindscape, which irritated him a bit. Soon they came across what looks to be a search Pokemon stuck in a drainage pipe. What's that? Wondered Ash, taking out his Pokédex to scan it. Venipede, the centipede Pokemon. Venipede explores its surroundings by sensing the vibrations in the air with feelers on its head and tail. How did it get itself stuck in there? Asked Iris. It doesn't matter right now, I'll get it out. Ash moved in to pull it out but was held back by Bura. Ash, hold on. Venipede has the ability Poison Point. You could get poisoned from physical contact if you're not careful, said Bura. But it looks so weak. Ash looked at the trapped search Pokemon for a moment before grabbing a hold of it and pulled it out after a bit of struggle. Eventually he was able to pull it free, causing them to fall to the ground. Yo Ash, are you okay? Asked Naruto. Yeah, I am fine, said Ash. They turned to look at the Venipede, who scuttled back in fear and unleashed a high-pitched sound which caused them to cover their ears in pain. It's using Screech. It thinks we're its enemies, said Bura. Venipede soon stopped using the attack due to exhaustion, and the gang noticed a bruise on it. Ash was about to approach it, but Naruto stopped him and went instead. Venipede tensed as it saw the unknown search Pokemon draw close. Venipede, I want you to calm down and let us help you with that bruise. We aren't your enemies, we just want to help you, said Naruto. Venipede's antennae vibrated as if to warn him not to come any closer. Kurama, could you lend me a bit of your chakra? It might help it calm down. Sure thing, Kit. Your body should be able to handle it in the meantime, said Kurama. Naruto felt the fox's chakra flow through him, then he used one of his tails to touch Venipede's forehead and channeled through it and into the bug search Pokemon. At first, Venipede was alarmed at the foreign energy flowing through its body, but calmed down and enjoyed it as it felt nice and warm. Venipede was disappointed as the strange search Pokemon removed its tail and the feeling went away. Now can you see that we want to help you? Asked Naruto. Venipede looked at him for a while before finally nodding. That's great. As he turned to tell the others, Naruto felt weak and nauseous. Why do I feel this way? Could I have been poisoned from Venipede's ability? Salon quickly noticed his condition before speaking out. He has been poisoned. Let me get the antidote while you take care of Venipede. Later Salon gave Naruto the antidote, curing him of the poison while Burra and Iris used a super potion and applied a band-aid on its bruise. Iris gave Venipede an Oran berry to restore its energy. "Thanks for the help, Burra," said Naruto. "You're welcome, but I must say that you and Ash have touched my pure heart," proclaimed Burra dramatically. "For some reason, I feel that this is the toned-down version of Guy-sensei's display of youth." Naruto's sweat dropped at the sight. "Anyway, I am glad that you're fine now," Venipede nodded at him happily. "However, what I don't understand is why Venipede is here in the first place and why it stuck its head inside the pipe," Burra said thoughtfully. Soon the group heard a sound from behind them and turned to look at the source and were surprised to see a lot of Venipede crawling through the sewer. "That's a colony of Venipede, but they are known to live in the barren lands outside the city," said Burra. "If so, then what are they doing here?" asked Ash. "Hey Kit, I sense anger and fear from them," said Kurama. "Could it be related to the energy that we felt?" thought Naruto. "The possibility is high as they seem to be coming from the direction of the energy source," said Kurama. A couple of Venipede turned to the group and started to use Screech and then followed up with Sludge Bomb. "Hurry. We have to get out of here now," said Burra, running off with Salon and Iris close behind. But about this Venipede? Ash and Naruto didn't want to leave their new friend behind. "There's no time. Come on," shouted Salon. "Take care of yourself." Ash hesitated before running off. "I hope we meet again, little one." Naruto followed soon after. He doubted that he could calm an entire colony this time. Venipede looked sad at seeing them leave. When the group returned to the surface, they were surprised to see that not only were the Venipede in the sewer but they were also wreaking havoc in the city as well. They then turned to see a policewoman riding on motorcycle with a herdier sitting in the sidecar stop next to them. "It's Officer Jenny," said Salon. "Officer Jenny. What is happening here?" asked Burra. "All that we know so far is that a colony of Venipede is swarming the city," said Jenny. "Yes, but why?" asked Salon. "As of now, we have Professor Juniper trying to figure that out," said Jenny. "Isn't that the one whom you met before starting your journey here, Ash?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, that's the same one," said Ash. There was an explosion and the gang turned to see black smoke rising above the buildings. "That came from near the Search Pokemon Center," said Burra. "Then let's hurry over there." Naruto took off with the group following them. Soon they came across a few trainers who had sent out some of their fire-type search Pokemon to combat the Venipede. They also saw a familiar face among them.
"Hey look, it's Trip," said Ash. "Lampent, let's go," said Trip, throwing a Pokeball to releasing a Pokemon that resembles a floating lampshade with a bluish-purple flame.
Ash brought out his Pokédex to scan it. Lampent, the lamp Pokemon. Lampent moves around by floating in the air. Most often found in the deep forest, they now can be seen living in cities as well. "Alright everybody. Get your search Pokemon to use Flamethrower," said Trip. At the command of their trainers, the Pokemon launched streams of fire at the bug search Pokemon which knocked them back, but this made the Venipede retaliate with Sludge Bomb. "Keep it together. We'll get them soon enough." "Trip, stop this," shouted Ash as he ran to his rival. "Why are you attacking the Venipede?" "That's because they attacked us first for no reason. It's obvious that we strike back," said Trip. "Professor Juniper is currently looking for the reason why the Venipede are acting this way," said Ash. "That is so naive of you. Maybe that's the way you do it over at the Kanto Boonies." Hearing this, Ash was about to lash out at Trip but Naruto spoke up instead. "I may be a search Pokemon but I dislike those who make fun of others' origins, especially from someone who thinks he knows everything like you. Search Pokemon never act without a reason. Something you must have missed learning at school." Naruto glared at Trip who stepped back at being intimidated. "This guy is really getting on my nerves," said Kurama who was getting annoyed with the kid's attitude. "That's enough." Everyone turned to see a man in a gray suit approach them. "I am the mayor of the city and it is my #1 priority to have the Venipede removed. Their poison could inflict great harm to the citizens, so they must be removed. But if you try to remove them by force, they will attack in self-defense which will to both sides getting hurt," said Burra. "He's right. If you attack them then they will strike back which will result in both sides getting hurt. You have more to lose than gain with this method," said Naruto. "Then you have any better ideas?" asked the mayor. "Well, if we can move them to the central plaza and keep them there while we figure out the cause for their migration," said Burra. The mayor still looked unconvinced until Officer Jenny spoke up. "Your Honor, Professor Juniper is currently working on that as we speak. If so, then how do we get the Venipede to go to Central Plaza? Asked the mayor. If we find their leader, then the rest will be sure to follow it, said Burra. Very well then, but if your plan fails, I'll be forced to remove them, said the mayor. That's great, said Iris happily. All right then, Salon, I need you to go and get Nurse Joy. We may need the help of Audino, said Burra. I am on it, said Salon. The group split up to commence the mission while Trip looked at them leave, deep in thought. While running through the infested streets, Ash decided to ask Burra. So how do we find the leader of the Venipede? Most wild search Pokemon are constantly under threat, so the one that senses the danger first becomes the leader. And usually the leader positions himself at where he can keep an eye on the others, said Burra. That would probably be at tall places to serve as a vantage point like one of these buildings, said Naruto. Which means we need to check on the tallest buildings in order to find the leader, said Ash, to which Burra nodded in affirmation. After a while of searching through the tall buildings, Iris called to the others. Hey guys. Look up there. Pointing to the top of a white building which Venipede stands on, but it looks bigger than the others. That one looks bigger, said Ash. That's correct, and the leader usually battles anyone who approaches it. Burra took a few steps forward and the large Venipede jumped from the top of the building to the ground and rattled its antennae in a threatening manner. Burra was about to approach it and try to convince it to lead its colony to the Central Plaza when they heard a voice call out. Lampent, use flamethrower. Venipede quickly jumped out of the way of the attack and everyone turned to see Trip with his Lampent before them. Trip, stop attacking the leader, shouted Ash. Look, if we take out the leader, then the colony will break up, it's basic strategy, said Trip. But this isn't up you, said Iris. As far as I can see, the leader has no interest in you. Lampent, take it out with Shadow Ball. Lampent formed a black sphere and launched it at the Venipede. I don't think so. Naruto quickly leapt forward and used Crush Claw to deflect the attack, much to Trip's surprise. You're the one who is naive here. If you take down the leader, it would rather cause more chaos than before, as they will be confused without a leader. For someone who knows basic stuff, you're missing a few details. The leading Venipede was about to attack when another Venipede appeared to stop it, one which Naruto and Ash are familiar with. Look, it's the Venipede we met back in the sewer, said Ash. The Venipede crawled over to them, happy to see its new friends again. As you can see, Trip, the Venipede have no ill intentions coming here. Something must have forced the colony to migrate from their homes, which is why we must help them, said Burra. He's right, said Iris, with Ash nodding in agreement. Soon enough, Salon showed up with Nurse Joy and Audino following him. Burra, I've found Nurse Joy and Audino. Fine, knock yourselves out. I know the end results. Trip called Lampent back into its Pokeball before walking away. What's with that guy? Said Iris. That's him being such a kid, said Naruto with a smirk. Nurse Joy, could we have your Audino use Heal Pulse? Asked Burra. Of course, Audino use Heal Pulse. At the nurse's command, Audino released a pink wave over the Venipede and Naruto could sense the bug search Pokemon clam down. These search Pokemon are really interesting, said Kurama, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Alright then. Allow me to take you to a safer place, so please follow me. Burra took out an ocarina and started to play a tune which made the Venipede follow him, much to the awe of Naruto and the others. I'll lead them to the Central Plaza, so I hope that you would rally any stragglers. You got it, Burra. Okay guys, let's go. Soon they were the Venipede to the leader, with Ash having Pidove use Gust, Iris with Axew using Dargon Rage, although it still fails, Nurse Joy having Audino use Heal Pulse and Salon having Pansage use a low-powered Bullet Seed. Naruto was using his senses to locate any missing Venipede. Okay Pidove, you know what to do. Ash pointed at a couple of Venipede. Got it. Pidove flew but was caught off guard when one of the Venipede launched a sludge bomb at it. Naruto quickly jumped in front of the pigeon search Pokemon and used Substitute to switch with a log. Thanks a lot, Naruto.
Don't worry about it, I've got your back, said Naruto.
Okay, I'll definitely get stronger to catch up with you and the others. No sooner she said that than Pidove emitted a bright glow which faded away to reveal a much larger form. Pidove has just evolved into Tranquil. Ash excitedly brought out his Pokédex to scan. Tranquil, the wild pigeon search Pokemon, and the evolved form of Pidove. Tranquil is always able to return to its trainer no matter how far the distance between them. That's amazing, Tranquil, Now you can use the techniques that we came up with, said Naruto excitedly. Yay. Now I can do it. Tranquil was excitedly waiting for Ash to give a command. Alright, Tranquil, use Wing Blade, said Ash. The wind started gathering around the avian search Pokemon's wings as she dove straight towards the stray Venipede and blew them towards the group more quickly than when she was a Pidove. That technique worked just as I thought. I can't to see what it can really do in a search Pokemon battle, thought Naruto with glee. By nighttime, all of the Venipede were safely gathered at the central plaza with the herdier making sure none of them wander off. All of the Venipede have been safely contained, reported Officer Jenny. I'd like to thank you for your help, Burra, said the mayor. Thank you, but they also helped out too, said Burra pointing to the gang. It was nothing, we're just glad that no one got hurt, right Venipede? Said Naruto. The Venipede with the bandage chirped happily. They heard footsteps and turned to see Trip leaving. Naruto could sense annoyance from him. Hey Trip, where are you going? Asked Ash. I am heading to the next town to find another search Pokemon gym as I wouldn't want to waste my time waiting here, said Trip. Then the next time we meet, let's have search Pokemon battle, said Ash. Well, that is if you're worthy enough, said Trip, who then walked away, leaving Ash a bit confused. That guy is like the non-emo version of Sasuke, thought Naruto. Later, the gang were at the landing pad on top of a building where they saw a woman wearing a lab coat coming out of a helicopter. Hello Professor Juniper, said Ash. Hi Ash. I was told of what you guys did and I have to say congrats, said Professor Juniper. Professor, have you figured the cause of the Venipede's migration? Asked Burra. Yes. Look at this. Professor held out a handheld terminal for everyone to see. We detected a strange energy that was coming from below the barren lands which surrounds Castelia City, and it is emitting a large amounts. Of course, the Venipede leave underground, so the energy must have really frightened them, said Burra. That also explains the energy which I had been sensing for a while now, said Naruto.
You mean you had sensed the energy too? Asked Professor Juniper in surprise.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure that it was the cause, said Naruto. Then I'll be sure to go and investigate. The next day, Professor Juniper along with Officer Jenny took off in a helicopter towards the desert resort. Okay Ash. Let's get ready for our gym badge, said Naruto with excitement. You got it, said Ash. The next day, after discussing a bit of strategy with Naruto, the gang entered the gym and were surprised to see that there is a lot of trees and plant inside it. Wow, this place is amazing, said Iris. I'll say, said Ash. It almost feels like a greenhouse, said Salon. It almost feels like I am back in Konoha, thought Naruto as he felt a bit homesick with Kurama comforting him. Soon they saw Burra, who was up on a tree branch, feeding a Sawaddle. Hey Burra, called out Ash. Burra leapt off the branch and landed before them. Hello and welcome to the Castelia Gym. I hope you're ready for our gym battle. Of course, said Ash. Where did you get the trees from, Burra? Asked Naruto. We transplanted them from the Pinwheel Forest for the bug-type search Pokemon, said Burra. Soon they arrived at the battlefield and stood at the opposite ends with Iris and Salon at the stands. Suddenly one of Ash's Pokeballs opened up to reveal Snivy standing before them. Snivy, what are you doing out of your Pokeball? Said Ash in confusion. I wanted to watch your gym battle, said Snivy, sneaking a look at Naruto and to see what you can do, Naruto. Naruto relayed the message to Ash, who complied, and Snivy stood next to him. Then the referee spoke up. The Castelia gym battle between Burra and Ash is about to begin. 3 search Pokemon per side. The gym battle will be completed when all the search Pokemon of one side are unable to battle. Allow me to start things off. Dwebble, let's go. Burra threw out a Pokeball to release the bug-type Pokemon. The rock on this Dwebble is different from Salon's, said Ash. Alright Sawaddle, I choose you. Sawaddle was released from its Pokeball and looked ready for battle. Iris and Salon were surprised at Ash's choice as they thought that he would choose Tepig. Now battle begin, shouted the referee. Play music. Search Pokemon Black Ost. Battle. Gym leader. Sawaddle, use Razor Leaf. Sawaddle released a barrage of leaves at the bug-type search Pokemon. Dwebble, use Protect and follow up with X Scissor. A barrier appeared around Dwebble, deflecting the attack, and charged at Sawaddle with its claws glowing blue, which connected before it could react. That's so fast, said Ash. I think it has to do with the rock on its back, said Naruto, looking at the rock shell which appeared different from Salon's Dwebble. You're correct, The rock my Dwebble carries is lighter than that of other Dwebble, said Burra. Sawaddle, use Razor Leaf again. Sawaddle launched its attack once again. Dwebble, use Dig. Dwebble quickly burrowed underground, dodging the attack. Sawaddle, use String Shot to dodge. Sawaddle shot a string at the ceiling and ascended right before Dwebble burst out of the ground. Dwebble use X Scissor. Dwebble leapt at Sawaddle to attack in midair. Sawaddle, use String Shot to get in close and then use Tackle. Sawaddle shot a string at Dwebble and pulled itself over and slammed into it, sending the bug type crashing to the ground. That's quite impressive, but let's see you handle this. Use Rock Wrecker. Dwebble formed a large boulder and threw at Sawaddle. I have got an idea. Sawaddle used String Shot to grab that Rock Wrecker and send it back. To everyone's surprise, Sawaddle shot a string at the boulder and spun around before sending it back at a stunned Dwebble, which separated it from its shell. Now's our chance. Sawaddle used Razor Leaf. Sawaddle launched a barrage of leaves which dealt serious damage. Now that's it without its shell. Dwebble, hurry back to your shell. I don't think so. Sawaddle used String Shot to draw close and finish up with Bug Bite. Sawaddle shot a string and again drew itself over to Dwebble, latching on. Its teeth glowed and proceeded to gnaw on the Bug Search Pokemon. Dwebble struggled for a while before finally collapsing to the floor with swirls in its eyes. Dwebble is unable to battle. Sawaddle is the winner, said the referee. Alright Sawaddle, that was amazing. Sawaddle jumped up and down, happy at winning its first gym battle. Then its body glowed brightly before fading to reveal another form. Wow, who's this search Pokemon? Swadloon, the leaf-wrapped search Pokemon and the evolved form of Sawaddle. Swadloon's body is covered in leaves which protect it from the cold. In the forest where Swadloon live, the trees and grass grow very well. It's surprising to see Sawaddle evolve right after it had just won its first gym battle, said Salon with Iris nodding in agreement. I must say congratulations on your search Pokemon evolving, but it's time to face my next Pokemon, go Whirlipede. Burra threw a Pokeball which revealed another Pokemon unknown to them. Ash pointed his Pokédex to scan. Whirlipede, the Curlipede Pokemon and the evolved form of Venipede. Whirlipede can spin its hard-shelled body like a tire to smash into its opponents. I see, Swadloon return. Ash called it back into its Pokeball. That was a wise decision that Ash made, as Whirlipede is both bug and poison, giving Swadloon a disadvantage with it being a bug and grass type, said Salon. And we know who Ash will use next, said Iris. Tepig, I choose you. Ash called upon his fire-type search Pokemon who looked fired up. Battle begin, said the referee. Whirlipede, use Poison Sting. Whirlipede fired a barrage of Purple Needle at Tepig. Cancel it out with Ember and use Tackle. Tepig shot his attack and quickly dashed towards the Bug Search Pokemon. Use Steamroller. Whirlipede spun like a wheel and sped towards the unsuspecting Tepig, overpowering his attack much to their surprise. If that's the case, Tepig use Ember. Tepig launched his attack at Whirlipede. Whirlipede, use Iron Defense. A white transparent wall appeared before Whirlipede, deflecting the attack. Darn it, Burra is not giving us much options right now, said Naruto. Yeah. We'll have to improvise. Tepig use Flame Charge. Tepig charged at his opponent while surrounded by fire. Whirlipede, use Steamroller. Whirlipede rolled towards Tepig and collided, which resulted in an explosion, sending them both skidding backwards with damage inflicted upon each other. Tepig used Flame Charge again. Tepig charged in once more. Whirlipede used Steamroller as well. They clashed again, repeating the same results. Time to end this. Use Solar Beam. Whirlipede started absorbing sunlight into its feelers. I can't have Tepig getting too close, so use Ember. Tepig shot sparkles of fire at the Bug Search Pokemon, inflicting damage upon it. It's too late, fire. Whirlipede fired a yellow beam which connected with Tepig as he was too exhausted to dodge, leaving him knocked out. Tepig is unable to battle. Whirlipede is the winner, said the referee. You did a good job, Tepig return. Ash called the Fire Pig Search Pokemon back to his Pokeball before turning to Naruto. I am counting on you. You got it. Naruto ran into the battlefield while Snivy looked on with a hint of excitement. Now I can see what you can do, Naruto thought Snivy. Battle begin, said the referee. Whirlipede, use Poison Sting. Whirlipede fired its attack at Naruto. Takala, use Substitution. When the attack landed, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke to reveal a wooden log, much to the surprise of the gym leader. Now use Crush Claw. Naruto appeared from the left and struck with a claw which was glowing white. Strike back with Steamroller. Whirlipede sped towards Naruto, who stood alert. Time to make you stay down for good. Takala use Shadow Clones and then use Rasengan. Naruto inwardly smirked at what Ash was aiming for. He jumped into the air and summoned a clone. Both started to form a sphere which was bigger than normal before diving at the bug search Pokemon while calling out Giant Rasengan. As he slammed the attack into his opponent, Whirlipede was sent flying across the field and crashing into a tree with swirls in its eyes. Whirlipede is unable to battle. The winner is Takala, said the referee. Good job, Takala, said Ash. Snivy was happily clapping at his victory. Of course, believe it. Naruto turned to give them a foxy grin, making Snivy blush a bit. Your Takala is pretty good, but let's see you handle my strongest of all bug search Pokemon. Go Leavanny. Burra threw out his third and final Pokemon, one which everyone is familiar with. Alright then. Takala use Excel Claw. Naruto dashed towards while leaving behind afterimages and lashed out with glowing claws. I see Excel Claw as a combination of Extreme Speed and Crush Claw, said Silan. Leavanny use Protect and follow up with Leaf Storm. Leavanny summoned a barrier, knocking Naruto back and launched a barrage of leaves at Naruto, damaging him before he could recover.
Takala, use Rasengan. Naruto leapt forward with the spiraling sphere in his paw.
Leavanny, use Protect. Leavanny formed the barrier, but Naruto's broke through and sent it flying back, much to Burra's shock, as he knew Feint would be able to bypass the move. Leavanny, immobilize with String Shot. Leavanny fired a string which tied Naruto's front legs together, causing him to lose his balance. Kit. Hurry up and get it off. I have a feeling that the next attack will be a powerful one, shouted Kurama, who was feeling uneasy about the current situation. I am trying, but I can't seem to get it off. Naruto kept biting at the string, but it doesn't seem to be coming off. Use Hyper Beam. The bug-type search Pokemon fired a large beam which sent Naruto skidding across the floor, seriously hurt. Takala, are you okay? Ash, Pikachu and Snivy looked on worry. Naruto slowly got up despite the damage. It's best that you give up. Your search Pokemon is too injured to continue this battle, said Burra. Ash was torn between continuing the battle or throwing the match until he remembered what Naruto said during his battle with Trip. I am not giving up, because I also go by his ninja way. Naruto turned smile at Ash and nod in approval. Kurama, I have an idea, do you think it will work? Thought Naruto. Anything is worth a try in this situation, said Kurama. Naruto summoned several clones which surrounded him and then sat down to meditate. Ash was confused but decided to trust Naruto and wait, since Leavanny can't move after using Hyper Beam. What is Naruto up to? Why is he just sitting there? Asked Iris. It seems like Naruto is cooking up a new recipe. I can't to see what it is, said Silan. Leavanny used Leaf Storm. Leavanny launched its attack at the immobile fox search Pokemon, but the clones jumped in the way to take the hit before disappearing. Soon Naruto emitted a green aura while in his mindscape. One of the gray orbs changed into a green color as well, then he called out. Natura Mode. There was a bright light before fading to reveal an orange toad with yellow markings around his eyes, face and stomach. He wears a green sleeveless vest with the kanji Toad Sage written on it and wields a wooden sword, Bakken. Think of how Gamakichi looked like before the war. Ash's Pokédex spoke up. New data updated, form unlocked. Natura Mode type, Grass. Ability. Chlorophyll, increases the search Pokemon's speed stat in Sunshine. Attacks. Leaf Blade, Energy Ball, Flame Bullet, Water Bullet, Power Whip. More forms are yet to be discovered. It seems like your Sage training helped you unlock another form, said Kurama. Yeah, now we can turn this around, thought Naruto as he stood ready for battle. That's amazing, Takala, said Ash. He keeps on surprising me, thought Snivy as she watched Naruto change forms. I have to say, I've never seen anything like this, but no matter. Leavanny used Leaf Storm. Leavanny launched a barrage of leaves at Naruto. Takala, use Flame Bullet and use Energy Ball. Naruto shot a ball of fire from his mouth which burned the leaves to ashes and then fire a green ball of energy which connected and reduced Leavanny's defense power. It's not over yet. Use Hyper Beam. Leavanny fired the powerful attack, but they failed to notice the smirk shared between Naruto and Ash. Takala, use your tongue to dodge and end this with Leaf Blade. Naruto opened his mouth and shot out a long tongue to stick to the ceiling and pulled himself to it. Then he bounced off the ceiling with the Bakken held in a reverse grip while glowing green and slashed at Leavanny, who fell to the ground with swirls in its eyes. That was a tribute to the toads of Mount Myoboku, thought Naruto with a smirk. Naruto and Ash must have waited for Bura to use Hyper Beam for its side effects to strike after using Energy Ball to reduce Leavanny's defense power. That was a great strategy, said Salon. That's the same thing they did with Lenora, said Iris. Leavanny is unable to battle. Takala wins. Therefore the victor is Ash of Pallet Town, said the referee. All right. We won, shouted Ash happily with Pikachu joining in. Song and I've never experienced a battle like this in my entire time as a gym leader, so it's with great honor that I present to you the insect badge. Bura presents the badge, to which Ash took happily. All right. We just won the insect badge. Ash struck a pose with Pikachu doing a victory sign. Yeah, believe it. Snivy giggled at Naruto's actions. Later on, after checking in the Search Pokemon Center, the gang were discussing their next destination. So where's the next gym, Salon? At Ash's question, Salon checked on the map. According to the map, the next gym is at Nimbasa City. Then I guess our next destination is Nimbasa City, said Iris. All right then, let's go, said Naruto. As the group set off, Snivy felt a slight shiver up her spine for some reason. I feel like I should keep an eye on Naruto more frequently. Naruto also felt a shiver up his spine. I have a feeling that something going to happen, and it will involve girls. It had been several days since Ash and the gang left Castelia City after his victory Bura and acquiring the insect badge. Along the way, the gang reunited with Bianca, who decided to join them on their journey to Nimbasa City for the next gym battle. Naruto had to use Substitute to avoid getting glomped by Bianca when she saw him again, much to Kurama's amusement. After a bit of traveling along the road, the gang decided to stop on top of a hill for a while and have lunch before continuing on. That was good as always, Salon. I am completely stuffed, said Ash, having eaten to his fill. I agree with Ash, the food was delicious as always, especially the ramen, said Naruto, smiling happily at having eaten his favorite food. Indeed, that was a gourmet meal. I rate it 5 stars, said Bianca. Even thought it was a hard work, it was worth it, said Salon. Although I don't why a search Pokemon like Takala is eating ramen. Let's just say that I am a search Pokemon with exquisite tastes, said Naruto with his chest puffed out. Excuse me to say that it was the only food you could afford. That's why you got hooked on it, said Kurama, making Naruto deflate. Well, if you thought that was good, then get ready for the gourmet dessert, said Iris. She went behind them and came back later with a tray full of apples, much to Bianca's surprise. Fruit? Like from a tree? Said Bianca skeptically. I am sorry, but that's not dessert. Dessert is something covered with whipped cream and filled sweet chocolate. Bianca spoke with a look of longing. I don't know about you, but I believe naturals is where it's at, said Iris. One of Ash's Pokeballs opened up to reveal Oshawott, who walked over to Iris to pick up and search apple and take a bit out of it. Well, I rate these apples 5 stars myself. Oshawott nodded in approval, much to Iris' joy. You see, I told ya. Iris picked up and search apple and tossed it over to Axew. Here, Axew, catch. Thanks, Iris. Axew reached out to catch the apple, but it bounced off his nose and rolled down the hill. Wait, come back. Axew ran after the apple. I am sorry about that, Axew, said Iris. I'll go and make sure that he doesn't get himself into trouble. Naruto got and went after the young search Pokemon, with Iris and the others soon following behind. Wait, please slow down. Axew was still running after the search apple, which had caught the attention of a search Pokemon who was sitting on the branches of tree. When the search apple finally hit the bottom of the hill and stopped rolling, the Pokemon glided down to the apple and picked it up. It was about to eat it when a voice called out from behind. Excuse me, but that apple happens to belong to a friend of mine. It turned around to look at an Axew and a Pokemon it had never seen before. As Naruto looked at the search Pokemon, he noticed that it closely resembled a flying squirrel with yellow cheek patches. It has wing-like flaps connected to its 3-fingered arms and a black tail which was in a jagged shape. I've never seen a search Pokemon like this before. I'd better wait for Ash to show up and scan it with his Pokédex in order to get some info, thought Naruto. Sure enough, Ash and the others had caught up with him and also saw the Pokemon. Whoa! What kind of Pokemon is that? Ash brought out his Pokédex to scan. Emolga, the Sky Squirrel Pokemon. Emolga lives in the trees and uses its cape-like membrane to glide through the air. Emolga looked at them before setting her eyes on Iris, who was still holding the tray of apples. If I can guess, that girl is Axew's trainer. If I were to be nice to Axew, then she might allow me to eat some of those apples. Emolga smirked deviously, which no one noticed except Naruto. That Emolga is up to something. I'd better keep an eye on her, thought Naruto. Here you go. I was just about to give it back to you. Emolga handed the search apple over to Axew and petted his head with her tail. Thanks. That's very nice of you. Axew smiled at the kind gesture. Naruto couldn't help but smile as well. That's very nice. Here, have one. Iris held out the tray for Emolga to pick out and search apple. Emolga was happily about to take one when Naruto sensed someone coming. And here she comes, thought Naruto as Bianca swooped in and grabbed Emolga into a bear hug, much to her agony and displeasure. Ooh, you're so cute. From now on you're my search Pokemon. Naruto and everyone else sweat dropped at her proclamation. Geez, talk about ownership rights, said Kurama. Naruto chose not to respond to the fox. No way, I am nobody's search Pokemon. Emolga struggled to get out of Bianca's grip. You may say that, but I don't think Emolga agrees with you, said Naruto. Besides, you would have to battle in order to catch it, said Iris. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Okay, if that's the way it's going to be. Bianca placed Emolga on the ground and took out a Pokeball. Minccino, let's go. Then threw it to call out her Pokemon. Now that the stage is all set, Minccino used Double Slap, said Bianca. Minccino swung its glowing tail at Emolga, who dodged the attacks frantically. Now use Hyper Voice. Minccino let loose a powerful scream at Emolga, who had to cover her ears from the attack, keeping her in one spot. Now just stay right there. Minccino used Tickle. Minccino was about to perform its attack when Emolga released lightning from her body, hitting Minccino as well as everybody else. Emolga is using Discharge, said Salon. I know it may not compare to the Chidori, but it still smarts, said Naruto, whose fur was bristled from the shock. Bianca slowly got up while covered in soot from the attack. I am not letting you get away. Minccino use Attract. Minccino launched heart-shaped projectile at Emolga, who surprised everyone by launching the same attack, which overpowered Minccino's attack and kept on going. Was that Attract? Asked Iris. I am guessing that Emolga can use it too, and since she's female, it's guaranteed to work on Minccino, said Naruto. The attack hit Minccino, who started to ogle at Emolga with hearts on his eyes, forcing Bianca to call it back to its Pokeball. Emolga used this opportunity to fly away from them. Wait, come back. Bianca ran after Emolga with Axew close behind while holding a pair of apples. Axew, wait, said Iris, running after them as well. Come on guys, we've got to go after them in case anything happens, said Naruto, who took off after them with Ash and Salon following him. Soon they caught up with Bianca and Axew, who were looking around for Emolga. I can't seem to find that little cutie anywhere, said Bianca, but it'll definitely catch her. Then she ran further into the forest. I hope to find Emolga. I want to give her a present, said Axew. What do you mean by that? Asked Iris. It seems to me that Axew wants to Emolga and search apple for being so nice to him, said Salon. That's right, said Axew happily. Then well, both look together, said Iris. Axew happily jumped into her before they started leaping through the trees. I am coming along too. Naruto went after them, leaving Ash and Salon behind. After gliding for a while, Emolga finally landed on the branch of an search apple before looking around and was relieved that she wasn't being followed. I've finally lost them, but I was so close to getting those apples if it weren't for that girl and her Minccino. Emolga started to pluck apples from the tree and eat them out of frustration, but paused when her mind wandered to the search Pokemon that she saw before running off. I've never seen a search Pokemon like him before. He looks just like a Ninetales and his tails look so cuddly. She shook her head to clear her thoughts and resumed eating. Meanwhile, Iris, Axew and Naruto were still looking for the Sky Squirrel Pokemon. Naruto was using his senses to try and locate the Pokemon while Iris was searching through the forest. Where could Emolga be? She couldn't have gone that far, said Iris. Well, according to the Pokédex, we should check the treetops since Emolga are known to live in the trees, said Naruto. As they continued looking, Something fell from above and they looked to see that it was in Search Apple Core. Axu drew their attention by pointing upwards. Naruto and Iris looked up to see Emolga relaxing on a tree branch. "It's Emolga, we finally found her," said Iris. Emolga turned to see them. "I found you. This is for you." Axu climbed out of Iris' hair and threw Search Apple at Emolga for her to catch, much to her confusion. "Why are you giving me an apple?" asked Emolga. "Axu wanted to give it to you. It seems like he really liked you," said Naruto. Maybe if I were extra nice to Axu, she might give me more apples. I still have a chance, thought Emolga before smiling at them, and was about to eat it when they heard loud voice. "Here we go again," said Kurama with an annoyed sigh. "I found you." Bianca came running towards them. "Oh no, not her again." Emolga grimaced at the sight of her again. "Minchino, come out and use double slap." Bianca called out her search Pokemon again, who then proceeded to attack Emolga. She tried to dodge several times, but Minchino knocked the search apple off her hands, which annoyed her to launch an orb of electricity, shocking Minchino and sent it flying into Bianca's arms. "Was that Volt Switch?" said Iris. "Ha, there's no way that you're going to catch me." Emolga jumped down from the tree and stomped on Bianca's head before gliding away with a smirk on her face. "Wait, come back." Axu jumped from Iris' hair and ran after Emolga into the bushes. "Axu, wait. Don't run off like that." Iris and Naruto ran after them to make sure that they don't get into any trouble. They exited from the bushes to see Axu jump and grab onto Emolga's legs as they flew right off a cliff. "Hold on. I coming to get you guys." Iris jumped after the search Pokemon to grab them and landed on a ledge, but their combined weight was too much and it broke, sending them sliding into the deep forest below. Naruto quickly jumped off the cliff and ran down the wall while following the trail until he found them as they were getting up from their descent. "Are you guys okay?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, we're fine, but where are we?" said Iris, looking around the forest. Soon they started hearing sounds. "I don't know where we are, but all I know is that we're not alone and the sources of those sounds are not friendly." Naruto looked around as he saw white glowing eyes which belonged to search Pokemon he hadn't seen before. They closely resembled bats in his eyes. "Which search Pokemon are they?" "They're Swoobat, and it looks like we've trespassed into their nest," said Iris fearfully. "Which explains why they're so angry. They think that we're intruding their territory," said Naruto, taking a fighting stance. The Swoobat unleashed a high-pitched sound which forced Naruto and Iris to cover their eyes out of pain. This almost led to Emolga using discharge to shock everyone around her, causing the Swoobat to fall to the ground while stunned. "Quick, let's get out of here." Emolga pointed in a direction for the others to follow. "Okay, we're going." Iris and Naruto recovered from the shock and started running away from the Swoobat. After building a distance between them, did Naruto and Iris finally stop to rest. "Thanks for the help, but none of this would have happened if you hadn't gotten us into it in the first place." "It's not like I intended it." Emolga shrugged her shoulders. "Hey, look over there." Axu pointed out to a nearby lake. "We can rest over there." They walked over, used the water to clean the dirt off, although Axu ended up splashing water on Emolga. She was tempted to give Axu a shock with Naruto watching nearby. Emolga decided to wave it off by firing a green sphere into the water.
"Wow, that was so cool," Axu said with stars in his eyes.
"I have to admit it's an interesting attack. What's it called?" asked Naruto. "It called Hidden Power. It's a unique attack which varies in type based on the search Pokemon using it," said Iris. "So other words, other search Pokemon using the same move will have different effects. These Pokemon are truly something to learn about, Kit. Their potential is great and it makes me wonder how the legendaries would be," said Kurama while deep in thought. "Well, just have to meet one in order to find out," thought Naruto. He turned his attention back to the others.
"Naruto can also do cool things too. I've never seen anyone else do stuff like he does," said Axu happily, which caught Emolga's interest.
"Thanks for the compliment, Axu," said Naruto, using one of his tails to pet Axu's head much to his delight. "Really, how you show us one of your abilities," said Emolga. "Okay then." Naruto walked to the edge of the lake and then channeled chakra to his feet. He took a few steps and soon was standing on top of the water in the middle of the lake. Iris and Emolga were stunned while Axu was cheering for Naruto, who gave them a foxy grin. "That is so cool, Naruto. Can I have a ride on your back?" asked Axu excitedly. "Of course, hop on." Naruto walked back to the shore and Axu jumped onto his back. Then he started to walk on the lake and they could see the water search Pokemon underneath them. Emolga watched them for a while before gliding over and landing on Naruto's back. What's the matter? I thought what you and Axew were doing looked like fun, so I wanted to try it out, said Emolga looking away from him while Axew was happy at having Emolga join them. After running on the water for a while, Naruto stopped and started looking around before running back to the shore. Naruto. What's the matter? Asked Emolga. They're back again, said Naruto. No sooner he said that, than the Swoobat appeared from the trees. Oh no, it's the Swoobat again, said Iris. The Swoobat charged at them, but Emolga used discharge to shock them. However, more of the Swoobat were still flying towards them. We have to get out of here. Iris ran off with Emolga and Naruto close behind. Soon they were forced to hide from them behind a boulder near a cliff wall. I never thought that they would follow us this far. It's best that we wait for them to leave. Yeah, it's not like we have many options. Emolga shrugged her shoulders and Axew mimicked her. Naruto and Iris chuckled softly while Emolga simply smiled at them. They're really fun to hang out with. They waited and waited, but still the Swoobat didn't leave much to their ire. They are really persistent, I'll give them that, said Naruto. More like stubborn, said Emolga. The Swoobat gathered together and started releasing high-pitched sounds which forced Naruto and the others out into the open. The Swoobat launched Charge Beam at them but they quickly dodged the attack. We're gonna have to fight back. Iris, call out your search Pokemon, said Naruto, taking a battle stance. I can't, he doesn't listen to me, said Iris looking depressed. Well, deal with this later. Until then, Naruto turned to Emolga. It's just you and me against them. Got it. Emolga launched Hidden Power at the Swoobat, knocking them back, then she used Attract at them. Emolga, wait, you'll hit Naruto too. Iris shouted out, but Naruto used Substitute to avoid the attack while several of the Swoobat were affected with the others not being swayed. I guess some of the Swoobat are females. Emolga, watch out. Some of the Swoobat flew at Emolga, who immediately used Discharge to hit everyone. This is the third time that I am getting shocked today. This also knocked the male Swoobat out of the effects of the Attract. There are too many of them, said Emolga. One of the Swoobat came from behind and launched a Charge Beam, but Naruto had already seen it and quickly grabbed Emolga with his tails and jumped out of the way. Wow, his tails are so soft. She cuddled the tails unconsciously. Are you okay? Asked Naruto worriedly. Why, yeah, I am fine. Emolga turned away from him, trying to hide the search pink tinge on her face, much to his confusion, while Kurama was laughing in his mindscape. Kit just got another one. I can't wait to see what will happen between the three of them, thought Kurama with glee. What are we going to do, Naruto? Asked Iris, looking the Swoobat as they approached. Well, just have to take them out with quantity instead of quality. Naruto placed Emolga on the floor much to her disappointment and focused on his chakra multi-shadow clone. Several puffs of smoke appeared and faded away to reveal copies of Naruto standing amongst them. Alright guys, take em out. At Naruto's command, they charged at the Swoobat and started using Extreme Speed and Crush Claw to attack them. Emolga, let's finish this. Naruto and his clones used Crush Claw to launch the Swoobat into the air and Emolga used Hidden Power to blast them away. Way to go guys, you did it, said Iris happily. Yeah, now let's get back to the others. Naruto led them back to Ash and the others by tracing their scent. When they met up, Naruto noticed that they were covered in dirt. What happened to you guys? Bianca was trying to find Emolga, but we ended up getting chased by a Scoilipede and a Galvantula, said Ash while Bianca rubbed the back of head sheepishly. Makes me glad that I didn't stay behind with you guys, said Naruto. But why is Emolga with Iris? Asked Bianca. It looks to me that Emolga likes Iris and wants to be with her, said Salon, much to Bianca's surprise and disappointment. I would really like to be your search Pokemon, said Emolga. Then she took a glance at Naruto, who was talking to Pikachu, and I get to be around him more often too. Then Iris took out an empty Pokeball and used it to capture her. Yay. Now we have a new friend. Axew jumped around happily with Naruto and the others looking on, smiling. Oh well. Better luck next time, said Bianca. The next day, the group were back on the road with Iris and Axew feeling at having a new friend join them. Bianca then walked up next to her and spoke. Hey Iris, let's have a search Pokemon battle between your Emolga and my Pignite. Before Iris could reply, Ash also spoke up. Me too, I would like to see how she stacks up to Pikachu. A battle between two electric types is an interesting recipe, said Salon. Naruto was also interested, seeing how he battled alongside Emolga against the Swoobat. But I asked first, and remember that I was planning on catching Emolga first, said Bianca. And I also remember that you weren't able to do so, said Naruto with a smirk. Okay Bianca, I'll accept your challenge, said Iris much to Bianca's excitement and Ash's disappointment. Later on, the group went to a nearby clearing where Iris and Bianca faced off with Salon serving as the referee. Okay Emolga, let's go. Iris threw out her Pokeball to call out Emolga, who did a cute pose upon appearing. Before you start gushing over Emolga, remember that you're having a search Pokemon battle Bianca, said Naruto with a deadpanned expression. Oh right, Pignite come on out. Bianca also tossed out a Pokeball to summon her own search Pokemon. Iris has the first move, battle begin. Salon signaled the start of the battle. Emolga, use hidden power, said Iris. Emolga launched a green sphere of energy at Pignite and scored a direct hit. So you're not holding back huh? Pignite use Heat Crash, said Bianca. Pignite charged at Emolga while covered in flames. Emolga use Attract. Emolga launched several hair-shaped projectiles at Pignite which connected and made it ogle at her. That's a pretty good strategy Iris. Attacking mentally can be just as effective as attacking physically, said Naruto. Then he turned to Emolga. Your Attract is as strong as ever. Thanks Naruto, said Emolga happily. Whatever, Bianca called Pignite back to its Pokeball, but my next search Pokemon will be Minccino. Then she threw out another Pokeball to call out Minccino. Alright, counter Emolga's Attract with yours. Minccino launched heart-shaped projectiles at Emolga with doing the same, which resulted in both attacks canceling each other. Minccino must have gotten stronger to be able to cancel out Emolga's Attract with its own, unlike before, said Salon watching the battle with interest. Now use Tickle. Minccino quickly dashed up to Emolga and used its tail to tickle her. Quick use hidden power, said Iris. However, Emolga raised a paw to form an orb made of lightning to hit Minccino and dashed away from the search battlefield. Then a blue beam of light shot out from Iris' pocket, faded to reveal a dark brown body with diagonal red splotches and at the end as metal blades with fins which look like they're meant for digging. I guess that's the search Pokemon that is refusing to listen to Iris, said Kurama. It must be, as I sense anger from it, but I am rather curious about the move that Emolga just used, thought Naruto. That was Volt Switch, said Salon with a look of surprise. But I don't remember saying to use it, said Iris. Iris, where's Emolga? Asked Bianca. She's right behind Iris, said Naruto, using one of his tails to point in a direction. Everyone turned to see Emolga laughing at them. That's strange. Normally Volt Switch sends the user back into its Pokeball and then switch another search Pokemon into the battle, but not this time, said Salon. I guess Emolga's Volt Switch is a little different from normal, said Ash. Iris called back the search Pokemon to its Pokemon before walking over to Emolga. Emolga, what the point of battling when you're just going to use Volt Switch to avoid it? I hope that you'll listen to what I say since we're doing it for practice. Emolga looked up to Iris with puppy eyes while Naruto quickly looked away. Nothing can persuade you more than the puppy eyes, thought Naruto. You should know best since you had been using on the third Hokage to treat you to ramen when you were 5 years old, so you know how lethal it is, said Kurama with a smirk. Please stop with the tears, okay? Said Iris. Naruto saw Emolga smirk when she turned away from her. Like I thought, she's a trickster, thought Naruto. It takes one to know one huck hit, said Kurama. Naruto knew that he couldn't deny it since he's a prankster by heart. Alright Emolga. Let's try this again and you don't have to worry since you have me on your side. Iris picked up Emolga and placed her back on the search battlefield, much to Emolga's displeasure. Alright then Minccino, use Hyper Voice. At Bianca's command, Minccino was about to launch its attacks when Emolga used Volt Switch to change places again, but this time a beam shot out from Salon's pocket to reveal Pansage, who seemed to have been to sleeping. When the attack hit Pansage, it irritated it enough to retaliate with Solar Beam, which knocked out Minccino in one hit. Minccino is unable to battle, therefore Pansage is the winner, said Salon with a sweat drop, but the recipe was followed as expected though. That was totally unfair. Bianca whined a bit before returning Minccino to its Pokeball, but now you'll have to face my Pignite. Then she called the Fire Pig search Pokemon back into the search battlefield. You know Iris, I am starting to think that Emolga doesn't want to battle, said Ash. He's right, Emolga seemed to be doing whatever she wants, said Bianca. I know, But I want to continue since as a way of training for me, said Iris. What you mean? Asked Ash. Salon answered for him. She means that a trainer must build his relationship between him and his search Pokemon, which will enable the Pokemon to reach its full potential. That's right. Iris then turned to Emolga. So let's try this one more time, okay? Emolga didn't look pleased. Do I have to? Let's pick up where we left off. Pignite use Heat Crash. Pignite charged at Emolga while coated in flames. Emolga, use Hidden Power. However, Emolga lazily used Volt Switch again, and this time a beam shot out of Ash's belt to reveal Snivy this time. Now it's Snivy who got switched into battle, said Ash, then Iris walked up to him. Hey Ash, since Snivy's out, can I borrow her to battle? This might make Emolga see how much fun battling can be, said Iris. Please say yes, it sounds like so much fun, said Bianca. Ash was about to refuse when Naruto spoke up. I don't think that will be the case since the search Pokemon in question is not around to watch. They looked to see that Naruto was right as Emolga was nowhere to be found. Iris went to look for her. That Emolga seems to be the lazy type like that Nara friend of yours, said Kurama. It may seem so, thought Naruto. Hey Ash, why don't we have a search Pokemon battle between Snivy and Pignite while we wait for Emolga, said Bianca. I am all for it. Ash turned to Snivy. Hey Snivy, what do you think? It's not like I have anything better to do. Snivy shrugged her shoulders. Upon seeing Naruto she smiled a bit. Back at the field, the battle was underway. Pignite, use Flamethrower, said Bianca. Pignite launched a stream of flame from its mouth at Snivy. Snivy, use Leaf Buzzsaw to cancel it out, said Ash. Snivy jumped into the air and spun while using Leaf Blade, deflecting the flames. Snivy is becoming more proficient with those techniques that we taught her, thought Naruto happily. Alright Pignite, use Flame Charge. Pignite sped towards Snivy while covered in flames. Snivy, use your Leaf Storm Counter Shield. Snivy spun in one place and summoned the leaves around her to form a cyclone. Pignite tried to break through but was forcefully repelled by the technique. Meanwhile Iris was still looking for Emolga and turned to see Ash and Bianca battling. They're really having a heated battle. Alright, where could Emolga have gotten to? You still looking for Emolga? Iris heard a voice and turned to see Naruto standing next to her. Naruto, what are you doing here? Asked Iris. Actually, I am a shadow clone. The boss sent me to help you find Emolga and she's up on that tree. The clone pointed upwards with one of its tails. Iris looked to see Emolga sleeping on a tree branch, then the clone dispelled itself. Emolga, why don't you come down from there? Said Iris. Emolga glanced at her and was about to go back to sleep when she heard Naruto's voice. Keep it up Snivy. You're doing great, said Naruto. Emolga saw Snivy smile at the words and got annoyed. Who was she to get Naruto's attention? Thought Emolga with puffed up cheeks. She didn't notice Snivy use Vine Whip to bring her over to the others. So instead of a Volt Switch, we've just witnessed a Vine Whip switch. It's a new recipe, said Salon. That sounded very lame Salon, said Naruto with Kurama nodding in agreement. Emolga, you're going to battle this time and you're not going to change my mind, said Iris. Naruto and Snivy noticed the glint in Emolga's eye and quickly jumped away from the group right before she used Discharge to shock them and mess up their hair. What's with that search Pokemon? Said Naruto. Snivy merely shrugged in response. Later on, the gang had set up the table for lunch and Ash brought out his search Pokemon to eat with them. Emolga had quickly eaten up her search apple and started to look around. I wonder where Naruto is. Maybe he could share his search apple with me, thought Emolga. She saw Naruto sitting under a tree eating and was about to approach but scowled when she saw Snivy eating next to him. Why is she sitting next to him? It should be me, not her. She was about to walk over to them when she noticed that the other search Pokemon hadn't finished eating their apples and had a mischievous look on her face. Naruto and Snivy were eating peacefully under the tree when they heard fighting among the search Pokemon and went over to find out what had happened with Ash and the others already there. Alright, what's going on and why are you fighting? Asked Ash. Someone stole our apples, said Tepig with the others nodding in affirmation. Naruto relayed the message to the rest. If so, then who would do it? Asked Iris. Snivy looked carefully and noticed that Emolga had a satisfied look on her face and her belly bulged out a bit. So that's it. She then used Vine Whip to lift Emolga into the air before them. Hold on, you mean Emolga stole their food? But how? asked Iris. It makes sense actually. The search Pokemon who had their food stolen were all males, so Emolga must have used Attract on them, and when the effects wore off, that's when the fight broke out, said Salon. How can you prove that Emolga was the one who did it? Asked Iris, trying to defend her search Pokemon. Aside from Pikachu and Axew who were close to you when you were eating, Emolga was the only one not complaining, plus I can sense emotions and I sensed Emolga's guilt, said Naruto, looking Emolga who was looking away from him. They wouldn't have found out if it weren't for her, thought Emolga as she glared at Snivy, who stared back at her as if saying, I've got my eye on you. After feeding the search Pokemon this time, the group decided to take a nap. Emolga woke up and made sure that everyone was asleep before wandering off, not knowing that Axew had woken up and followed her, and Snivy was watching from the top of the tree branch. What is she up to? She thought. Emolga was strolling through the forest when came across an search apple tree and was about to approach it when she heard Axew appear from behind. Emolga, what are you doing out here? Asked Axew. I was just about to get some apples, I'll get you some too. Emolga used hidden power to hit the trunk of the tree and knock down some apples. As they went to pick them up, they heard something heavy fall to the ground and turned to see a search Pokemon closely resembling a simian with red fur, white shoulder ruffs, cream-colored face, toes, fingers and a fluffy tail resembling a flame. It looked at them angrily. Axew was frightened, but Emolga ignored it and kept on eating the search apple before throwing the core at the search Pokemon's face, angering it further. The simian Pokemon started swinging its fists at Emolga, who easily dodging the attacks all while was laughing at it. There's no way you can catch me. Emolga was about to run off when she noticed that Axew was still around. I can't leave Axew behind, he could get hurt. The search Pokemon saw Axew and was about to punch him when a vine wrapped around it. Everyone turned to see Snivy, who was on top of a tree, looking down on them. The Pokemon launched a flamethrower at Snivy, but she dodged and landed in between them. What are you doing here? Emolga glared at Snivy. Making sure that you don't get into more trouble than you already have, and you're not backing out of this fight, said Snivy. Emolga looked at the grass snake search Pokemon for a moment before sighing and walking up next to her. Just don't get in my way, said Emolga. Same could be said to you, replied Snivy. The two search Pokemon get themselves ready as the simian Pokemon charged at them. Meanwhile, Pikachu was waking the Ash and the others from their slumber. Ash, Naruto, wake up, said Pikachu while shaking Ash. Pikachu, what's the matter that you're waking us up? Asked Naruto, stretching his body as he got up. Axew and Emolga are gone, said Iris after looking around. So is Snivy. Where could they have gone? Said Ash. Kit, I sense anger in the direction of those trees west of here, said Kurama. That must where they are, thought Naruto. Guys, come on, they're this way. Naruto took off with the others close behind after calling their search Pokemon back to their Pokeballs. Take this. Emolga shot a hidden power orb at the rampaging search Pokemon. It quickly retaliated with a flamethrower, but Snivy intercepted the attack with a leaf blade. Both Pokemon had been switching between offense and defense when engaging the wild Pokemon. It fired another flamethrower which connected with Snivy, which sent her colliding with Emolga, and the both fell to the ground. The Pokemon approached them, ready to attack again, when they heard a loud voice call out. Dynamic entry. The Pokemon received a kick to the face which came from Naruto, who was in his combo mode. He turned to check on the others. Are you all alright? Yeah, we're fine. A bit scorched but fine, said Emolga happily, which annoyed Snivy for some reason. That's good, you can leave the hothead to me, said Naruto as he took a fighting stance against his opponent. Ash showed up and used his Pokédex to scan. Who's that search Pokemon? He wondered. Simisear, the Ember search Pokemon and the evolved form of Pansear. Simisear loves to eat sweets, which sustain the fire that burns inside its body. Alright buddy, here's the deal. You turn around and walk away without fighting, or you fight me and suffer a humiliating loss. Pick one, said Naruto. Simisear took a step forward and growled at him. I guess that he's choosing the latter. That's a good thing, as we need the workout, said Kurama with a grin which was mirrored by Naruto. Play music. Pokemon Black Ost. Battle. Wild Pokemon. Me too. Now let's get it on. Naruto charged at Simisear, who about to use flamethrower, but Naruto appeared before the wild search Pokemon with his fist buried in its stomach as he had used Mach Punch to counter. Then he followed up with a Mega Kick to build some distance between them. Naruto dashed towards Simisear, who swung its fist at him, but he avoided it with a sidestep and used close combat to inflict damage. But Simisear quickly recovered and was able to punch Naruto and send him flying with a glowing red fist. That was a dynamic punch and a powerful one at that, said Salon with a look of shock. That Simisear must be a strong around here, said Ash. I hope Naruto will be okay fighting against Simisear, said Bianca looking worried.
Emolga watched the battle with feelings of guilt. This is all my fault. If I hadn't annoyed that Simisear, none of this would have happened.
It may not compare to one of Ba-chan's punches, but it still hurts, thought Naruto as he recovered in midair and landed on his feet. If he's that strong, then you'll just have to match up your power with his, said Kurama. Got it. A red aura covered Naruto as he used work up to increase his attack power, then he charged at the Simian search Pokemon.
Simisear used Flamethrower to try and hit Naruto, but he kept dodging left and right until he was several feet from it. Simisear tried to use Dynamic Punch again, but right as it was about to make contact, Naruto evaded at the last second and used a powered-up Mega Kick which connected with the stomach of the Wild Search Pokemon, causing it to hold its stomach in pain.
Finishing up. Naruto reared his fist back as it glowed with energy, then he swung it at Simisear's chin with Sky Uppercut which sent it flying upwards and jumped after it. At the peak of his jump, Naruto spun several times before slamming into Simisear with a powerful Mega Kick which sent it flying a great distance away from them. None of this would have happened if you had just backed off, Naruto called after the Simisear. End music. As he turned, Naruto saw Ash and the others walk up to him as he reverted to his polymorph mode. That was amazing, Naruto. You were able to take Simisear on with little trouble, said Ash. Then he turned to Snivy. You were just as great, Snivy. Snivy smiled softly at the compliment before looking at Naruto. I am just glad that he didn't get himself too hurt from the fight with Simisear. Indeed, that was quite an exquisite recipe I've just witnessed, said Salon. You were so cool, Naruto, said Axu happily. You were also great, Emolga. The way you battled was amazing, Iris said. Then she saw Emolga approaching Naruto and Snivy with 2 apples in hand. She handed one to Snivy. Consider this a thank you. Nothing more than that, said Emolga. Snivy looked at her for a moment before taking the search apple. Fine, but I am not losing to you, said Snivy. The same could be said for you, said Emolga. Then she walked over to Naruto and held the search apple out to him, much to his confusion. Why are you giving the apple to me, Emolga? Asked Naruto, who was confused. It's my way of apologizing. If I hadn't annoyed the Simisear, none of this would have happened, said Emolga with a downcast look. Naruto grinned and took the apple with his tails. Thanks, but there's no reason to be upset, as I was also a troublemaker back when I was younger, so I understand where you're coming from. Plus I don't want to see a sad look on a cute search Pokemon like you. Emolga blushed a bit from being called cute. Then he turned to Snivy. And you were just as great, Snivy. Thanks for the compliment, said Snivy with a smile. Kit knows how to compliment a girl but is not so sharp at noticing their feelings. Geez, how dense can this guy be? Thought Kurama before curling up to sleep. Later the group were back on the road with Snivy and Emolga walking with them. It's quite interesting with how so many search Pokemon having different personalities, which has different effects when they're with their trainers, said Bianca. You're right, and I find it to be a perfect challenge for me, said Iris proudly. Then they overheard Naruto talking to Ash. So Ash, got any plans for the incoming 4th gym battle? Asked Naruto. Ash was about to answer when Bianca cut in on their conversation. Hold on. When did you get your 3rd gym badge? Asked Bianca. We won it over at the Castelia gym. Bianca was surprised when Ash showed her his badge case. If that's the case, I am heading over to challenge the Castelia gym to win a badge, so I'll see you guys later, said Bianca as she took off. We hope to see you again, said Iris. Okay guys, let's get going, said Naruto, and the group walked on with Snivy and Emolga at both sides and glaring at each other. Why do I have the feeling that I am not catching on to something? Damn it. Why is the sun so hot at this time of the day? A voice shouted throughout the forest. The owner of the voice was none other Naruto, who was currently sweating up a gallon, with the rest groaning in agreement. You're right, Naruto. I sure wish a good rain will just pop up and cool us down, said Ash. Well, it's times like this I am glad that I am sealed in your gut, Kit, although I can't say the same for you, said Kurama with a smirk. Shut up, Furball. I don't want to hear it from you, thought Naruto. Hey guys, I think we'll be getting rain soon, said Iris. What do you mean, Iris? The sky is completely clear today and it's a scorcher out here, said Naruto. That's because I can feel the south wind and smell a scent of water, which means it's definitely going to rain. Yeah, right. If it does rain, I'll walk on my hands, right guys? Said Ash. Of course, said Naruto. Definitely, said Pikachu. As if on cue, dark clouds gathered in the sky with a rumble of thunder. Ha! What did I tell you? Said Iris with her chest puffed out in pride as Naruto, Ash and Pikachu were stunned, but they snapped out of it when the dark clouds started releasing a heavy downpour. We've got to get out of here and find some shelter, shouted Salon. Then they started running down the road as fast as they can. Hey guys, look up there, said Iris pointing ahead of them. The others looked to see a large house built on top of a cliff.
Let's head over there and hope that the residents will let us stay until the rain stops, said Sillin as the gang ran faster towards the house. Soon enough they had reached the entrance and Ash was knocking the door and calling out for someone to open it.
Hello. Is there anyone in here? Shouted Ash as he continued to knock on the door. May we come in, please? Asked Iris, only to receive no reply. Ash was about to knock again when the doors opened, but the strange thing is that no one was there when the door opened, which made the group, especially Naruto, uncomfortable. Why does this give a feeling of déjà vu? Naruto wondered. They walked inside and looked around to see that the house was well furbished, but they didn't anyone in sight, which pretty much confused them. Hello, is there anyone home? We're hoping you would let us stay here until the rain stops, Ash called out, but they didn't hear a reply. I guess there's no one home, said Salon. Meanwhile, in the attic of the mansion, 3 figures were sitting in front of an open briefcase with a screen which was displaying the rooms of the houses, with one of them showing Ash and the others standing in the hallway. So it's the twerps and that new search Pokemon who seems to have joined them now. I didn't expect to see them around here, said the female. Neither did I, especially when we finally found the perfect hideout for our base of operations, said the male. And just when we finally got communications up and running, said the cat with a golden coin on his forehead. As it turns out, the trio is none other than Team Rocket, who had fought against Ash and the others some time ago. But they're currently wearing the white version of the uniform unlike before, plus they don't look their usual selves, as one could see bags under their eyes like they've never slept for days. With those twerps here, they could ruin everything that we've planned, said Jessie. I totally sick of them always doing that, and the Ninetales lookalike seems to fit right in with them, said Meowth. They really know how to cramp on our style, said James. I have an idea. We could grab Pikachu and that search Pokemon and scare the twerps away from here, said Jessie. We could leave the upper agent to the Litwick, said James. They'd look at search Pokemon that look like candles with purple flames playing with each other and a Yamask floating above them. Turns out that Yamask was the very same one which Ash and the gang met back at the Nakreen Museum. That's right. We've been here for a while that they listen to whatever Yamask says, said Jessie. Oh, Yamask. The ghost Pokemon floated over to James. Could you tell the Litwick to grab Pikachu and that Pokemon and then chase away the twerps quickly? Yamask nodded in affirmation before floating back to the Litwick, who also nodded and left carry out the task. With Ash and the gang back with the gang, Naruto, Iris, Ash and Salon were looking into the rooms of the house to find out if anyone is living there, but to no avail. This place looks deserted, said Iris. If so, wouldn't the place look worn down? Asked Naruto, who was coming out of an empty room. You might be right, but we have to stay here until the rain stops, said Salon. Then they sat down and listened to the rainfall outside. Man, what a downpour, said Ash. You see, it's just like I told you guys, said Iris with pride. Yeah, you don't need to rub it in, Naruto grumbled. He could hear Kurama snicker at him. With your natural senses, I should be surprised, said Salon. That's right, said Axu happily. Guess we were wrong, so a deal's a deal, said Ash. Then he stood on his hands with Pikachu and Naruto doing the same thing. You don't really need to do that. What a bunch of kids, said Iris. Hey, when we make a deal, we always keep it, said Naruto. Then all of a sudden, one of the windows burst open, which startled the others enough to make Ash and Naruto tumbled to the ground. Wow. The winds must have picked up to force the windows open. Salon got up to close the windows and made sure to lock there. It's all locked up. Then the windows were forced open again to their surprise. What was that? Ash wondered. Then they heard rattling and turned to see a desk drawer shaking before it shot across the hall towards them. Ash and Iris quickly jumped out of the way just in time. Are you guys okay? Asked Salon as he ran over to them. Yeah, but what's going on here? Ash wondered. I am thinking the same thing, Ash. There's something about this place that makes me uncomfortable, said Naruto. Me too. I can't help but feel like we're being watched, said Iris. But by who? Asked Ash. Maybe it was just the wind that moved the desk drawer, said Salon. Salon. Let's not go there again. We already had enough of that back at the Nakreen Museum, said Naruto with a deadpanned look which made Salon sweat drop. Naruto noticed Ash and Pikachu looking somewhere while looking pale and scared. Hey guys, why are you looking so? He trailed off when he saw what they're looking at and started to shake in fear. Salon looked as well and shook in fear too. You guys look like you've been hit by a confused ray, said Iris with a quirked eyebrow. Iris, why you might wanna look be behind you, said Naruto raising a paw to point at what is coming down the stairs. What do you mean look behind me? Iris turned around and saw several objects and a statue bust floating towards them. What is that? I don't know, but run. The gang took off with the statue chasing after the around the hall for a while before Salon pointed to the door. We've got to get outside. Anywhere's better than here, shouted Naruto. When they got close to the door, a larger desk drawer moved in to block it. Damn, we're trapped. Guys, get out of the way, shouted Ash. They jumped to the side just in time as the flying objects crashed into the desk drawer, although the statue fell next to Salon, which freaked him out and made him run screaming down the hallway. Salon, wait, come back here, shouted Iris as they ran after him. With Team Rocket, they were watching everything, but it didn't go as they had planned. That's strange. Why did the Litwick block off the exit when we told them to catch Pikachu and scare away the twerps? Asked Jessie. I was wondering the same thing, said James. Maybe the Litwick mixed the orders up so it'll just have to go and tell Yamask again. Meowth got up and walked off to find them. With Ash and the gang, they were now in the dining room, sitting on the chairs of a long dining table trying to catch their breath. Okay, what's going on with this place? Asked Ash. I don't, but I think we should get out of here, rain or no rain, said Naruto due to his fear of ghost. Hey, I've noticed that this table looks fully set and ready, said Salon, and indeed they could see the silverware laid out on the dining table. Which must mean someone lives here, said Iris. I don't know, I can't seem to sense anyone around here, said Naruto, frowning a bit. Normally he would be able to sense any living thing, but not this time. All of a sudden, a bell on the table rang and lifted off the floor while still on their chairs. Then they started flying around as if they're in a roller coaster ride. Kit, it seems like some sort of energy is used to carry you around, said Kurama. Thanks for stating the obvious, thought Naruto as he was getting dizzy from floating around. Then the silverware lifted off the table and launched themselves at Ash and the others. But at the very last minute, they swerved out of the way before being tossed out of the room. When they got up, they looked to see clothes moving on their own, which suddenly grabbed them, then except Naruto and Pikachu before they started twirling around as if they're dancing. Pikachu, stop them, said Naruto. Already on it, said Pikachu as he unleashed a thunderbolt at the clothes, making them let go of the others. The clothes were starting to stand up again. I don't think so. Crush Claw. Naruto dashed forward with his claws glowing and slashed them into pieces. Thanks for the help, guys, said Ash. No problem, said Naruto. Then he noticed something moving among the clothes before it dropped off to reveal a group of candle-like search Pokemon with purple flame on top of their heads. They started running away with Naruto and Ash chasing after them. Hey, come back here. One of the search Pokemon tripped and fell to the floor. Then it turned around to see very angry looks on the faces of the trainer and fox Pokemon. So you're the one behind all of this? Hey guys, it's a Litwick, said Salon walking up to them with Iris in tow. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan the new Pokemon. Litwick, the candle Pokemon. Litwick appeared to be helping to guide the way of people by illuminating areas that are darkened, but static. Hey, what's up with the Pokédex, Ash? Asked Naruto with a quirked eyebrow. I don't know, that's so weird, said Ash as he put the Pokédex away. Now I get it. Everything that happened so far was because the Litwick were using Psychic and they certainly know how to use it well, said Salon. Okay, so does your owner live? Asked Ash. The Litwick just spoke its name. Ash tried asking other questions only to receive the same answer. Kid ID advised that you keep your guard up around these Litwick, said Kurama. What do you mean, Kurama? Thought Naruto. There's something suspicious about them in this place, but I can't seem to tell what. Just be careful when near them. Alright. I'll do as you say. They decided to carry the Litwick and take a look around the second floor for anything else. I wonder where those other Litwick went to, said Ash. Then a mask appeared, startling him and Pikachu. Then a search Pokemon appeared holding it. A Yamask. What's it doing here? Said Salon. The Yamask disappeared, and they heard someone talking and was getting to where they are. So work with me and chase those twerps out of here on the double, said a voice that sounded very familiar to them. Around the corner walked in Meowth, who was talking to the other Litwick. Hey, it's Meowth from Team Rocket, Iris exclaimed. It's the twerps, shouted Meowth. What are you doing here? Ash demanded. Not gonna tell ya. Meowth took off with the Litwick following close behind. Get back here. Ash ran around the corner only to find that they're gone. What in the world is Team Rocket doing here? Asked Salon. I am sure that they're up to no good, said Iris. Then we'd better find out what they're up to and find out, said Naruto with the others nodding in affirmation. With Team Rocket what? The twerps didn't see you, did they? Asked Jessie. So what of it? Said Meowth. James noticed that Meowth looked very tired. Meowth, what's the matter with you? You look exhausted. Well, the same can be said for you, said Meowth. Why do the two of you look so tired? Asked Jessie. We're not the only ones, you look tired too. James turned to look at the Litwick and noticed something weird about them. Say, doesn't the flames on their heads look bigger? You're right, they weren't that big before, said Meowth. Whatever. Yamask, tell the Litwick to scare the twerps out of here and grab Pikachu, said Jessie. Yamask relayed the message and received a nod from the Litwick, but no one noticed the dark smirks on their faces. With Ash and the gang, Naruto and the others are standing in the ballroom, calling out for Team Rocket to show themselves. Then they noticed that some desk drawers started to float in midair before shooting towards them. Guys, get down! Naruto shouted out. Then they dove for the floor as the drawers flew overhead and looked around to see a Litwick standing there who seems to be the apparent cause of it. Hey, knock it off. We don't want to fight with you, said Ash, but the Litwick smirked as its eye glowed blue and a chandelier broke off its hook and fell towards them. But Naruto leapt into the air at it with a Rasengan and destroyed it. The Litwick kept using Psychic to drop more chandeliers on the group, forcing them to run away from the room. Soon they were resting in one of the rooms after running from the ballroom. I'm glad we got away from there safely, but why did that Litwick attack us? Said Salon. Iris looked around a bit before turning to the others. Hey guys, where's Axew? I thought he was running behind Pikachu, said Ash. Yeah, he was right behind me when we were running, said Pikachu. Not only that, but the first Litwick is gone too, said Salon. Well, we'd better look for him before anything else happens, said Naruto with the others nodding in agreement, and they set out to look for Axew. They kept walking through the halls, calling for Axew until Ash stopped and spoke up. Hey, where's Pikachu? Don't tell me Pikachu is missing too, said Iris. Do you think that Team Rocket's behind this? I don't know. Normally I would think that it was Team Rocket, but I keep getting the feeling that they're not the ones this time, said Naruto. I would have to agree with Naruto on this one, but at the moment we have to find Axew and Pikachu, said Salon. Then they searched for the two missing search Pokemon. With Team Rocket, Jessie and James, who both look even more exhausted than before, were currently communicating with a man with white hair and mustache, wearing a monocle and a white lab coat. Dr. Zager, we wish to report that we may have found a building which could serve as the perfect hideout, but we may need your help, said Jessie. What kind of building is it? Asked Dr. Zager. It's an old mansion with kitchen, bedroom, elevators and others things. There's even a group of Litwick living here before we discovered it. Did you say Litwick? Yes, and they're very nice search Pokemon that do exactly what we say, said James. I suggest that you be careful. Why do you say that, Doctor? Asked Jessie. According to many researchers, Litwick are said to feed off the life energy of both people and search Pokemon. Jessie and James started to pale as they began to realize why they felt so exhausted. I've actually been meaning to research this phenomenon myself. He couldn't say any more as the screen suddenly turned off without warning. Dr. Zager. They tried to reactivate the screen but to no avail. So this whole time, the Litwick had been feeding off our life energy. It's even getting hard to breathe, said Jessie while panting. We've got to get out of here. Where's Meowth? Asked James. Off to check on the Litwick. Their eyes widen upon what they just said. Oh no, we have to go after him before it's too late. But it was at that moment that Meowth ran into the Litwick, who proceeded to capture him using Psychic. With Ash and the gang, Naruto and the rest were back in the main hallway, calling out for Pikachu and Axew, but they still couldn't find them. "We still haven't found them. I hope they're alright," said Iris. "Not only that, we haven't seen any sign of the Litwick," said Salon, which had Naruto to think about it before speaking to Ash. "Hey Ash, could you use your Pokédex to give us information about the Litwick?" "Okay, but why?" asked Ash. "Well, the Pokédex did stop in the middle of explaining about the Litwick, so try it again so that we could hear the rest," said Salon. "Okay then." Ash took out the Pokédex and operated it to display the details of the Litwick. Litwick, the candle search Pokémon. Litwick appear to be helping to guide the way of people by illuminating areas that are darkened, but in reality they are actually leading them to the ghost world. They eat off the life energy of people and search Pokémon and use it as fuel for the flames on their heads. "Looks like your suspicions were spot on, Kurama," thought Naruto. "I thought as much. I suspected how they didn't want you to leave the mansion, and this explains it," said Kurama. "Now I get it. The Litwick cut off the Pokédex to prevent us from knowing the truth about them," said Salon. "We've got to find Pikachu and Axew as soon as possible," said Iris. "Naruto, use your shadow clones to help us find them," said Ash. "Already on it, shadow clones." Several clones appeared and took off in different directions before Naruto and the rest set off to search themselves. As they were searching through the rooms, Naruto felt a memory of a clone flow into his mind. "Hey guys, one of my clones followed a couple of Litwick to a basement and found Pikachu and Axew along with Meowth and Yamask there, so let's move it." Naruto led them to the location and found them lying on the ground unconscious and quickly ran over to check if they're alright. "Are you guys okay?" asked Naruto. "Yeah, we've okay now," said Pikachu after getting picked up by Ash, with Iris doing the same with Axew. Suddenly they heard footsteps from behind and turned to see Team Rocket, although they looked more drained than before. "Judging by the looks, you guys have been drained of the life energy by the Litwick," said Salon. "You're right, which is why we need to get out of here," said James. "They're here." Turning to where Iris is pointing, everyone saw the Litwick along with another search Pokémon floating above them, and their flames look even larger. "It's a Lampent." Ash took out his Pokédex again to scan it. Lampent, the lamp search Pokémon and the evolved form of Litwick. Rarely, Lampent can be found with Litwick leading people and Pokémon to the ghost world while stealing their life energy. "That sounds bad," said Iris as the others stood tensed. The Lampent and Litwick launched two blasts of blue flames at them, which they all dodged, but when it hit the wall, a purple void opened up and started to suck everything around it. "That was Inferno," said Salon. "I think that's the entrance to the ghost world," said Iris. "And I guess it's all over if any of us were to fall in," said Naruto. Three of the Litwick launched Shadow Ball, with the fourth launching an Inferno, which knocked Pikachu and the others towards the void. "I don't think so." Naruto created some clones that sent chakra to their feet to anchor themselves to the ground as they ran towards the search Pokémon and grabbed them with their tails. "Why did you help me?" asked Meowth. "As much as I hate what you do, it doesn't mean I should help you," Naruto replied. Then Lampent launched another Inferno at the wall, opening the void further. "Unless we defeat them, there's no way out of here," said Salon. "Hey twerp, how about a truce?" asked Jessie. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I agree," said Ash. "Takala, are you ready?" "Yeah. Let's do some ghost busting." Naruto stood at the ready. Yamask used Shadow Ball. Yamask formed a sphere of darkness and launched it, but the Litwick and Lampent used Protect to block the attack. Takala, use Rasengan. Naruto lunged forward with a blue spinning orb and rammed it into the barrier, shattering it, much to the Ghost Search Pokémon's surprise. "Follow it up, guys." Dwebble, use X Scissor. The Rock and Bug Search Pokémon leapt forward and slashed them with its claws glowing with energy. The Lampent launched an Inferno again, but Ash was quick to react. Takala, switch to Natura mode and use Water Bullet. Naruto quickly transformed and shot a large ball of water at the fire, putting it out. Woobat, use Air Cutter. Woobat's wings glowed white as it flapped them to unleash spinning discs of wind which slammed into the Lampent. "It's your turn, twerp." Pikachu use Electro Ball and Takala use Water Bullet for a combination attack. Pikachu's concentrated electricity to its tail as a ball formed on it, and Naruto's cheeks bulged with water before they launched their attacks, which fused into one in mid-flight before colliding with the Ghost Search Pokémon, sending them flying into the void which closed soon afterwards. "Alright. We're back to our normal selves," said Jessie as she and the others look fine now as their life energy had been restored. "Now we can get out of here." "Same for us," said Naruto, who had reverted to his normal mode, with the others nodding in agreement. As they ran out of the house, they turned around and were surprised to see it old and worn down. "I guess the Litwick must have used some kind of illusion to make the mansion look nicer than it really appears," said Salon. "That must explain why my senses weren't working," said Naruto. "I've had a weakness for illusions. I knew that place was weird the moment I stepped inside," said Iris. "Now I remember why I had a sense of deja vu. I had a mission like this back when I was younger. That time I entered a castle that was actually a chameleon in disguise. My team and I barely got out of there," said Naruto, shivering as he remembered it. "Hey twerp." They looked up to see Team Rocket standing on the roof next. "We meet. Well, definitely catch Pikachu in that new search Pokemon of yours. And you can count on it," said Meowth before they took off in their jetpacks to who knows where. "I was wondering when Pikachu learned a move like Electro Ball?" asked Iris, with Salon wondering the same thing. "Well, tell you guys later while on the road," said Ash. Suddenly Iris started sniffing the air. "I smell rain again." "Not again." Sure enough, dark clouds started gathering in the sky again. "Well, all those in favor of finding someplace else to stay out of the rain should raise their hands and say aye," said Naruto. Everyone raised their hand and said aye before they started running down the road and away from the mansion until they found a hollow part of a large tree which they used to hide from rain until it stops so that they can continue their journey. After their encounter with the Litwick at the haunted mansion, Naruto and the others continued on the road after the rain had stopped. After a bit of traveling, the gang happened upon a clearing and decided to make a stop and rest, as well as have a small spar between Ash's Scraggy and Iris Axew, with Naruto, Kurama and Salon watching on. "Are you ready?" asked Ash from one end of the clearing. "I am all set, Ash," said Iris from the other side. "Axew, get in close and use Scratch." Axew ran forward with his claws bared. "Scraggy, focus on where Axew will start with his attack and then dodge." Scraggy watched closely as Axew approached and swiped at him, then he quickly dodged by jumping back. "All right, now use Headbutt." Scraggy reared his head back and brought it down on Axew's, sending him stumbling back while holding his head in pain. "Axew, shake it off and use Dragon Rage," said Iris. Axew started off by gathering blue from his stomach before channeling to his mouth. He tried to launch the attack, but it ended up exploding, which knocked everyone off their feet and left a huge crater on the ground with Axew sitting at the center of it. "That move still needs a little more work, Iris," said Salon. "Yeah, I know that Axew is trying hard, but it looks to me like a struggle," said Ash as he returned Scraggy back to his Pokeball. "Maybe, but what am I going to do? It takes time to raise a dragon type," said Iris after walking over and picking up Axew. "From what I've seen, Axew has no problem gathering his energy and channeling it to his mouth, but his problem has to do with the moment he tries to launch his attack," said Naruto, walking up to them. "So Axew has to work on firing his attack?" asked Iris and received a nod from Naruto. "Oh yeah. You and Ash still haven't told us how Pikachu learned how to use Electro Ball," said Salon. "Well, it was like this." Ash began the story. Flashback start. Rasengan. Naruto leapt forward and rammed the blue spinning sphere into a boulder, turning into pebbles, with Ash and Pikachu watching from a distance. Ash and the other search Pokemon were doing some training in another part of the forest away from Salon and Iris, who had set up a camp elsewhere. "That move of yours is very powerful. It really surprised me when I saw it break through the protect and defeat trips Frillish like that," said Ash. "What makes you say that?" asked Naruto. "Because protect and detect are two moves that can completely prevent any sort of damage from being inflicted. The only move they can't defend against would be feint. And now your Rasengan can be included, although it won't affect detect though. I am also curious about how it could affect a ghost type like Frillish, since normal type attacks have no effect on ghost types and your move seems like one," said Pikachu. "Well, the Rasengan is made from my chakra, which is a combination of spiritual and physical energy. The spiritual part of my chakra must be why I could inflict damage on a ghost type," said Naruto. "Wow. I wish I could learn it, maybe, but that doesn't mean that you can't create your own version." "That sounds like a great idea, Naruto. Don't you think so, Pikachu?" said Ash excitedly, with Pikachu nodding in agreement. In the next few hours, they started working on creating a new move with Pikachu trying to channel his energy and form them between his paws, but it always result in it surging out of search control. Arg! I just can't seem to get it right, shouted Pikachu as he went on all fours and his body surged with electricity. Pikachu, calm down. I am sure you'll get it. Ash trailed off when he and Naruto saw something occur around Pikachu's tail. A ball of electricity formed on it. Pikachu swung his tail, launching the ball at a nearby boulder and destroying it. They were all silent until Naruto spoke up. Pikachu, what was that? Asked Naruto. I don't know. I was so frustrated on not forming the ball in between my paws that I must have subconsciously sent the energy to my tail and did that, said Pikachu. Then Ash's Pokédex spoke up. Electro Ball. The user hurls an electric orb at the target. The faster the user is than the target, the greater the damage. Wow. So if Pikachu is faster than his opponents, his moves deals much more damage, said Ash. And that makes it a perfect move for Pikachu since he's naturally a fast search Pokemon. It may not be the Rasengan, but it's definitely a powerful attack, said Naruto with a grin. Let's keep training so that you can get the hang of it. With that, they kept on training on Pikachu's new move before returning to camp.
Flashback end. And that's how Pikachu was able to learn Electro Ball, said Ash, finishing the story.
That's quite interesting. Experimenting a new recipe just to produce a flavor like Electro Ball is to be expected from you guys, said Salon. I'll say, and it came in handy when dealing with those Litwick, said Iris. Wow, that sounds so cool. I can't wait to master my Dragon Rage and show you, said Axew excitedly. I'll be waiting to see it too, said Naruto, smiling at the young Dragon-type search Pokemon. Then he heard Kurama call out to him. Kit, there's a search Pokemon near us and I am sensing aggression from it, said Kurama. The group heard rustling of leaves and turned towards the sound to see a cluster of bushes shaking. Then a blast of fire shot out at them, which made them duck under the flames. What just attacked us? Said Salon. Then a Pokemon burst out of the bush. It was large, blue and draconic with medium-sized wings shaped like thistles and a bright red head which looks rough in appearance with a maw bearing no teeth but rather small fang-like protrusions from its jaws. Its arms are longer than its legs which gave it the appearance of a hunchback with a thick tail. It also has tall conical red spikes on its arms, shoulders, legs and tail. It's a Druddigon, said Iris excitedly. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan it. Druddigon, the cave search Pokemon. With the skin on its face harder than rock, Druddigon warms its body by exposing its wings to the sun. So that's a Druddigon, huh? Said Ash, putting the Pokédex away. It's a dragon type and it looks so cool and powerful, said Iris with sparkles in her eyes. Druddigon held its claws close together and a cyan-colored sphere started to form in between them, surprising the group. That's Focus Blast, said Salon. Pikachu, meet it up with Electro Ball, said Ash. Pikachu leapt forward and launched the electric orb from his tail while Druddigon fired its Focus Blast with both of them colliding in midair and cancelling each other out. Druddigon started glaring at them as it got ready to attack. Now it's angry. Pikachu, be ready for anything. Got it, said Pikachu with electricity sparking from his cheeks. Then a girl appeared before them and went to the Druddigon. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Are you all right? Asked the girl, but Druddigon shrugged her off and ran away. Naruto and Iris noticed a piece of rope tied to one of its legs. Wait, where are you going? She ran after it. Hang on, Axew, said Iris. Axew nodded before tucking into her before she jumped through trees in pursuit of the Druddigon. Guys, come on. We're going after them, said Naruto before running after them with Ash, Salon and Pikachu following behind him. Soon they caught up with Iris, who was standing in front of a small mountain that had a lot of caves in it. She turned to the others and held a finger to her lip as a way of telling them to be quiet before turning to Axew. Axew, tell it to come out, said Iris. Okay, said Axew. Then he jumped out of her hair and started climbing up the mountain before stopping in front of a cave that the sun shone upon it and jumped inside. But it wasn't for long before Axew came running back out of the cave and jumped into Iris' hair. Then Druddigon jumped out of the cave and landed before them and roared. It's still angry, said Salon, but Iris fearlessly stepped forward and Naruto was staring at the leg with the rope tied to it and he turned to Iris. Could you try and calm it down, Iris? Asked Naruto. Iris nodded in affirmation, then she stretched out a hand towards the agitated Druddigon. It's okay. Everything will be just fine. The dragon search Pokemon wanted to lash at her, but it winced in pain, so Iris placed her hand on its head, which calmed. That's when Naruto dashed forward and used Crush Claw to cut the rope from its leg, making Druddigon sigh in relief. "What's that?" asked Ash. This reason Druddigon was so agitated was because the rope cutting into its ankle. "Iris and I noticed it when Druddigon first took off to the cave," said Naruto. "But how could that have happened? It must have been when it went to look for Bellu berries. Could someone have done this?" said the girl, completely forgetting that they were standing before her. "Kit, there's a possibility that someone was trying to catch that search Pokemon, as that doesn't look like any normal rope which you can find anywhere," said Kurama. "You're right, and there's a chance that they might still be after Druddigon," thought Naruto before turned his attention to the others. "Thank you very much for helping my Druddigon. My name is Emmy," said the girl. "You're most welcome. My name is Iris and this is Axew," said Iris with Axew popping out of her hair to say hello. "My name is Ash, and these are my partners Pikachu and Takala," said Ash. Pikachu waved at Emmy and Naruto said hello, much to her surprise since she hasn't met a search Pokemon that could talk. "I am Salon, and I am a search Pokemon connoisseur," said Salon. "I am a bit curious about how you were able to find Druddigon so easily," Emmy asked Iris, who replied. "That's easy. A Druddigon can't move when its body temperature drops, so when I saw the cave which had the sun shining down on it, I figured that Druddigon would be in there." "Gee Iris, you really know a lot about dragon types," said Ash. "Of course, what would expect from someone who grew up in the village of dragons, even though I told you guys about it," said Iris, puffing her chest out in pride. "Actually Iris, all you told us was that you lived in the village of dragons and that you were given Axew to raise on your journey. You didn't tell us any more than that," said Naruto, which made Iris deflate. What they group didn't know was that they were closely watched by a familiar group, which was none other than Team Rocket. "We almost had that Druddigon, but we didn't expect it to have the strength to break free of the rope," said James, who was holding a piece of the same rope that was tied to Druddigon. "Yes, but it is a good thing that we kept track of it, because it led us to the twerp of all people," said Jesse. "And now we can capture Pikachu and Takala, as well as Axew, who is also a dragon type," said Meowth, who was inside some sort of flying machine. "Now let's for the opportune moment so that we can get them." Meanwhile, with the group, Iris was telling about life in the village of dragons, where everyone owned a dragon type search Pokemon and life is quite relaxing there, but the most amazing are the dragon masters. "Who are they?" asked Ash, with Naruto and Kurama wanting to know as well, since dragons represent power from where they came from. "I've heard them. They're people who know how to get along with dragon types and truly know how to bring out their richest flavor, isn't that right Iris?" said Salon. "You're right Salon, and it's always been my lifelong dream to be a dragon master," said Iris, to which Naruto smiled warmly at. "So if that's why you know so much about dragon types, say could I ask you a favor?" said Emmy, while Druddigon was playing with Pikachu and Axew. "What is it you want to ask me?" said Iris. "I was hoping that you'll teach me more about Druddigon. You see, I've only been a trainer for a little while." "So you're a beginner," said Salon. "Yeah, my dad traded his Druddigon with me, so it's my first time raising a dragon type, so once I've gotten a little more comfortable, I would like to go on a journey," said Emmy while petting Druddigon, who was enjoying it. "Okay then, I'll help you out," said Iris, jumping to her feet. "Thank you very much, that means a lot," Emmy said happily. "So you want to feel comfortable, how about having a search Pokemon battle?" "A battle? I am not so sure, since I've never had a search Pokemon battle with Druddigon before." "Then I suggest that you do so. Trust and faith is quickly built between a Pokemon and its trainer in a battle as they work together to achieve victory," said Naruto. "Takala is right, so how about having a battle with me?" said Ash with a tip of his hat. "That's perfect, be sure to give it all you got," said Iris. "Okay," said Emmy. Later on, Ash and Emmy along with Iris to coach her stood at opposite ends of a field to have their search Pokemon battle. "Alright Tepig, I choose you." Ash took out Pokeball and threw it to call the Fire Pig, who stood at the ready. "Alright, a battle begin," said Salon, standing in as the referee. "Music start. Search Pokemon Black. Battle. Trainer." "Okay Tepig, let's start things off with Tackle," said Ash. Tepig quickly charged forward and slammed into Druddigon, sending it skidding back. Emmy started to panic until Iris called out to her, "Remember that you need to stay calm and think of how to stop Tepig." "Alright, Drutagon use Focus Blast, said Emmy. Drutagon held its claws close together to form the energy sphere before launching at Tepig. Dodge it by sidestepping to the left. Tepig quickly jumped to the side right before the attack hit, causing to destroy the ground where he once stood. Now use Flame Charge. Tepig started stomping his feet on the ground in preparation of his next attack. Drutagon can handle that attack, have it block Tepig's attack, said Iris. Right. Drutagon block it, said Emmy. Then Tepig dashed forward while covered in flames towards Drutagon, who crossed its arms right before impact and then pushed Tepig backwards, which sent him skidding to a stop. Tepig, are you alright? Asked Ash worriedly. Yeah, I am fine, said Tepig, getting up to his feet. Dragon types are resistant to water, grass, electric and fire type attacks, so this will be tough for us, said Naruto. Now's your chance to attack, said Iris. Okay. Drutagon use Dragon Claw, said Emmy. Drutagon charged forward with its claws glowing blue. Tepig, use Ember to prevent Drutagon from getting any closer, said Ash. Tepig started shooting sparkles of flame from his snout, forcing Drutagon to be dodging the flames and not get any closer. Don't let it stop you, keep on attacking, said Iris. Drutagon, keep on using Dragon Claw, said Emmy. Drutagon started batting the flames out of its way and was approaching Tepig. Tepig, stop using Ember and take evasive action. Tepig stopped attacking and began to avoid Drutagon's swipes with flips and sidesteps. Now tackle to knock it back. Tepig ducked under a swipe, then charged forward and slammed into Drutagon, sending it skidding backwards. Oh no, Drutagon. Emmy was very worried for it. Calm down, Emmy, you're not out of this yet, said Iris. You're right. Drutagon used Focus Blast. Drutagon launched another energy sphere at Tepig, who was ready for it. Dodge it like before and use Flame Charge. Tepig used a sidestep to evade the attack and charged forward while covered in flames, but only faster due to the effects of the attack. Iris was about to advise Emmy when she noticed that Emmy was focused on the battle and decided to remain silent. Drutagon, wait until the last minute and then use Dragon Claw. Drutagon waited until Tepig got close and then swiped at him, leaving Tepig, who was moving too fast to change direction, no other choice but to get hit, which sent him flying before falling to the ground with swirls on his eyes. Oh no, Tepig, said Ash worriedly for the Fire Pig search Pokemon. Tepig is unable to battle. Drutagon wins, said Salon. Music, and you did it, Emmy. You and Drutagon won the battle, said Iris with Axew jumping for joy. Iris and Axew were cheering for Emmy, who looked stunned before she finally realized what she and Drutagon had just achieved. We won. Thank you, Iris, it's all because of your wonderful advice. Well, getting in sync with a dragon type is not the easiest thing to do. All you can do is to trust each and never give. From what I've seen, you two are well on your way to that, right, Axew? That's right, said Axew. Ash, Pikachu and Naruto were currently checking up on Tepig to see if he's alright. Tepig, are you okay? Asked Ash worriedly. I am fine now, said Tepig, after hopping to his feet. You did great, buddy. Going up against a dragon type is something to be proud of, said Naruto. He's right, especially since they have a strong defense against our attacks, said Pikachu. Thanks guys, said Tepig happily. Alright, take a good long rest, said Ash before returning Tepig back to his Pokeball and walking back to the others. It's impressive that Drutagon knows how to use Focus Blast, Dragon Claw and Flamethrower, said Salon. Does your Drutagon know any other move? Asked Iris. No, just those three, said Emmy. Well, if your Drutagon knew one more move, it'd be huge. Iris is right. The more moves you have, the greater your chances of winning a search Pokemon battle, said Naruto, with Kurama agreeing, as he had been creating different variations of the Rasengan back at his dimension. Now that I think about it, I should start working on some new variation with my other forms if that's possible. You might have to limit yourself when doing that since your chakra coils are still not fully set, said Kurama, receiving a nod of affirmation from Naruto. Then he sensed something approaching them fast and quickly jumped into the air with his claws glowing white to signify that he's using Crush Claw. He lashed out at what was approaching, which was a black sphere, and deflected to a rocky wall, exploding on impact. He landed next to the others and they saw a search Pokemon float in front of them, one which they recognize. A Yamask, said Ash confusedly. But why attack us out of nowhere? Said Salon. The Yamask formed a shadow ball and launched it at them, forcing the group to dodge it. That's enough out of you. Drudagon use flamethrower, said Emmy. Drudagon was about to launch its attack when they were hit from behind by a strong wind current. They turned around to see that it was a Woobat flapping its wings. Why is a Woobat using gust on us? Said Salon. The power of the attack was enough to dislodge Axew and Pikachu off their trainer's shoulders while Naruto was channeling chakra to his feet in order to latch on the ground. Then from out of nowhere, several lassos of rope shot out and wrapped around Naruto, Pikachu, Axew and Drudagon, much to their surprise. Hey, isn't that the same rope that was on Drudagon before? Said Iris. Then that means someone was trying to capture Drudagon and they're doing it again, said Ash. Naruto and the other search Pokemon struggled against the rope which was slowly pulling them away from the others. Then Drudagon used Dragon Claw to cut Naruto free from the rope, who in turn used Crush Claw to cut Pikachu free from the rope. He was about free Axew and Drudagon, but they were lifted into the air too high for him to reach. They were lifted towards a flying ship which opened a hatch and tossed them inside before closing up. Who's responsible for this? Said Emmy. That would be us. The group looked up to see that it was Team Rocket standing on top of the ship and immediately got angry. You guys again? Said Ash angrily. Who are they? Asked Emmy. They're bad guys who steal search Pokemon from their trainers. I resent that. We're simply three geniuses who were able to capture Drudagon and Axew, said James. And capturing Pikachu as well as Takala will be the icing on the cake, a cake perfect for the boss, said Jessie. Well, we don't see your boss name on any of us, so you might as well forget it, said Naruto with a glare. Axew's my partner, give him back to me, shouted Iris furiously. As if. Woobat use gust, said Jessie. Woobat flapped its wings quickly to blow the others back. Yamask, use Shadow Ball, said James. Yamask launched another black sphere, forcing Ash and the others to jump out of the way, and they turned to see Team Rocket making a getaway on their ship. We've got to do something, said Emmy. Right, let's go after them, said Ash, as they ran after Team Rocket. Meanwhile in the ship, Drudagon kept using Dragon Claw to break out of the container, but it was providing little results. Axew stood in the corner feeling unsure of what to do. What are we going to do? Drudagon can't seem to break out and I want to help, but I still haven't mastered Dragon Rage, said Axew. Then he remembered what Naruto told him some time ago. Flashback start *** Axew was hanging around Iris and Salon. Then he saw Naruto, who had been with Ash to help Pikachu master the Electro Ball, relaxing under a tree, and decided to walk over to him. Hey Naruto, what were you doing before? Asked Axew. Ash and I were helping Pikachu master a brand new move, as well as I was training with moves and forms, especially the Rasengan, said Naruto, raising his head to look at Axew. You mean that blue spinning ball? It looked so cool. How did you learn a move like that? Asked Axew excitedly. My dad was the one who created the Rasengan. He got the idea from watching a powerful beast using one of its strongest attacks, said Naruto. He could feel Kurama puff his chest out in pride before continuing, but it took him a year to master the move. When his sensei taught me the Rasengan, I had trouble performing the move as it often blows up in my face. You had trouble with a move too, like me? Asked Axew. Yup. When one of the people whom I cared about was in danger, I was able to find a way to master the Rasengan in order to protect them. Something that took my father a year to master, it took me a week. That's so cool, Naruto. How were you able to master it so soon? It's because I wanted to protect my precious people. That desire helped me find a way to do so, said Naruto as he remembered the first time he used the Rasengan to defend Tsunade against Kabuto. Well, I want to master Dragon Rage for Iris. Do you think I can do it? Asked Axew. Of course, I know that you'll master it soon enough. Just keeping working hard on it and you'll eventually get. Tell you what, when you master the Dragon Rage, I'll perform a combination attack with you. Really? I can't wait until that time, said Axew excitedly before walking back to Iris. Flashback *** Axew broke out of his thoughts as he saw Drudagon still punching the metallic wall, but only formed a small dent on it. Wait. Let me give it a try. Axew started concentrating blue from his stomach and channeled, then unleashed the attack, which was powerful enough to damage the engines and send it crashing towards a nearby mountain. The crash was enough to damage the hatch for Drudagon to punch it open and get out. Axew hopped onto Drudagon's back as they tried to make their way back to Iris and the others, with Team Rocket pursuing them. Ash and the gang had seen the ship crash into the mountain and were making their way over there. Naruto, Could you use your shadow clone to find Axu and Drutagon? Asked Ash. Yeah, but it would take too long to find them, especially if Team Rocket are still after them, said Naruto. Kit. Why don't you use your Sage mode to find them? Said Kurama. I can't seem to activate Sage mode whenever I try to take Nature Chakra around me, thought Naruto. Try using it in your Natura mode. I recall that it unlocked when you tried to use Sage mode back at the Castelia gym. Okay, I'll give it a try. Hey guys, wait. I have an idea, said Naruto. The others stopped to see what he was about to do. Natura mode. He transformed into his grass-type form, then he sat on the ground and meditated. What is he doing? Asked Emmy. I think he's trying to sense where Axu and Drutagon are, said Iris as she saw the yellow markings on his body glow. And since this form is a grass type, it makes it much easier with the nature around here, said Salon. Naruto was still for a few minutes before he finally stood up and spoke. I've found them and they're this way. He started hopped towards where he sensed them, with Asha and the others following close behind. Soon they reached the mountainside where they found Axu and Drutagon being cornered by Team Rocket with their search Pokemon out. Oh no, it's the twerps again, said Jessie angrily. Axu, don't worry, we'll save you, said Iris. Iris, said Axu happily. Like we would let you. Yamask used Shadow Ball. Yamask started to form a black sphere between its hands, but Ash was quick to counter it. Pikachu used Thunderbolt, said Ash. Pikachu launched a powerful blast of electricity on both Yamask and Woobat. You guys come over here quickly, said Iris. Drutagon and Axu ran over to others while Pikachu was still the other search Pokemon. Yamask, use Nightshade, said James. Yamask's eyes glowed red as it released some sort of echo which started to damage the others. Drutagon quickly shielded Emmy as they knocked off their feet from the attack. Are you guys okay? Asked Ash worriedly. We're fine, Drutagon protected me, said Emmy. Then Drutagon got up and glared angrily at Team Rocket. Suddenly it started to concentrate orange energy on its stomach, to everyone's surprise and Iris' joy. That's amazing, Emmy. Your Drutagon has just learned Draco Meteor, said Iris excitedly. Draco Meteor? Asked Emmy confusedly. Yes, now all it has to do concentrate its power and then shoot it straight into the sky. Okay, Drutagon. Concentrate all your power and release it into the sky, said Emmy. Drutagon raised its head and fired a large orange ball from its mouth into the sky. When the ball reached the peak of its height, it split into several smaller balls which fell towards the ground, with one of them hitting Yamask and knocking it out. Wow, so that's Draco Meteor. That even makes Drutagon even more worth catching. Woobat use Gust, said Jessie. Woobat flapped its wings to send powerful air currents at them. This made Axu very angry at them. I've had enough with you guys. Axu jumped from Iris' hair to the ground and started focusing energy from his stomach to his mouth. Then he unleashed dark blue energy which took the form of a dragon before shooting towards Woobat and taking it out with one hit. Iris looked stunned before she smiled happily. Axu, you finally mastered Dragon Rage. I was able to do it because I wanted to protect you, said Axu, which Naruto relayed the message to Iris, who became quite tearful. Then Naruto reverted to his polymorph form and walked up next to Axu. Hey Axu, how about we give Team Rocket a taste of our combination attack? He said with a smirk. Yay, let's do it, said Axu excitedly. Naruto formed a Rasengan on his paw and threw it at Team Rocket. Then Axu quickly followed it up with Dragon Rage. The draconic energy grabbed the blue spinning sphere in its mouth before shooting towards Team Rocket, which resulted in a huge explosion. The smoke cleared only to reveal a large crater, but Team Rocket was nowhere to be seen. Looks like they got away, said Ash. That's what they always do, said Pikachu. All that matters is that we got our search Pokemon back and Axu has finally mastered Dragon Rage, said Iris happily, hugging Axu. I had a little help from Naruto, he gave me the push needed for me to do so, said Axu for Naruto to translate it for Iris. All I did was give Axu a little advice, the rest was all him, said Naruto with a smile. Yes, but that combination attack with you and Axu was quite a spicy recipe. We'll need to think of a name for it, said Salon. I am truly thankful for you've done for me and Drutagon. I hope to see you all again during my journey, said Emmy, with Drutagon growling in agreement. You're welcome. This even brings me closer to achieving my dream of becoming a Dragon Master, said Iris. Later on, Ash and the gang bade farewell to Emmy and Drutagon before they continued their journey to Nimbasa City for Ash's next gym battle. Ash and the gang were walking along the road on their way to Nimbasa City for his next Pokemon gym battle in order to win a badge. So far he has won 3 badges with only 5 more to go before he could enter the Unova League. They were walking along the road when they heard someone calling out to them from behind. "Hey, you wait." They turned around to see a brown-haired boy who's a bit on the chubby side wearing a red singlet with a green horizontal strip in the middle, green shorts, red shoes and white wristbands with a green strip in the middle each. He was running towards them with a brown bag on his back. "Hey there. The name's Stefan and I've just begun my search Pokemon journey, but I am ready to battle anybody. Which one of you is up for a battle with me?" said the boy. "My name is Ash and I'll accept your challenge, Stefan," said Ash. "The name's Stefan, but whatever. Let's move to somewhere with more room for our battle," said Stefan. They all moved to clearing not too far from the path for the search Pokemon battle. "Let's get things started." "Alright Blitzel, let's go." Steven threw out a Pokeball which opened a Pokemon new to Ash, Pikachu and Naruto. It is a black zebra-like Pokemon with thick double-pointed white stripes on its neck, chest, back and hind legs. It has a rounded muzzle with a large dark nose and oval blue eyes with yellow sclera. Its tail is stubby, white and has 2 points. Running up its neck is a spiky white mane which culminates at the front in a long extension that resembles a lightning bolt. "Who's that?" said Ash as he took out his Pokédex to scan the new search Pokemon. "Blitzel, the electrified search Pokemon. Blitzel catches electricity and stores it in its mane, which glows when the electricity is discharged. Judging by the Pokédex, Blitzel is an electric type like Pikachu, so we can choose between a grass type like Snivy and an electric type like Pikachu as they both have a good defense against our opponent," said Naruto. "But you must be careful in case that Blitzel knows any other attacks aside from its own type," said Kurama, to which Naruto nodded in affirmation. "In that case, Pikachu, are you up for this?" said Ash. Pikachu hopped from his shoulder and stood in the clearing ready for battle. "You can count on me, Ash." But then one of Ash's Pokeballs opened to reveal before them, much to their surprise. "Oshawott, what are you doing out here?" asked Naruto with a quirked eyebrow.
"I wanna battle this guy, so you." Oshawott pushed Pikachu back to Ash and then stood to face Blitzel. "Stay over there while I face him."
Naruto relayed the message to Ash, who looked at Oshawott confusedly. "Are you sure you want to battle?" "Of course, with my Scalchop I've got nothing to fear," said Oshawott while patting the Scalchop on his stomach proudly. "Alright then, Oshawott, I choose you," said Ash with Oshawott standing at the ready. Stefan was staring at them with a look of doubt. "You gonna battle my electric type with your water type? Man, you're selling me short. So I guess I am gonna have to mope the floor with you." Blitzel used Shockwave. Blitzel launched a blast of electricity from the tip of its mane towards Oshawott. "Oshawott, deflect it with your Scalchop," said Ash. Oshawott placed a paw on his Scalchop and watched the attack draw closer. When close enough, Oshawott quickly used his Scalchop to swipe at the Shockwave, sending it flying elsewhere before smirking at Blitzel, who was stunned at what it had just seen. "Bet you never saw an Oshawott do something like that, right?" said Oshawott cockily. "Had better be careful or his confidence will get the better of him," said Kurama. "If Shockwave won't work, we still have lots of other moves." "Blitzel use Flame Charge," said Stefan. Blitzel covered itself in flames and charged towards Oshawott. "Oshawott, use Water Gun," said Ash, but Oshawott didn't use the move, but water surrounded him before covering his body as he shot forward like a rocket towards Blitzel, much to the surprise of the others. "What kind of move is that?" "It's almost like the water version of Pikachu's Volt Tackle and Tepig's Flame Charge," said Naruto. Then the Pokédex spoke up. "Aqua Jet. The user surrounds its entire body with water and then tackles the opponent." "So Oshawott learned Aqua Jet. That's great," said Ash happily. Oshawott was about to collide with Blitzel when he suddenly changed direction and started flying all over the place before crashing head first into a boulder, much to their confusion. "Is that supposed to happen when you use Aqua Jet?" asked Naruto. "No, my friend Buizel knows Aqua Jet and he never had a problem using it," said Pikachu while looking at Oshawott, who was getting back on his feet and rubbing his head in pain. "I don't know why Oshawott missed with that attack, but I think we should lay off it for now," said Ash. "Good idea, Ash. We'll work on the Aqua Jet later," said Naruto. "Alright then. Blitzel use Shockwave again," said Stefan. Blitzel launched another blast, but Oshawott took out his Scalchop and held it at the ready, with Ash getting the idea of what he wants to do. "Okay Oshawott, use Aqua Shell Shuriken," said Ash, which confused Stefan. Oshawott channeled his energy into the Scalchop, which took the shape of a throwing star around it. Then he threw it at the shockwave, which was absorbed and continued onwards before hitting Blitzel and inflicted a decent amount of damage before returning to Oshawott. Now use Razor Shell. Oshawott charged while channeling energy into the Scalchop again to form a blade and swung at Blitzel. Quick Blitzel. Use Double Kick, said Stefan. Blitzel lashed out with its hind legs, which knocked Oshawott's Scalchop out of his hand, sending it flying into the distance much to his horror. Oh no, my Scalchop. Oshawott quickly ran towards where the Scalchop might have fallen in hopes of finding it. Oshawott, wait, said Ash, but Oshawott kept on running. That sure looks like a forfeit to me, said Stefan. Hold on. Let's call a timeout until I bring Oshawott back, said Ash before he and Pikachu took off after Oshawott. Oh come on. First the search Pokemon and then the trainer leaves too? Well, this doesn't usually happen in a search Pokemon battle, and since the Scalchop is a part of Oshawott, going to look for it doesn't count as a forfeit, said Ceylon. Then what am I supposed to do? Said Stefan. How about we postpone the match till tomorrow? It might take a while for us to help Oshawott find his Scalchop, said Naruto before running after the others to help. Okay then, I'll be camping nearby, so we'll have our battle tomorrow, said Stefan as he was walking away. Where is it? Where is my Scalchop? Oshawott was frantically searching through the bush in order to find his Scalchop. He noticed something glint close by and excitedly ran over thinking it was his Scalchop. He picked it up only to see that it was just a bottle cap which he threw away in disgust. Then he heard Asha and Pikachu approaching. Had any luck finding your Scalchop? Asked Ash, receiving a no from Oshawott. Then we'll help you look. That's right, said Pikachu. Thanks you guys, said Oshawott happily. They started searching through the bushes again for a while before Pikachu spoke up. Hey, I see something over there. You mean you found my Scalchop? Oshawott ran over to where Pikachu pointed and reached into the bushes to grab and place it on his stomach there, back where it belongs. Then without warning, Oshawott started getting shocked, much to the surprise of Ash and Pikachu, including Naruto when he showed up. What is going here, and why is Oshawott getting shocked like that? Asked Naruto. I don't know, but it must have something to do with what Oshawott put on his stomach, said Ash. Then he turned to Pikachu. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to knock it off of Oshawott. Pikachu leapt at Oshawott with his tail taking on a metallic sheen and swung it to knock whatever was on Oshawott, much to his relief. They turned to see that it was a very small search Pokemon. It has 4 legs with blue conical tips, its entire body is covered in yellow fur with notable tufts sticking out on each side of its face. It has 4 eyes with 2 large ones below and small ones above, and its mandibles point downwards and reside at the bottom of its face. Who's that search Pokemon? Said Ash as he took out his Pokédex to scan the unknown Pokemon. Joltik, the attaching Pokemon. Joltik cling to larger Pokemon and absorb static electricity, storing the energy in a special pouch. So that's a Joltik, said Ash. The tiny Pokemon glared at them for disturbing it before hopping away into the bushes. Oshawott sighed sadly. I guess that wasn't my Scalchop either. He felt a pat on his head and turned to see Ash smiling at him. Cheer up, buddy. Let's keep looking for your Scalchop. I am sure it's around here somewhere, said Ash. Thanks, said Oshawott happily. Oh yeah, Stefan agreed that we would continue the match tomorrow, said Naruto. That's good. This gives us more time for us to find the Scalchop. Then they heard Ceylon and Iris approaching them. Hey Ash, have you found Oshawott's Scalchop yet? Asked Ceylon. Nope, not yet, said Ash. Well, if we don't find by tomorrow, Oshawott will have to battle without it. But aside from the battle back at Nakreen Gym, I've never actually battled without my Scalchop, said Oshawott. Naruto relayed the message to the others. Iris was thinking rather deeply before she finally spoke up. I've got it. You just let it to me. Then Iris walked off, much to the others' confusion. She came back holding out a red and yellow berry to Oshawott. Try this out. I am sure that this Iapapa berry will work for you. Well, it even looks like your Scalchop, said Ceylon. I don't know, said Oshawott as he took a few practice swings. Are you sure about this, Ash? Asked Naruto as he looked at the fruit with doubt. It might work. I remember seeing a berry that could withstand Pikachu's Thunderbolt back at Sinnoh. In fact, why don't we try it out? Said Ash, to which Oshawott nodded in agreement. Get ready. Oshawott. Pikachu launched a blast of electricity at Oshawott, who raised the berry to block it. The berry withstood for a minute before it got roasted and split apart with Oshawott getting shocked. Did they really think that a berry would resist an attack like Thunderbolt? Said Kurama with a quirked eyebrow. Salon, Iris and Axu went over and each picked a piece of the roasted berry. Well, it did seem a good idea at the time, said Iris with a sweat drop. The Iapapa berry isn't as strong as we thought, said Salon. They take a bit out of it and noticed that it rather tastes delicious despite it being electrocuted, but you have to admit that it does taste good. Yeah, especially with the smoky flavor, said Iris with Axu agreeing. Could you guys bring your attention back to our current problem already? Said Ash with a deadpanned expression. Now what do we do? Asked Oshawott. Maybe I can give you one of my serving domes then, said Salon. I might have to disagree with on that one, Salon, said Naruto. Why not? I have to agree with Naruto. Your serving dome is made of metal and metal conducts electricity, said Ash with Pikachu nodding in agreement. You're right about that. An electric attack would have scorched it as black as the night sky, and Salon thought for a while before coming up with an idea. I've got it. Dwebble, come on out. He threw out a Pokeball to summon it. Dwebble, could you make a shield for Oshawott? Dwebble nodded in affirmation, then he picked out a nearby rock and started working on making one for Oshawott, who looked on with hope. Soon Dwebble was done, and the shield looked quite similar to Oshawott's Scalchop, although the thing is that the shield was as tall as Oshawott himself. With the rock shield that Dwebble crafted, it should be able to resist electric-type attacks, said Salon. Okay, then let's try it out. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, said Ash. Pikachu launched another blast of electricity. Oshawott struggled with the weight but was able to lift it in time to block the attack. That's great, Oshawott. The shield worked perfectly, but Oshawott got worn out from holding the rock shield and fell over with it falling on top on him. True that it blocks electric attacks, but it's too heavy for Oshawott, said Naruto with a sweat drop. Later, Oshawott laid sprawled out under the shade of a tree with Pikachu fanning him with a leaf. I guess that Oshawott needs his own Scalchop after all, said Ash. Don't worry about it, Ash. I've sent my shadow clones out to find it, but it might take a while, said Naruto. Well, I think that Oshawott relies too much on it, said Iris and received a stern glare from Naruto. Don't say that, Iris. That Scalchop is more than just a tool, it's his most treasured possession, said Ash. He's right, and without it, he can't use Razor Shell, and all that hard work he did would have been a waste, said Naruto. Sorry, said Iris. Instead of being defensive all the time, why not switch to offense? Said Salon. What do you mean? Asked Ash curiously. Well, they do say that the best defense is a good offense, said Naruto. Something you did a lot back at our dimension, said Kurama with Naruto having to agree. I am sure that would work if we can increase Oshawott's speed, said Iris. But the things is that we won't have enough time until tomorrow, so the best option will be to use the rock shield. How about it, Oshawott? Said Ash before turning to the sea otter search Pokemon. I don't know, said Oshawott while still feeling unconfident. I agree with your plan, Ash, and there are additional benefits to it, said Naruto. He remembered something back then and knew that Oshawott will get the same result. Then they spent the day training with Naruto joining in while in combo mode by carrying boulders up hills, performing sit-ups, push-ups, and Oshawott practicing with the rock shield by holding it up and bracing for impact while Pikachu launches Thunderbolt at him. Although Oshawott often gets knocked down multiple times, but he continues to get back up and try again, which had Naruto and Kurama look at him with respect. Soon enough, the night had fallen and Oshawott was sitting by a small pond and taking a break from the training. He thought about tomorrow's battle with worry as he still doesn't have his Scalchop. What am I going to do tomorrow? Without my Scalchop I can't defend myself against that Blitzel's attacks. And I really miss it, said Oshawott. Still bummed about not having your Scalchop, huh? Oshawott turned to the voice to see Naruto in his polymorph form walking towards him. Yeah, that Scalchop is something I treasure a lot, and not having it with me is making me feel unconfident. I know how you feel, buddy. Back in my dimension I had two items that were very precious to me. One was the headband that Iruka-sensei gave to me for my graduation from the academy, and the other was a necklace which I won from Granny Tsunade after winning a bet I mastered the Rasengan. Since then these two items never left my side. But the necklace got destroyed during my battle with a powerful opponent and the headband was lost during my trip through the void on my way here. It still saddens me that I don't have them anymore, said Naruto with a sigh. Kurama felt guilty for the destruction of the necklace as it was his influence that played a part in it. But how did you get over it? Asked Oshawott. I felt that as long as I kept their memories close to my heart, it will be as if they're still here with me, said Naruto. Then he patted Oshawott on his head. Don't worry about it. My shadow clones are still searching for your Scalchop and I know that you can beat that Blitzel without it. Ash, Pikachu and I believe in you, right Ash? Oshawott turned around to see Ash and Pikachu smiling at him. Of course we do, there's no doubt about it. That's right, said Pikachu. Oshawott smiled warmly. Thanks you guys, for believing in me. They resumed the training until daybreak, then they stood at the clearing waiting for Stefan to show up with Oshawott having the rock shield strapped to his back with rope. Ash, are you sure that Oshawott is okay with all that training? Asked Iris worriedly. You betcha. We trained as hard as we could and I know that Oshawott is in it to win it, said Ash. Yeah, said Oshawott. True, but the trainer is late. I remembered him saying that he would be camping nearby, said Salon. Well, if he's not coming here, then we might as well go look for him, said Naruto. Good idea Naruto, let's go, said Ash. The gang walked through the forest until they caught of a pitched-up tent and saw Stefan doing something they've never seen before. He was pedaling on an exercise bike with a pair of cables connected to a machine with 2 lightning rods sticking out of it. He started pedaling as fast as he can, then electricity shot out of the rods towards Blitzel and was absorbed into his mane. Whoa, Ash, Naruto and even Kurama were stunned at what they saw. Despite being in different dimensions, you human always surprise me, said Kurama. Hey Ash, I guess it's time to rock and roll, said Stefan. Whatcha doing with all this Stefan? Asked Ash. The name's Stefan, but whatever. This is a manually powered electrical generator which I made just for recharging Blitzel. I get it. The electricity which is being generated is directly absorbed into Blitzel's mane which increases its power, said Salon. It's quite obvious that you've been training Blitzel for today, said Iris. That's right. I figured that I trained Blitzel before coming over, but since you're here you saved me the trouble. I say that we have our battle right here. Sure thing. Let's settle this once and for all, right Oshawott? Said Ash. Right. Said Oshawott. They stood at a nearby clearing, faced each other in anticipation for the oncoming battle. Music start. Search Pokemon Black. Battle. Trainer. Remember Oshawott, you can do it, said Ash with Oshawott with the rock shield positioned in front of him nodding in affirmation. Alright Blitzel. Time to show them your new powered-up moves, said Stefan with Blitzel standing at the ready. Let's start out with Shockwave. Blitzel fired a blast of electricity at Oshawott. He grabbed the rock shield and lifted it in time to block the attack. That's great Oshawott, keep it going just like that, said Ash. Impressive. Oshawott has gotten good at using that rock shield, said Salon. Looks like their training has paid off, said Iris. You guys must have trained just as hard, but we're just getting started. Blitzel used Shockwave and turn up the power. Blitzel launched another blast, but this time it was bigger than the first. Oshawott brought up the shield and struggled to withstand the attack and was slowly getting pushed back. This attack is definitely more powerful than the last one. That Oshawott should be careful not to get hit by it, said Kurama. Oshawott. Hang in there, shouted Ash. Don't give in, said Pikachu. The attack eventually stopped, but Ash and the others were shocked to see that there are cracks all over the shield. Now's the time to attack. Blitzel used double kick. Blitzel charged at Oshawott and lashed out with its hind legs that instantly shattered the rock shield into pieces. Now use Shockwave, said Stefan. Blitzel fired its attack. Oshawott tried to use a piece of rock to defend, but it was no use as he still got shocked by the attack. Now what do we do? Said Ash worriedly. Ash, have Oshawott start attacking, said Naruto. Ash recalled the words that he said yesterday. Let's end this by using Shockwave, said Stefan. Blitzel started getting ready to attack. Oshawott, use Tackle, said Ash. Oshawott got up and dashed towards high speed and slammed into Blitzel before it could even attack. How did I get so fast? Said Oshawott while looking at himself in surprise. Where did Oshawott get that kind of speed? Asked Iris. Remember when I said that there would be additional benefits by training with the rock shield? Said Naruto. Yes you did, but what were those benefits? Asked Salon. Back at my dimension, a very good friend of mine is an expert in close combat as he often trains by wearing a set of heavy weights which hampers his movements. But when he takes them off, he moves at speeds that you would see nothing but a blur, said Naruto. I get it now, Oshawott had been training with the heavy rock shield, and now that he's without it, he moving more quickly than ever before, as well as his strength being increased too, said Salon. Wow, that's amazing, said Iris in wonder, with Axu agreeing as well. Alright Oshawott, let loose a barrage of tackle attacks, said Ash. Oshawott quickly dashed forward and started slamming into Blitzel consecutively from different angles, giving it no chance for a counterattack. I want to wrap this up with a razor shell, but Oshawott still doesn't have his Scalchop. I need to find a way to end this, thought Ash. Blitzel, use double kick, said Stefan. Blitzel lashed out with its hind legs. Oshawott, dodge under them and use water gun, said Ash. Oshawott under the kicks and fired a blast of water which hit Blitzel's underbelly and sent it flying into the sky before crashing on the ground. Blitzel got up, still able to continue battling. Use multiple flame charge and show them what you're made of, said Stefan. I seem to recall that each time one uses that move, their speed increases, said Kurama. Which means if Blitzel keeps using flame charge, it will reach speeds to keep up with Oshawott, said Naruto. Oshawott keep dodging the onslaught of attacks, but Blitzel's speed just kept on increasing, which made it harder for him to evade. Come on Ash, think. There's gotta be a way to win this. Ash looked around a bit before he saw something and thought of a good idea. Oshawott, run towards that tree. Oshawott quickly complied and dashed to the tree with Blitzel close behind and slowly catching up. What's Ash up to now? Asked Iris. Now run up the trunk and bounce off it and use water gun full blast, said Ash. Oshawott ran up the tree trunk and jumped off with a backflip right over Blitzel, who wasn't able to stop and crashed headfirst into the tree. Then Oshawott fired a powerful blast of water which slammed Blitzel against the tree again and knocked it out. Oh no Blitzel, said Stefan worriedly. Music end. Oshawott, you did it, you won, said Ash happily, with Pikachu cheering as well. Oshawott looked surprised. I won. That you did, and you were able to beat an electric type without your Scalchop. That goes to show how strong you are and will be in the future even with your Scalchop, said Naruto with a smile. Stefan returned Blitzel back into its Pokeball and walked over to Ash and the others. I have to say that you two are strong, and I hope that we meet again and have another battle. Of course, and I'll be looking forward to it, Stefan, said Ash. I keep telling you the name's Stefan, but whatever stills applies. We know his name, but it's just that we just can't seem to pronounce it right, thought Naruto. Almost as if it doesn't want to be pronounced right, said Kurama. Hey boss. Everyone turned to see a copy of Naruto running up to them with two of his tails curled up as if holding something. Did you find the Scalchop? Asked Naruto. Yes I did, said the clone. One of the tails uncurled to reveal the Scalchop, which he held out to Oshawott, who happily took it and held it close to him. Thanks for finding my Scalchop, Naruto, said Oshawott happily. No problem buddy, said Naruto. Then he noticed that the clone was still standing there. Is there something else? Yes. I also found this. The clone uncurled his other tail to reveal something that made Naruto and Kurama's eyes widen. It is a long black cloth with a metal plate to it, and etched into it is a symbol of a leaf.
But how? I thought that it was lost in the void, said Kurama.
Do you know it, Naruto? Asked Ash. Yes, it's my headband which I thought was lost forever, said Naruto, not wanting Stefan to know what's going on. He quickly dispelled the clone and received its memories. He saw the clone finding the Scalchop and was about to return when a void opened before him and his headband fell out. That seems almost as if someone or something gave it back to you, said Kurama. Well, all that matters is that I have one of my precious treasures back again, said Naruto happily. He had Ash put the headband around his neck like a scarf. Looks like you got on of your precious items back too, said Oshawott. Yeah. I know, and I am grateful of that, said Naruto. Later on, they bade farewell to Stefan and continued on the road to Nimbasa City for their next gym battle. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Origins, Arceus was watching over them, especially Naruto, with a smile. I heard what Naruto said about that headband and had Giratina search for it. After it's the least I could do for you since you'll now be living here in this world. I can only hope that you and Ash would ready for the challenges ahead in the future. Thanks for watching.